In 2023, the show Riverdale finally came to a close. An infamous series that garnered much attention over the years for its persistent jumping of the shark with regards to characters, plot lines, arcs, and laws, its strange and oftentimes inconsistent writing that made characters say the darndest things and change attitude/personality from episode to episode, and for the fact that it epitomized the CW format of show, this sexy teen drama that just wants to do sexy teen drama but keeps putting in storylines about modern day progressive themes or minority struggles that they have zero capability or information to truly give it the space that it needs to exist. And within that attention has been many YouTube videos espousing all of these truths, jumping on the all too easy bandwagon of criticizing Riverdale because it was entertaining to do so, and many people were ready to hate the show, including fans of the show, because the show is quite terrible.
Just as Luke Skywalker went to planet Dagobah, so too has Archie been in the Canadian hinterland.
And so the question for me became, what was the point of throwing my hat into the ring? There doesn't need to be another video talking about the rise and fall of Riverdale, though frankly I think it would be safer to call it the fall and even bigger fall of Riverdale. But as someone who watched the show quite recently, literally starting just a year before it finished, I realized an angle that nobody else has considered talking about. Riverdale might be terrible. It might be poorly fashioned together out of dreams and a completely misplaced sense that they could write something of any kind of quality, but Riverdale has something no other show truly has managed to achieve. Riverdale is the most watchable media ever made.
To settle this matter once and for all, Maestro?
Okay, sure.
That's not my name!
Once you're in, you're hooked, and they do not let you off or give you a second to reconsider what you're doing while the ride is going. Afterwards, sure, you might think, what the hell just happened and why did it happen? But in the moment, you get barraged by so much information so quickly and delivered so haphazardly by actors who are doing their best to be serious and drama through scripts that are 90% meme bullshit that you don't really get afforded the opportunity to tap out. And in this way, does that not make Riverdale the platonic ideal of a TV show? In this video essay, I will try to convince you of that fact, while also trying to recap and comment on a 7-season show with about 30 seasons worth of content, something that I will be doing an incredibly poor job of keeping it short, conceding the idea of brevity to instead mimic that which I am discussing, a bloated, nightmarish, complicated mess that never lets up and never tries to really make any sense at all. Which is why this video is gonna be like, I want to say 5 hours long, but I think the whole thing might be 20 hours. Let's begin where every good story begins, at the start, in a town, a small town, and with the people who live in that town. So to truly begin understanding Riverdale, and to get us into this season 1, we have to understand the locale itself. I mean, it's the central theme around which the entire universe spins. Like many shows, the character of the location is as important to narrative tension/connection as any singular person, if not more important, because what it is ties into almost everyone else's lives, keeps them coming back, is the reason or contains the reasons for their strives and successes. In Season 1, what Riverdale and its writers attempt to do is to establish that the town is not the Riverdale you're thinking of, that this is not going to be the Archie comics that you might expect.
Get closer, though, and you start seeing the shadows underneath.
While all the elements that you might recognise are still inserted into the show, Riverdale High, where the kids go to kind of learn nothing, frankly. Its main purpose does seem to be mostly for providing a reason for all these characters to see each other and to give Kevin an opportunity to pretend like he is part of the main cast. The houses of the two main characters, Archie and Betty, opposite one another so they can be neighbours and get that apple pie American romance origin story going. And of course, Pop Tates, the chocolate shop that is one of the few things to preserve the 50s atmosphere of the comics, and is often presented by the show as a central piece around which the good and moral and upstanding aspects of Riverdale stand. That's something we will get more into in about 4 or so seasons, and especially in season 6, so a different video. But alongside these more familiar concepts, there are also all the ones that don't necessarily exist in comics that are introduced. Places like the Sisters of Quiet Mercy, a pretty darn consistent recurring villain that gets only a brief mention in this first season, but trust me, those fucking nuns are gonna be back in ways that only get crazier every single time.
He needs a good, strong talking to from the king, I think. The king awaits you.
There is also the Blossom Maple Farms and Thornhill Mansion, which are another addition to the lore as an ominous entry into the town's atmosphere, and are responsible for one of the more painful things that keeps happening over and over again, namely that fucking maple. Seriously, many plotlines down the line, and even in season 1, are gonna end up revealing that everything is because some people in this town are way too into their family like the Targaryens, and that they really, really fucking love Maple. The White Worm, which is the primary hangout for the Southside Serpents gang for quite some time, the group that F.P. Jones, Jughead's dad, is the leader of, and also heavily featured in many of their own fucked up and crime-laden storylines. And the Pembroke, which represents the more white-collar crime activities of Hiram Lodge, Hermione Lodge, and Veronica, though in this season we only have Hiram as a background figure pulling the strings and setting himself up for a big season 2 appearance, so don't expect too much there. What you get from all these additions is what the show wants you to know is different about this portrayal, as all the new stuff is directly tied into the plotlines exploring the underbelly of the town of Riverdale, that exposes the nastiness and villainy at the heart of small town America, though that message does get strained a little bit down the line when things lose touch with reality pretty fast, but for now it's just fucked up, dark, messy, edgy. A town where a kid has died in some mysterious murder crime, and that has led to an intense loss of innocence and trust.
But the world around us had changed. That Riverdale wasn't the same town as before.
Admittedly, as we learn later on, it's very clear that Riverdale has tons of crime and a history of murders, so Jason getting killed really should not have been that fundamental of a shift. But I guess the important aspect is that this is the first blow for the childhoods of the people who form our core character group. Though that also isn't really true. Jughead has a bunch of shit going on that already makes him an edgy character at the start. The dude is literally homeless because his dad is a deadbeat drunk and his mum ran away. Also, as we pick up later again, Betty had some pretty severe trauma when she was younger, as did Cheryl.
Very good girl.
I killed Caramel.
And who knows what happened with Kevin, because nobody cares about that fucking guy. And that is not a joke. A main feature of Kevin is how much Kevin just sucks and gets dunked on by the universe and the writers. So, really, truly, the people who are actually facing a loss of innocence is us, the audience, as we see the 1950s wholesome comic transformed into the epitome of teenage drama that realizes it needs to keep you hooked, and the best way to do that is by throwing non-stop plot lines at you. And I want to take these plot lines character by character, so that you can get the idea of what each person that we should care about is getting up to, and also the people that we shouldn't care about either, but they have some relevance, so they're gonna be in there and that's gonna have to be good enough. And hey, what are you doing here, Kevin? Get back into your lane. I'll deal with you in a second.
Kevin Keller, Veronica's new here. Kevin is gay.
The The first group that I am addressing here is the main characters, the squad as it were, of Archie, Jughead, Veronica and Betty. Season 1 Archie is focused very much around his struggle to decide whether he wants to do his new passion of music, something that he has picked up over the summer away from school and that he feels doesn't exactly mesh with the identity that people assume of him, his old passion and occasional flame of American football, which is more in line with the classic perception of Archie as an all-American boy. Though I want to make it clear how very, very silly this decision is. Nobody looks at someone playing the guitar and singing country folk music as, ugh, that's pansy shit. In fact, if we can take anything from the American country music and top 100 charts, there is always a space for white men to sing about their troubles, though I know Appa isn't white, but, you know, Archie is.
I was hoping I could talk to you about some songs I wrote.
Let me just stop you.
Generally revolving around girls, alcohol, and feeling sad or singing about their winning. Yeah, it's a consistent market, but the more actual difficult thing that Archie has on the side, as well, is his desire to work at his father's construction company, which is going through very tough financial times and is what he was spending all summer doing instead of hanging out with his friends. This construction site father thing will be very important down the line for Archie, but for now, it takes a bit of a backseat identity-wise to that music and football thing. However, him working on that worksite does tie into another Archie plotline, namely that he is jacked now.
Archie got hot. He's got abs now.
Many of the people are noticing this fact in the show. I mean, a prominent first episode line is the "Archie has abs now" from Kevin and Betty admiring him through the window. But Veronica is also into Archie too, and Reggie makes comments at him that imply he has also taken some notice as well.
You are ready for football. I'm not kidding you, dude. You got rids. Dude, you're a beast. Look at this arm. It's Diesel.
Archie, for the most part, just kinda gets dragged along by this romance shit down the line. Seriously, he's kinda constantly the blimp of partners, bumping from tower to tower depending on wherever the story or wind needs him, with no real regard for who he as a character would actually be a good match for. I mean, in this season alone, they do some pairing with Betty that won't get any payoff till season 5 and doesn't really work. Some pairing with Cheryl, which is mostly just to show how fucking weird the Blossom family is. Like, they want Archie to get with Cheryl because he has red hair, and that family loves red hair almost as much as they love Maple.
Now, someone with your stalking character by her side, you know, it's about creating a picture. The right picture.
Trust me, we will get into the Blossom shit on their own section and down the line, and those guys will probably get some of the craziest sections every single season for explaining their deal. The other big thing with Archie, as a major plotline for at least the first half of the season, is the fact that he is sleeping with the music teacher, Miss Grundy. Now, is this a case of an older woman engaging in very ethically dubious relations with one of her students? Yes. Does it feature a huge amount of problematic stuff, such as her really failing to put the kibosh on them hanging out because Archie wants to learn music from her, as part of that whole he likes music now and wants to get an education on it? And unfortunately for Miss Grundy, she can't seem to teach this attractive child without fucking him. Her telling Archie multiple times how what they have is real, and that you shouldn't tell anybody about it because that could get her into big trouble, and they wouldn't be able to see each other then. Her using that to keep him from releasing important information about the murder of Jason Blossom, how Archie is a rebound kid after she divorced her drunk and abusive husband. Like, she wants to be with those that she has more power over to ensure that she never gets into a situation like that again, and that the affair only stops when Miss Grundy is confronted by other adults who want to expose her as a child predator. only for her to get defended by Archie, who makes sure that instead she's allowed to quietly leave town in return for Betty not making her mother Alice look crazy by lying that she made up all the Grundy stuff.
It will prove what everyone already thinks about us. Crazy runs in that family.
Yeah, it has all of that. But the real icing on the cake, the worst part of Miss Grundy from season 1, is the fact that when she is leaving town, after having to leave because she child predated a teenage boy, something that the show really doesn't seem to treat as such a bad thing, she has a final scene where she stops packing her car to check out some teenage boys, making it very clear that this truly is an issue that is not going to get resolved.
Maybe Miss Grundy was dangerous in some way.
Trust me, we will get a bit more Miss Grundy next season. Wow! Can't wait to see if she learned her lesson or continued to sleep with underage boys! For Archie though, this whole thing is just a setup to make it seem as if his information on the murder is going to be super relevant, only for it to be revealed to be a red herring. I guess the Miss Grundy thing also gives him a great chance to fight with his dad over his lying to cover the affair he was having with an older woman, to fight with Jughead over the sleeping with an older woman, and to then fight with a bunch of the jocks at Jughead's birthday over the fact that he slept with an older woman, and they all find out as part of a stupid game that we will get back into later on.
Wait, what? Andrews was banging a teacher? This is riveting. I can't breathe.
The rest of the season for Archie is just him helping his dad with the construction site and going off to try and beat up random serpents after he thinks that they attacked the workplace in Moose, which turns out to be very wrong and very stupid. Him attempting to do that music thing by getting close with Josie and the Pussycats, especially one of the Pussycats named Valerie, though that ends in complete disaster because Archie is a wreck of a human being, making out with Veronica and Grundy while also dating Valerie. The Veronica thing pans out further into him actually sleeping with her near the end of the season, and he also rescues Cheryl Blossom from the ice when she tries to drown herself after discovering who really murdered her twin brother Jason Blossom. Ooh, mystery. And that's sort of Archie. Now, before any of you jump in and say, well, hang on a second, I think there are more Archie plotlines in season 1 that you are missing, what are you doing? This has taken forever already just to do one kid from one season. How long do you want this to be? I cut some plotlines, alright, for brevity's sake. A concept that will almost feel meaningless when we get to season 2, alright, because I know it's 3 hours long, but we've got to move quicker. On to Betty's storyline, we have one that shares some crossover with Archie, namely the whole her being pretty down bad for Archie that does seem to resemble mostly a childhood crush that got out of hand. A storyline that ultimately ends in the necessary heartbreak of her finding out that Archie doesn't like her as anything more than a friend, and in fact hooks up with Veronica instead.
Where's Betty? She spiraled and fled.
Of course I love you, Betty. But I can't give you the answer you want.
Which she then gets mad at both of them for in a few episodes. It all sort of gets resolved around the mid-season. It's not even really her story. She's just a hurt party to someone else's stuff they've got going on. I mean, Jesus, Grundy gets more action with Archie this season than Betty does, and that is not a good thing.
Maybe it's not right. But it's real.
Most of Betty's plot that she gets to keep to all herself as real development comes from clashing with her mother Alice Cooper over their perceptions on who she is. Alice is kind of a controlling mother who butts heads with everyone in Betty's life, which is blamed heavily on Polly and what happened to her. Polly being Betty's sister, who we will get into in a bit when we talk on the Coopers in further depth. Suffice to say, she got involved in some stuff that would make overprotective parents lash out and become even more aggressive in their overprotection, to the degree that Betty sort of goes out on her own and does things to upset her parents out of her curiosity to figure out what is being withheld from her. A big part of that is getting into investigating things, reopening up the school newspaper, the Blue and Gold, so that she can justify this digging into the past as part of writing articles.
If print journalism is dead, what am I doing here?
The Blue and Gold isn't dead, Juggy.
No cap. She spends the rest of the season investigating things. First, the situation with Chuck Clayton, the misogynistic piece of shit jock son of the football team coach, who encourages and enables a behaviour around collecting sexual activities that the women of the town have engaged in with the football team in a shame book. A book that is found out because Veronica hears that she was in it, and then she takes that to Betty, and Betty and her go and talk to Ethel, another character who is a real ground zero for getting shit on by the show. Seriously, I cannot imagine someone else who so repeatedly had every storyline involve them be just depressing as shit. In this case, her life has been ruined quite a bit by being included in this shame book. It negatively affecting her relations with her family, perceptions of herself, and town gossip around her.
Nothing happened, but the next day he started telling people that I had let him do stuff to me.
Betty takes this case so that she can write an article on the culture of shaming that the football team engages in, ultimately luring Chuck into a pool where she dresses as Dark Betty for the first time and tortures Chuck by pushing him underwater, sort of scaring everyone else there.
Freak in the sheets by night?
No.
Apologize.
Hey, get this.
Calm down.
Say you're sorry!
This is not the last we will see from Dark Betty, and its characterization will only get sillier from here on out. Like, legitimately, in this narrative, it's just her putting on stuff to look like Polly would have, because that's going to upset her mum, and also because Polly was in the shame book too, so it's sort of a revenge kink thing on Chuck, and allows her to feel like she is striving against her parents successfully, but later on it gets insane.
We know each other very, very well.
She then investigates the Miss Grundy situation as part of a broader investigation into the Jason Blossom murder, something which puts her into the paths of Jughead, and they hook up, a romantic entanglement which is frankly one of the more believable ones on the show. Seriously, they're both quite edgy people who have a knack for sticking their noses where it doesn't belong, as well as pretending like what they are doing is so much more hardcore than it really is. We will get more into that in, God, I think season 6? Which you should get to about the time that hell freezes over, so like next year sometime. Anyway, the Miss Grundy thing is just so that the show can get rid of her in the way that we already discussed, but it carries over into her digging into what actually happened with Jason, asking around a bunch of people, including her father Hal, who seems to blame everything on the Blossoms, and barely exists in this season. Seriously, forget Hal.
But Alice and I...
We think that Archie and Betty should stop spending time together.
Come on, Hal.
Regardless, she chases all of this down, discovering a bunch of things that we will get into further in the subchapter about this season's mystery, where I'll explain everything about this convoluted series of events, with her and Jughead continuing to get closer and closer. She also investigates the whereabouts of her sister Polly, who got sent off to the Sisters of Quiet Mercy, a very weird location that only serves to play the part of jailer for Polly in this season, but will be coming back in ways that make you go, holy shit, these fucking nuns again? How are they involved in every single dirty little secret and thing that goes on in this town? Someone should burn this nunnery to the ground.
It's time, girlie.
But yeah, eventually she helps to solve all the shit going on, but not before losing her view of the town and her own parents as innocent people who are good at heart. A frankly hilarious concept considering everything that keeps getting piled onto Betty's backstory in future seasons.
You're just as bad as Mayor McCoy. We're just as bad as this whole town.
Anyway, that's basically Betty. Now it's onto her gal pal, but not really her gal pal, Veronica. What's Veronica's deal? Well, her deal is that she is a rich, spoilt kid of a business mogul and his business mogul wife who have drilled this almost mob-like idea of the family and the interests of the family into her. A concept that has taken a bit of a hit by the time the show starts for Veronica, as her father is being tried for a bunch of very, very illegal things that have led to her and her mother moving away from him to Riverdale, and downsizing economically because of that.
Now brace yourself. The apartment's small. It's the only piece of property in my name and not your father's.
I mean, she still lives in a very nice apartment in a fancy high-rise with a literal butler man named Smithers, but she used to have yachts, goddammit. How is anyone supposed to live like one of these poors?
I'm breakfast at Tiffany's, but this place is strictly in cold blood.
If it isn't patently obvious, I hate Veronica, and often think her story arc is some of the blandest and most out of touch. Oftentimes, what she is complaining about is vastly dwarfed by the difficulties the rest of the gang is facing, but for this season at least, she is sort of on par with the rest of them, as the majority of her narrative is in rebelling against her mother and trying to figure out her place in Riverdale aside from her family. That place is generally just being a character in someone else's thing, like she helps investigate all those people too, she's on the sidelines of the Josie and the Pussycat storyline, she's on the sidelines of the Jason Blossom murder storyline, thinking that the whole thing is tied to her dad because a big part of who she is assuming that everything goes back to Hiram, even when in this occasion it doesn't. Like, she does sort of get screwed over by her mother, and does get manipulated into backing her father, specifically to make sure that he can get off for all those white-collar crimes that he committed.
Sorry, Mom, but no, I don't want any part of it. Some retail therapy to salve my emotional wounds, a few treasures from Glamazon.
I don't know, some people in this season are out here fighting for their goddamn lives. The worst thing that Veronica deals with is people figuring out that she isn't as rich or as connected as she pretends she is, or fighting with Betty over her hooking up with Archie when Betty is into him. Oh, also, a key part of Veronica's identity to take note of is the fact that she hunts out gay people and will make friends with them, despite the fact that she says/does the most anti-queer shit in later seasons. There is a not-so-friendly word for this kind of cis-straight woman that I will not say, but just have that mentally keyed up there. I think the best way to describe the entirety of Veronica is one of her big mid-season scenes revolving around her going to the clubs because she is sad, specifically because by doing so, she can force her mother to come to the table and negotiate over the whole Hermione forging her signature thing, saying that she would normally go with her celebrity gal pal, best gay friend, and dim-witted arm candy.
Dancing with my fave celebrity gay, my best gay, and some dim-witted, sexy gay.
Veronica sucks. Like, even in this scene, the height of her home troubles and her lashing out from it, it's just a calculated way to do what she always does as part of the Lodge family tradition, and also complain more about the losing all the money stuff that is kind of the center of who she is this season. The only other major thing of note for Veronica is in the episode Sins of the Father, where Ethel, that character from earlier who, remember, gets dogged on non-stop by the creators of Riverdale because they kinda hate her, after reading a really messed up poem in class, explains to Veronica that her parents have been going through a hard time thanks to, unbeknownst to Veronica, Hiram Lodge firing Ethel's dad. Veronica is only trying to help Ethel because she feels really bad for the fact that when she was a mean rich girl, she bullied another girl into therapy, and is trying to, I guess, make amends for it by buying Ethel a bunch of fancy gifts and attempting to be her friend. A friendship that comes off as fake because as soon as Ethel is off screen, Veronica doesn't do shit to interact with her again this season.
Ethel's poem was a cry for help if I ever heard one, the likes of which I vowed never to ignore.
Uh-oh, do we need to sit down?
In fact, Veronica barely interacts with Ethel after this in the entire show, so I guess we can chalk all this up to just another case of her trying to do better, not really committing to it, and then discovering that it's all Hiram's fault anyway, and that who she is will always be juxtaposed with her currently absent father. It is sort of funny how much of this season is spent on Veronica finding out that not everything is actually about her father, a fact that will immediately get tossed out the window in later seasons when everything does kind of turn out to be Hiram's fault in Riverdale.
Yet again, I find myself apologizing for my father's actions.
On to our final member of the main squad, and the person who is mysteriously not around much in the first episode, except for their opening voiceover monologues that I will get into later on, Jughead Jones. Now, the reason Jughead ain't around much is that he is a delinquent. Mad at his friends for what feels like abandoning him, mad at his father for being a useless drunk, and mad at Riverdale for just a host of things that get amplified in this season. I mean, his nice house, i.e. the drive-in Moxie box that he works at, is bought out and torn down by an anonymous Hiram buyer, and despite his best efforts to try and keep it open through the mayor and the school, it doesn't work. And it proves to him how fucked up the law is.
Tear that booth down too. Raise the whole place. Send it to the junkyard.
Mayor McCoy is literally getting bribe money effectively from Hiram here to help him buy up the land in town. Part of a giant master plan that will only fully be revealed by season 5 after the time skip. It's not a joke. Literally everything here that sets up reasons why Jughead hates Hiram only fully get answered in like 4 years real world time and like 10 years showtime. Jughead also has to contend with getting taken into custody after helping his drunk father, as his fingerprints got all over Jason's car during the investigation stuff that he helps Betty do while he isn't busy being, homeless and poor.
Or maybe it's just a forgotten closet under a well-trod staircase, like an extra in a Wes Craven movie.
The police use a part of his record to go after him here, stating that he has a juvie charge for trying to burn down Riverdale Elementary School 6 years ago, despite his protestations that he was just playing with matches like any normal kid. And honestly, I sort of get that. I also almost burned a school down because I was playing with matches that I found at it one day, and thankfully I was able to dampen the flames before they got out of hand, or I probably would have gotten into quite a bit of trouble. What I'm saying is that it totally happens. Children like matches and don't really understand the consequences of fire, so let's cut him a bit of a break here, alright?
This, your prints are on file from an incident that happened 6 years ago.
Pretty tenuous connection for a sheriff.
Jughead only gets out of this profiling nightmare that he's been forced into, which you might recognize as the second time that an authority figure in this town has let Jughead down after the mayor did so with the drive-in. A real example of how certain kids deal with a very different perspective of the powers that be. Well, Jughead gets out of that profiling by Sheriff Keller because Archie and Fred fake that he was working with the construction company at the time of Jason's murder, giving him an alibi right as his father turns up and shouts at the sheriff before attacking Fred for stealing the parental role away from him.
I will rip Keller a new one. Trying to pull that on you. Hey, he's my son.
Yeah, Jughead might be an edgy kid, but he does actually kinda have the hardest life out of all the main squad, at least in season 1. Trust me, the statement of who has the hardest life will not be so easily worked out by season 2 and 3. All this investigating and helping Betty leads to the whole romance thing that those two get into, and that I really thought was gonna be endgame before the nightmare disaster that is season 7 of Riverdale dropped, and all my hopes of a consistent show were washed away like sandcastles on the beach. Trust me, that's going to make more sense in a year's time.
A lot can happen in 7 years. Archie had been in a war.
And Jughead's story arcs culminate in 3 big events that illustrate who he is this season. The first is his 16th birthday, where he spends a bunch of time with Betty before getting dragged into a more standard college party event as Cheryl and Chuck crash the house of a bunch of popular kids. Something that he hates and actively tries to get away from, as all these high school people are not who he wants to spend time with, explaining to Betty why in one of the most infamous scenes from the whole goddamn show.
I'm weird. I'm a weirdo. I don't fit in, and I don't want to fit in. Have you ever seen me without this stupid hat on? That's weird.
As stupid and atrocious writing as that may be, it does kind of showcase exactly what Jughead thinks of himself, and also that he's actively trying to be a weirdo. Like, it isn't a lack of self-esteem or anything, something which would be an intriguing character trait to overcome, considering his whole life being a struggle with shitty parental figures and people in power. No, it's just that he likes to be a weirdo. He then gets to do to Chuck what everybody wants to get to do to Chuck, punching him in the fucking face for being a creep during this Secrets and Sins game that Cheryl, for some reason, wants to play.
Let's play a little game to get those secrets out in the open.
Oh, Cheryl, the character whose attitudes towards the rest of the group and emotional state depends on a coin flip by the writer in charge of the episode and not on any actual reasonable logic of the character. I kinda love her, okay?
Check your sell-by date, ladies. Faux lesbian kissing hasn't been taboo since 1994.
The second Jughead thing is the attempt to prove his father innocent, after finding out that FP got arrested for the murder of Jason Blossom, a fight which epitomizes his struggle against what he sees as the rot at the core of Riverdale. A messed up place that also sees him, a child, getting forced by Principal Weatherby to stay home for the rest of the school year because Cheryl came over to him and picked a fight with him over his dad confessing to killing her twin sibling. We are 3-3 on officials disappointing or hurting Jughead here. The law enforcement, the education system, and the political system. So no wonder he actively does what he can to fight for the father who hasn't even properly been there for Jughead the past entire season. He's got to have some kind of win, right? Or has FP not been there?
I even followed my son and Betty Cooper to Jason's getaway car, torched him.
We'll get more into that with the mystery stuff, as the resolution of Jughead's commitment to proving his father's innocence combines with Betty doing a bunch of investigating to get them to the big reveal of 10 hours worth of TV. The final plot arc of Jughead is what happens with his schooling, his connection to Riverdale. We've seen his relation to his friend / sense of self, his relation to his father and desire for truth, and the other thing is his relation to the town that has repeatedly shit on him. Ultimately, what that translates to is him getting cut off to some degree from the Riverdale world, as he's been pushed to a foster home in Southside and would have to go to that school instead.
Unless there is a radical change in your father's case, you'll be on the South Side by the end of the week.
Southside being the not-so-nice part of town where the big main gang that does drugs and violence lives, the gang that Jughead's father was the Serpent King of. And Jughead kinda concedes to these forces that push him away. He concedes to go to Southside, and feels like he belongs there too, having found friends despite the rest of the squad's worries about him.
Jug. What are you guys doing here?
I'm sure that all of these characters Jughead is making new connections with will be coming back for season 2, just to really bloat the roster further. A roster which could do with a whole lot more killing if you asked me.
People will look back at this as the exact moment that last bit of Riverdale's innocence finally died.
Oh, we also learn about some sort of Riverdale civil war between the rich elite suburb people and their kids who go to Riverdale High, and the poor urban people whose kids go to Southside. That is a very important thing to remember leading into the next season, so just chuck that away in there. And that's kinda all she wrote for Jughead. Now, with the main squad and what they got up to done, it's time to move to the other big standout thing for discussion in any Riverdale season, namely that mystery thing, which isn't always a murder mystery. Sometimes it's a not murder mystery, or a cult mystery, or an alien mystery, or a creepypasta D&D mystery, or a creepypasta VCR mystery. No, I'm not joking, those are all plot lines that we will get to, but for this season specifically, it is a murder mystery, the big old murder of Jason Blossom. So, who did it? Well, the answer to that is Jason's own father, Clifford Blossom. Yep, that's the answer. Why did he do it, and how does this tie into all the fucking things that dragged this on for like more than a single episode? Well, that's a much better question with a far longer and far more stupid answer. See, initially it's thought that Jason actually died accidentally, having fallen off a boat and drowned while out with his twin sister Cheryl, because that's what she tells people happened, only for it to then turn out that actually he was shot in the head when Kevin and Moose find his body washed up on the shore days later. Cheryl, after getting brought in for questioning, says that she did it.
I'll find out soon enough that I'm guilty.
Which turns out to mean that she did help him to fake his own death and get away, the idea being that he would contact her once he was out of Riverdale, only for that to clearly have not quite panned out. No, it turns out that Jason was actually shot days after that scene at the river, which we discover from Dilton Doily, the kid who discovered Miss Grundy's car, and which puts Archie and Miss Grundy in a bind because they were out there fucking and thought they heard the gunshot that killed Jason. Well, actually, that gunshot was just Dilton shooting a gun while doing some crazy level survival training with his Boy Scouts. This then leads to Nana Blossom, at the ceremony for Jason's death, giving Jughead and Betty, who she mistakes for Polly and Jason, the engagement ring that Jason had given Polly, as these two had been dating and it turns out planning to get married. Who the fuck is Nana Blossom, I hear you asking? And the answer is that Nana Blossom is the mad old lady who sits in a wheelchair and pops out at least once a season to give us some massively relevant information that completely changes the direction of the mystery.
Hello? The ring, Polly.
Something that she does so consistently until around season 6, when just everything goes off the rails. And it makes you wonder why people don't just go straight to her first. I mean, seriously, she clearly has the hot gossip on Riverdale happenings. Talk to Nana Blossom before you go digging into any secrets, she might just answer it straight up. Anyways, we learn that Jason and Polly had a Romeo and Juliet-esque relationship, or at least Romeo and Juliet in the sense that their two families hate each other, if nothing else, as Hal reveals that he hates the Blossoms because one of their recent ancestors killed one of his recent ancestors thanks to a dispute over, you might guess it, fucking Maple of all things.
Little friend Cheryl's great-grandfather murdered yours, Betty, selling and trading maple syrup.
But then Hal reveals a few episodes later, when it comes into question why he seems so overtly adamant that he will not raise a child with Blossom blood, an attitude that leads to him getting kicked out of the Cooper household because of how he mistreated and bundled Polly away to the Sisters of Quiet Mercy. Well, it turns out that not only was Betty's great-granddad killed by a Blossom, he actually was a Blossom, and that after the murder they had changed their name to Cooper, which makes Polly and Jason like third cousins or some shit. Cousins of some kind at the least. This leads to a very funny scene where the Coopers are like aghast at the whole incest thing, but the Blossoms are totally fine with it, with Clifford specifically having this very funny interaction around it.
It's not like they were brother and sister. They were, what, third cousins?
Thanks, Targaryens of the Riverdale canon, just with maple instead of dragons and red hair instead of white. Regardless, this kind of makes it clear that nobody was doing any murdering because of this incest thing. In fact, if anything, the Blossoms were more on board with it. It made the twins that Polly was having more pure Blossom.
Nothing could be more purely Blossom than those babies.
Oh yeah, Polly is pregnant. See, it turns out that Jason was pushed to ditch Polly so he could focus on the family business, but when he found out that Polly was pregnant, he decided to instead run away from his family and Riverdale with her, though unfortunately on the way he got waylaid by something, and Polly was stuck alone by the getaway car they had planned. What was that waylaying? Well, the waylaying was that Jason had set up a deal with the Southside Serpents at their home base, the White Worm, a location that kinda goes in and out of favour over the seasons, but effectively he agreed to do a one-time drug deal for them in exchange for money to live on when he escaped. But instead, a random-ass member of the Southside Serpents named Mustang kidnapped Jason when he got to the other side of the river and planned to ransom him back to his father, Clifford Blossom. Unfortunately, Jason had discovered that Clifford didn't just do maple trading, he was also trading drugs in the maple barrels, making him some sort of maple kingpin of Riverdale, and had threatened to release this information to ensure that Jason could get out of town. So when Clifford turned up to pay the ransom for his son, he instead killed his son to protect the business, before then killing Mustang later on with a faked drug overdose to cover his tracks.
Oh my god.
Clifford then blackmailed F.P. Jones into taking the blame for the murder on the threat that he would kill Jughead if he didn't, and finally, when this all came out and Clifford was about to be arrested, he was found hanging in the maple barn from a supposed suicide. FP and Joaquin are still on the hook for a bunch of crimes though, as they did help to cover up the murder when they discovered the body in the White Worm, reasoning that if it came out, all the blame could be cast on the gang that the law doesn't like anyways, especially because the dead kid is in their basement. And that's the mystery, the who, why, how, and what of it. Is it a bit of a tangled web of shit? Yes, ultimately they kept spending every episode setting up a cliffhanger for the mystery that was then kinda quickly proven to not be so true next episode, pointing the finger for who might have done it at as many people as physically possible, but that's the kind of shit that I guess keeps an audience coming back and tuning in. I mean, I think the proof is in the pudding, seeing that every single other fucking season of Riverdale does a mystery too, because this one did, so clearly it worked.
A narrative quickly emerged.
Anyways, with the mystery for Season 1 explained, let's now move on to the other thing I want to cover, specifically the characters and stuff the characters got up to that I have not mentioned already. This isn't necessarily plot-relevant stuff, but seeing as these characters will turn up down the line, it's worth mentioning this extra stuff that they did. So let's start off with the one who matters the most and will probably be seeing an upgrade to main character status next season, Cheryl Blossom.
Is cheerleading still a thing?
Is being the gay best friend still a thing?
Cheryl Blossom is, I think, the only person here who seemed to understand the mission statement of the show, who got what the vibe was early and leaned into it as fast and as hard as possible. Not a single scene goes by with Cheryl where you're not either shocked or laughing as she helps people in the weirdest way imaginable, or mercilessly attacks them, or drops a bomb that feels completely unnecessary to do. Legitimately, it gets so hard as the seasons go by to work out exactly where Cheryl sits as a friend, foe, or general nuisance. Her character reactions to people seeming to depend on which writer was doing the episode, and flip-flopping so hard that it almost gives you a whiplash to watch. But it really does epitomise exactly where everything in Riverdale starts heading once the relatively clean and clear-cut first season is over. I know it seems beyond belief to imagine that this first season that I've described so far could be seen in that light as kind of fresh and not complicated at all. But then Riverdale starts already at a level that most shows only reach by their 7th season, and it only gets more mad from here. Back to Cheryl in Season 1 though, the big thing that we get to take away from her character arc here is that A, she really, really fucking loves her dead twin brother Jason Blossom, like loves him so much that she keeps seeing zombie Jason Blossom all over the place, and even tries to kill herself to be with him, also making some super strange speeches about the closeness of twins that sort of falls into that whole Blossom attitude towards incest being not that bad.
I loved my brother. He was and always will be my soulmate.
And B, she has a really complicated relationship with her parents. Neither of them seem to like Cheryl all that much, and they want to keep putting her down, leading to a significant amount of mental instability and fucked up interrelations for her. I mean, you spend your whole life dealing with effectively large amounts of abuse from your parents that comes out in less than healthy habits and attitudes towards others, so, you know, maybe how Cheryl acts is kinda reasonable. However, we only really get to deal with straight Cheryl this season, so her story doesn't pick up for us too much yet, but don't worry, this woman is going to be one of our top queers before long.
It burns me that there are people in this town that still believe that being gay is anything less than rapturous.
On the topic of queers, that brings us to the other queer side character, Kevin. What's Kevin's deal? Well, his deal is doing basically nothing aside from being a brick wall for other more important characters to bounce ideas off of, and also to advance the plot by being gay.
But if you were gay, what would you like to do?
That's not a joke either. The two major things that Kevin is specifically involved in for season 1 are entirely dependent on his sexual identity. Firstly, the whole hooking up with the in-the-closet Moose, which leads to the discovery of Jason's body and triggers the whole mystery thing. A story arc that doesn't go anywhere for right now, as Moose is too busy pretending that he is straight and dating a character named Midge, who only appears in comments this season, but will play a somewhat important role in season 2. And secondly, Kevin doing gay stuff with Joaquin, that serpent guy who is working for FP, and hooking up with Kevin to keep the gang informed on what the sheriff is up to, because, you know, Kevin being the sheriff's son makes him a good target.
Hey, party. Doing my job, keeping my ear to the ground. And your tongue in the sheriff's kid's mouth.
It's probably not a good sign to have everything about Kevin tied to him being gay, but trust me, that is not going to change for the next 6 seasons, so at least he's consistent, I guess. Kinda odd from some gay guys to create and write a show that really screws over the main gay character, but I actually have a theory on that which we will have to save for a bit later on. We have some more information on Kevin. Let's call it like season 5 Kevin discussion for that, which will be next year sometime. Okay, now it's on to the next big thing to talk about for season 1. Something that the more keen of you might have picked up on, which is that I didn't showcase how people's stories ended, what setup the series did to cliffhanger us into season 2, and that's because I wanted to do them all at once here, and that way we can consider them separately and contemplate them better when we actually move into the next season, and see if these actually do get a payoff. So the big one of the season, the big one that gives us the hint as to how things are gonna go, is that Fred Andrews gets shot by a dude in a black hood in Pop Tate's, right in front of Archie, who holds his dad and shouts for help, after also having a gun held on him by that black hood person. So the questions there become, is Fred Andrews dead? No, seriously, how is he? Is the best parent on the show about to fucking die? Because I refuse to accept such a fact. And also, who is that Black Hood person? What's their deal? And is there going to be a massively complicated mystery around their identity that keeps the entire show going for, I don't know, about 16 episodes before it goes off the deep end and introduces a completely wild final villain? The answer to that last question is yes. But that's the mystery for season 2, so of course I'm not explaining it at this point. You could watch season 2. Another thing that spawns from this is of course the question of what kind of impact this is going to have on Archie. How is he going to react to something terrible happening to someone close to him? Is that going to finally maybe give him some character that exists beyond just being a High School Musical ripoff who's also sleeping with teachers? All of these are things that this final scene gives us thoughts on. And they all actually do get development in season 2. They all play a very central role to what occurs. And therefore, I think that they are perfectly fine cliffhanger moments because the audience is truly rewarded for the excitement that they generate. Our other final scenes are that whole Cheryl burning her house to the ground because she thinks that the Blossom Deed is cursed and wants to eradicate it. A pretty hardcore and awesome thing that is absolutely 100% Cheryl doing what Cheryl does. A decision that does actually have impacts for a bit into season 2, and helps to establish Cheryl as another main character. Jughead gets an offer from the Southside Serpents to join their gang because his father is still in jail and they want to extend that courtesy to him, an offer that he takes by symbolically putting on the jacket, which will become one of his on and off outfits for the next 3 to 4 seasons. Oh, we also meet Tallboy in this final scene, that guy right there, a man who is actually going to be surprisingly more relevant than you would think for next season, so keep track of him, okay? Finally, we get from Hermione and Veronica interacting that Hiram is coming home. That's right, the big, ominous mob crime lord dude who has been in the shadowy backgrounds this entire season, buying up properties and bribing officials for some nefarious purpose. He is in fact physically going to appear on the show any second now. Oh, also, Veronica fucks Archie, which, I mean, it doesn't really have any kind of payoff except for being Varchi stuff for the shippers who stand that romance. A romance that I don't personally really agree with, but we will get into my endgame preferences in its own bit at a much later point in probably a different video. And that's basically it. Plain and simple, that's all the stuff that I kept from you so that I could throw it at the end here as a way of hopefully drawing you to continue watching the next hour or so of me talking about this show. Spoilers, it's gonna be more like 3 hours. But before we move on, there is one final thing that I want to cover, a little fun game for us to do here at the end. See, every episode begins with a Jughead monologue, the idea being that it's part of a book he is writing about Jason's murder. And I just wanted to go over my top selections for monologues for you here, because they are funny as fucking shit. And if we can't stop and laugh at this series every now and then what the hell are we even doing here?
It was the ultimate cliffhanger. Clifford Blossom had killed himself. But why?
So, give a big hand to Season 1's top 3 Jughead edgy monologues, read by yours truly due to the fact that I'm trying to avoid getting a copyright strike. Beginning with Chapter 3, Body Double. Guilt, innocence, good, evil, life, death. As the shadows around Riverdale deepened, the lines that separated these polar opposites blurred and distorted. "I'm guilty," Cheryl said in biology class. "But of what?" Wow. What a truly amazing piece of writing from Jughead there. The single words used to hammer home these big concepts that have been dealt with. The questioning of why Cheryl would admit she was guilty. This one gets into a solid third place specifically because of how it opens, and how much it leans into that shadowy Riverdale concept that the showrunners really wanted everybody to believe. Our second place goes to Chapter 10, The Lost Weekend. Weekdays. From 8:25 AM to 3:01 PM, we adhere to a strict regimen. Everything in our lives is controlled, but then something like the murder of Jason Blossom happens, and you realize there is no such thing as control. There's only chaos. Nevertheless, some of us strive to impose and maintain order in what is, fundamentally, an orderless world. A fact which would very soon be confirmed in ways none of us could have foreseen. Now, this one for me cinched it over the others because of the way that it utilised the idea of chaos, of the fight between chaos and order, like Jughead is some kind of amateur Jordan Peterson fan or wannabe Joker impersonator. I think that really solidifies a monologue in its edginess if I can imagine a 14-year-old boy being really excited and figuring out how cool they are for saying it. However, neither of these are even close to our first place winner for the season, the truly stellar Chapter 6 Faster Pussycat Kill Kill. Fear. It's the most basic, the most human emotion. As kids, we're afraid of everything. The dark, the boogeyman under the bed. And we pray for morning, for the monsters to go away. Though they never do. Not really. Just ask Jason Blossom. I mean, what can I say about this that isn't just obvious? From the opening on fear like a grad school poetry major who only listened to My Chemical Romance, to the fact that it has those huge ass pauses between the dark and the boogeyman and praying. It just has everything that I would want from a Jughead monologue to tick off. It sort of epitomizes what he is trying to get across to us as the audience this entire season, and so it deserves to be the thing we remember the most from the openings. Anyways, With that all said and done, this marks the end of Season 1, and on to the next step of this journey, which is obviously going to be an entire thing where I discuss the comics and the origins of the world that we have seen illustrated so far. Clearly that's what was happening next. If you thought it was going to be Season 2 after Season 1, then I've got some bad news for you. This video is going to be a lot longer than that. Okay, so look, I'm not talking about everything in this comic series. I'm not going to give you the whole rundown on everything, because frankly, that wouldn't make any sense for a break and sounds like its own video. Instead, I want to just compare the characters in their base representations with what we got in the show for this first season, and also maybe consider a little bit how Riverdale was able to so aptly go off the rails so hard by taking inspiration from the comics and their own literary multiverse of madness. So let's start us off with the most appropriate place to start, the Archie Andrews of it all. So, honestly, from what I can find digging into it, not much has really changed about the core concept of Archie Andrews. Like, he is still the all-American boy next door who has the women fighting over him because he is so hot and he does the sports stuff. Like, sure, the comic character isn't sleeping with a music teacher and doesn't have parents who are separated, but ultimately Archie is effectively living a similar life with similar motivations. He is still as impulsive in the show as we see him being during the comics. Betty and Veronica are also kind of in the same boat. The idea of them is effectively the same, just with a more dark and gritty version layered on top of it. That dark and gritty version coming from the shit around their lives, rather than their lives itself, at least for this first season. Betty is super smart and intelligent, she is talented and willing to break gender stereotypes, and Veronica is sort of self-obsessed and a spoiled rich girl as well as quick to anger. It's just that Betty is dealing with the intense family drama of what happened to Polly, and her parents fighting / getting into that whole Maple Blossom shit, and Veronica has a rich father who is a mob boss, and her parents are also fighting.
He's never satisfied by what he has. He will never be happy.
Lots of parents fighting, actually. That does seem to be an overused trope with making these characters get darker, something which is not dissuaded by Jughead, the person who is the most changed from their comic book form. A most change which kinda comes from the fact that their parents have split up. Is Riverdale the show about how divorce is destroying the American dream? Is that the takeaway here that might have accidentally gotten put in? But like, comic book Jughead doesn't really have much going on. He just sorta eats and does pranks and dislikes women, which the writers barely utilize for our Jughead in the show. Like, yeah, he eats food and references it more than other characters, but it seems like more of just something he has to do, rather than the main character trait that it is in the comics. Like, Jughead has much more going on, probably brought about by the fact that he is secretly the main character of the show, thanks to the monologues and the central role that he takes on for much of the mystery solving down the line, so that's sort of understandable. Now this is where it gets a little bit confusing, when we get to the other main side characters. Because see, Cheryl is not really that big of a part of the comics. Firstly, she came in a whole lot later, appearing first in Betty and Veronica number 320 in 1982, and her main role was just to be a rich girl foil for Veronica, someone who is worse than Veronica at being a spoiled brat, coming from the rich neighbourhood of Pembroke and looking down on the townies of Riverdale proper, as well as being another woman who seems to just want to get with Archie. Man really must have had something going on, huh?
Game changer. He's got abs now.
Reggie's also odd. See, the comics present him as more of a male version of Veronica, super fashionable, quick-witted, egotistical, and constantly engaging in plots around other people, while the show just makes him into a dumb jock stereotype for the entirety of his very minor appearance in the first season. Josie's white. Quick interlude here just to admit a correction. In the next segment you see, I am going to erroneously claim that comic Kevin Keller was not gay. This is in fact not true. Kevin Keller was the first openly gay Riverdale/Archieverse character when he was put into the comics in 2010. I have no idea how this really happened. My best assumption, looking at it, is that as soon as Kevin appeared on the page, my ability to perceive things vanished, and I entered a fugue state in which no information came in, and only woke up when Kevin left the page so that I would have no memory of what occurred. The alternative answer, looking back at it, is that some idiot might have mixed up the notes for comic Kevin with a different character entirely who isn't gay, and then another idiot down the line saw that, knew it was wrong, didn't question it, and then said it, recorded it, and edited it. This is why, gentle folks, it is very important to have someone who screens your scripts and does editing for you so they can point out your mistakes. I don't have that, so the only other person is me, and I'm not good at that. Anyway, please enjoy the rest of this video, knowing that mistake has been corrected. And Kevin isn't gay, but also has a similar problem of being completely fucking boring. His only major comic attribute being that he is a nice guy who used to be a nerd and then got hot. I guess adding gay to his character was the show writer's way of trying to spice him up, but frankly it just made a boring gay character, so maybe you really can't polish a turd. As to the other major characters of the comics, most of them get relegated to even more side roles that barely matter, like Moose and Midge. They are two major parts of the comic series, being almost effectively in the gang, and yet neither one of them is given much of anything for this first season. To be fair, their entire comic book relation is dedicated to their relationship, like much of their plots revolve around someone hitting on Midge, and then Moose hitting that person, so I guess it's smart to make Moose a closet homosexual who then just becomes a background jock, and Midge into a person that gets mentioned once or twice.
I just meant that Moose has an official girlfriend, Midge.
Dilton is actually kinda dogged by the show. Like, the comics make him out to be this super smart laboratory genius who is also really nice, while the show turned him into this doomsday prepper nerd who is training his young children Boy Scouts to shoot guns. Meanwhile, Ethel is... It's actually hard to say which media did Ethel worse. Like, the comics make her into just this chick who hardcore chases Jughead and bakes goods to get his attention despite the fact that he does not care for romantic entanglements at all, which we will cover in the queer chapter, okay, in a future fucking video, while the show presents her as someone who kinda gets fucked over in every single damn scene and arc she gets to play in. I mean, at least the show makes her more of someone who perseveres through hard times and still manages to keep going rather than a creep, though that will ultimately end up becoming less true as the seasons go by. Don't you worry, things are gonna get really bad for Ethel in season 2, and 3, and 4, and 7. Poor gal.
I don't understand.
But all of these characters sort of get relegated to more sideline roles so that a bunch of people can take a much stronger position in the limelight, those people being the main gang's parents. Seriously, there is so much more attention put onto Fred Andrews, F.P. Jones, Hal and Alice Cooper, Hermione Lodge, Penelope, and Clifford Blossom. All of these people do exist in the comics, it's just that they are more in that parental role, where they exist around the teenagers doing things story rather than being an active part of it. The show instead puts their narratives and what they are getting up to center stage, making it a big part of what pushes the mystery and the story onwards. having them reveal information that spins the teenagers around, and all having these massively intricate networks of backstory and fractured rivalries / friendships that keep a lot of the wheels turning. Something which does hold true for a lot of the series run, and I think kinda leans into that whole trying to make it more adult. The Archie comics were for kids and teenagers to read, so the adults were put in this more distant position, while the Riverdale show is more for young adults to watch, and therefore presents the adults in a much more active way. But there was one more thing I was going to cover here in this brief side chapter, and that was the fact that the comics did ultimately go as crazy and wild as the show. Like, of course they did. It's been running for 80 years, you don't keep a franchise going that long without going off the deep end at some point. A few highlights of the most ridiculous Archie comic plotlines are stuff like 1981's Archie's Date Book, wherein Archie laments the fact that dating sucks for him across all the times he has attempted stuff on with Veronica or Betty, until it cuts off midway through to have an official dating survey page for you, the fans, to fill out, a page that has a very sudden turn on the second part, wherein a whole fucking section asks you if you could trust someone God can't trust, and if it's important to date someone who God trusts, and then asks you what it means to trust God. That's right, it gets very evangelical all of a sudden, which then leads us into a storyline where Betty tells us that the only person that can help her date is God, and his date book is the Bible, followed up by the comics then shitting on movies and TV for having stuff in them like sex scenes or divorce or crime, and like, ooh, that's aged pretty badly, because I'm pretty sure Riverdale has got all of that shit in it.
Your father and I...
I'm getting a divorce.
I'll tell Sheriff Keller about how you broke into his office.
Then it tells you that you need to have a third partner in all of your dating. That's right, it's the big JC, Jesus Christ, like that meme that always goes around. Betty certainly doesn't forget Jesus when she's hooking up with Archie, and that's a good thing apparently. Another crazy Archie comic is issue 36 of Life with Archie, wherein Kevin Keller has become a gun-controlled senator who someone attempts to assassinate, only for Archie to jump in front of the bullet and die. That is the second to last issue of Life with Archie. The series run is literally ended by Archie getting shot and the high school having its name changed to his name in honor of him, which is then swiftly followed up, in my mind, by Afterlife with Archie, which is a joke because it's not actually a sequel at all. It's not about Archie going around fighting ghosts in heaven or whatever. No, that would be fucking stupid. Instead, it's a 2013 comic that gives us a zombie apocalypse in Riverdale. It is technically connected to Life with Archie because the artist for the zombie one did a random alternate zombie cover for that original series, and that's what spawned this whole thing, which makes a lot more sense when you have so much time and so much cocaine to do whatever the fuck you want with your characters. And it begins with Reggie killing a dog named Hot Dog, who comes back as a zombie when Jughead asks Sabrina the Teenage Witch, another character who spun off out of a random insert story in an older Archie comic, to bring the dog back. But unfortunately the dog comes back as a zombie, who bites Jughead, and then it's a classic zombie shit from there on out, as multiple people get killed, and unfortunately it never actually got finished because they hit issue 10 and then just stopped. There were meant to be 2 more issues, we have the covers for them, but that's it. Finally, the wildest story in my opinion is Archie vs. Predator. I don't really have anything to add there, except for the fact that they made Archie vs. Predator 2 in 2019. What the fuck is happening here? So yeah, it really isn't surprising that Riverdale was able to go off the ropes. The fan base of Archie comics by this point is kinda primed already for that to occur. And the network that Riverdale was on, the CW, is pretty renowned for doing teen dramas that trades rails for madness like Supernatural or Gossip Girl or Vampire Diaries or The 100. Who knows, maybe the next brief look video I do will be Supernatural. It is a show that I have watched multiple times all the way through, and I assume that at least someone wants to watch a 12-hour video going over all 15 seasons, plus the random attempts to do spin-off shit that they gave a shot at. Or maybe I'll do Pokemon. I don't know. We'll see. So, yeah, that's the comics, and that's this chapter. Now it's time to move on to Season 2, and the big mystery of who is the Black Hood guy that almost shot Archie and did actually shoot Fred. Oh, and they expanded the amount of episodes in this season from 13 to 22, which is great, because now I have to do more fucking work to condense this shit down, I guess. Hooray! Don't worry, I don't condense it down. This is going to be like 3 hours long or something. Now, we go into this season with the centerpiece being the character the show loves to keep making the center, despite the fact that he is in the bottom tier of Riverdale characters. That, of course, being Archie. So, what is Archie doing this season? Last one he was fighting between music and sport like Troy Bolton and sleeping with a teacher in a very not cool, unethical relationship like Troy Bolton?
But most of all, I choose the person who inspires my heart.
Maybe. He is kind of dealing with the whole backlash of his dad getting shot by the Black Hood, the cliffhanger from Season 1. With us finding out that Archie, having driven his dad all the way to the hospital to get him help, yeah, gonna quickly just say that Fred isn't dead, but Archie still has a bunch of trauma around the fact that he feels he could have done something differently, that he could have beaten up the Black Hood, or taken the bullet instead, or anything but stand there and just let things happen around him, but him driving Fred to the hospital so fast and so furiously let Fred not die. All of this questioning takes a backseat for a second though, because Jughead tells Archie, in something that could be considered foreshadowing if you believe the Riverdale writers actually planned anything beyond just the next episode, that he is saving all these people like a superhero, and his superhero name would be something like Pureheart the Powerful.
First Cheryl and now your dad. If you keep this up, you're gonna need a superhero name. Pureheart the Powerful.
Jesus Christ. This kid is meant to be an aspiring writer, and Pureheart the Powerful is the best name he could come up with? Embarrassing. Anyway, the sheriff turns up and starts questioning Archie, kinda pushing for Archie to go in a certain direction, namely insinuating that the killer is a member of the Southside Serpents, part of that whole the law and government of Riverdale is a corrupt nightmare that likes to blame everything on this one gang of people from the poorer side of Riverdale, so I guess that's dire. Something which is actually sort of accurate to real policing. So thanks, Sheriff Tom Keller, for giving us an example of how the cops fucking suck. We get a lot of Archie being really sad about his dad being hurt and in the hospital, something which Veronica tries to fix through shower sex, an idea that maybe doesn't work, but it does hit our quota for intercourse scenes involving the teenagers of music that every CW show needs to do, or risk getting cancelled, so whatever it takes, I suppose. We then get a very weird scene involving, of course, Cheryl, who walks into the hospital room where Fred is still in a coma, and gives Fred a kiss on the forehead, specifically saying how this is repayment for Archie saving her in the river. You know, when she tried to drown herself to be with zombie Jason, and that she is returning the kiss of life that Archie gave her that day to his dad.
You gave me the kiss of life, Archie Andrews. Now I've given it to your dad. He's going to be just fine.
I mean, it doesn't work. Obviously, Cheryl isn't magic. Wait. What the hell was that? Cheryl isn't magic. No, hold up. Don't play coy editing. What the fuck do you mean with that shit? Look, Mary comes back to the show again to help look after Archie and be around while Fred is sick and hurt. Archie stays up all night with a baseball bat watching the doors because he is taking that whole guard dog personality to heart. And he also tries to get onto the police force, becoming a little bit desperate in his attempt to take down this shooter because he doesn't feel safe anymore. And I guess that the way he wants to deal with this is by becoming hyper-vigilant and feeling active. a response to the trauma of the moment where he felt as if he didn't do anything when the Black Hood shot Fred. In aid of this hypervigilance, Archie goes to Reggie, who's back in the show now and looking better than ever, I guess? Is that a different guy?
Do you have anything that can help keep me awake? Many things. Jingle, jangle. Jingle, jangle.
I'm watching you, Reggie, for any more funny business, but he goes to Reggie to get some drugs to help him stay awake and alert. Reggie dropping the name of something that is stupid as fuck, but will become massively relevant as the show goes on, that of Jingle Jangle. Lodge that one in the old brainstems, because as a drug, it will keep coming back up. To make matters even fucking worse, Archie then discovers that we have our first death of the season, as Miss Grundy gets killed. Remember Miss Grundy? The child rapist? Yeah, well, it turns out that she actually also didn't change her ways either. She was totally still sleeping with the underage teenage boys around her, and the Black Hood strangled her. Archie thinks this whole thing is targeted, that the same person who murdered Miss Grundy also went after his dad, and that it must have something to do with him for fucking reasons, I guess. And then he sees the Black Hood outside his house, watching him through the window, before he tackles the guy, and discovers that it's just Reggie with his drugs playing the fucking worst prank of all time that you could play at this moment. Seriously, Reggie, there is a dude who just shot a guy, potentially murdered a teacher, and is actively traumatizing this dude who is on edge and has a baseball bat. And your first thought was, shit, I better dress up like the Black Hood to give him a good old scare. No way that could end badly at all. Idiot. More details come out about Miss Grundy's murder, details that make it seem as if the chance of it being the same killer are super small, something which is not so true for us in the audience, because we sort of know what happened and know that it totally is related, but for Archie this just gets him to calm down a little bit. It doesn't calm him down that much though, as he still decides to meet up with Dilton Doily in the middle of the goddamn night and buy a fucking gun. Totally no way that is going to be a shitty, horrific decision obtaining an illegal gun from a weird little dude. Also, what is Dilton's fucking deal? Is he just the town's gun nut or something? Is he going to be a potential future school shooter like this is 13 Reasons Why? I don't know.
No, don't do this, Tyler.
Regardless, this whole storyline leads into our next big arc for Archie this season, the arc that 100% proves how not over this hypervigilance he is, the Red Circle arc. I know this one even has a fancy ass name that sounds like it's out of an anime, and trust me, it totally deserves the craziness of the name. See, the Red Circle is founded by Archie with a bunch of the other kids from Riverdale High as a private vigilante anti-crime organisation, described by others around Archie as his own personal army. A personal army that puts out the world's funniest video I've ever seen for how badly it wants to be seen as serious, but is kind of a joke. I'm sure it will stop being a joke the instant it turns into a bunch of teenagers beating up people, but for now, all it really seems to be is bluster. Archie founds this group on the back of his attempt to figure out who the Black Hood is, and to prove to his friends that the person who shot his dad and tried to shoot Midge/Moose is also the same person who actually killed Miss Grundy. Remember that. So far, this killer has a success rate of 1 out of 3 for actually getting the person they are going for. That's a bad serial killer.
He was like Michael Myers. He had the devil's eyes.
And Archie originally starts this group by making it clear that they are just watchdogs. They're just trying to give the police force in the town, the fucking useless police force whose entire job was done last season by a bunch of teenagers running around, an extra set of eyes on the streets for any criminal shit going on. However, like many things, this sort of pure intention is corrupted by the hands and subtle manipulations of one Hiram Lodge, who invites Archie over to the Lodge house for dinner, also probably because Archie is sleeping with his daughter and dating her, so worth getting to know your daughter's boyfriend, but mostly so he could give Archie the most obviously evil speech that anyone has ever given, going on about how being good or righteous isn't enough in the war against terror, that the Black Hood has made fear his weapon, and so the Red Circle must also do that to be able to defeat him for not very well explained reasons at all.
Based on terror and fear. Those are his weapons. They should be yours too.
Seriously, Hiram never actually says anything smart, it's just that he says it in the tonality that kinda expects you to think it's cool and not further analyze it, all of which is aided by the fact that the people he normally is monologuing at are fucking idiots, like Archie, who just fully takes what he says on board. Understandably, Archie taking this approach from her dad upsets Veronica, who was already kind of mad at the whole private army thing, and it also becomes clear that Hiram did this to put Archie in a bind, as it turns out that releasing a video of you and all your masked buddies topless threatening to go to war is sort of something that the city frowns upon. Generally. So Archie gets kicked off the football team by the principal, who also demands that he apologizes to Riverdale High and disband his vigilante terrorist organization, which is the first sign of anyone in a position of power doing something that they should actually be doing. I support Principal Weatherby here. The Red Circle is frankly way too dangerous. Archie, however, refuses to disband the Red Circle, leading to all of its members leaving because they don't want to be a part of it anymore. And Archie then heads out to the south side to try and get the Black Hood to come at him alone, which Dilton, for some reason, guesses and tells him that he should go get supplies if he's going to do it alone. What did Dilton mean by this? Well, what Dilton meant was that Archie should go to a US Army and Navy store and use a fake license to get ammunition, a Kevlar suit, and a holster for his gun that he also got from Dilton. Holy shit, this kid is messed up. I do actually think Dilton is a few bad days away from being a school shooter at this fucking point. Before he can head off on this one-man suicide mission with a gun into the south side, something that he is only really doing because Alice Cooper has been publishing articles saying that the Black Hood must be from the south side as part of her long-standing war with that location, Archie discovers that Veronica and Cheryl have taken the Red Circle identity and turned it into a movement with t-shirts and shit. None of that stops him though, and he heads on downtown only to run into Sweet Pea and Fangs Fogarty, two people who you might not know at this point, but their whole identity as people is that they are Southside Serpents. That's kinda it. Their job is to be there whenever serpent shit goes down, and to represent the serpent's muscle whenever that comes up.
Southside Serpent Country. You can't come here and tag our turf.
Archie pulls a gun on them when they pull a knife on him, and they all run away, with him thankfully not shooting anybody. Archie then gets in trouble with the law, them having got a report about a red-haired kid waving a gun around in Southside. Jesus Christ, dude, do you know the meaning of going slightly undercover or stealthy? Don't leave your face uncovered, that's the whole point of the Red Circle and the red hoods you were wearing. Anyway, they bust open his locker, find the Black Hood from when Reggie tried to spook him, he doesn't give any information away, he gets back home and has a surprise visit from all the previous Red Circle members, telling him how cause he didn't snitch on them, they're willing to rejoin his terrorist vigilante gang again. Yeah, that's a positive ending, alright.
We were talking today and decided we want to keep the Red Circle going. We're here for you, dude.
Then the Serpents turn up, and this whole thing transforms into a West Side Story, Michael Jackson's Bad Gang War, with the two lined up in a vacant parking lot before launching into a massive fight in the rain. During this fight, Dilton pulls out a pocket knife, of course he does, which gets turned on him and he gets stabbed, before Veronica breaks up the whole thing by shooting a gun into the sky, causing both sides to run away like a bunch of surprised raccoons. Seeing what all of his Red Circle thing has done, and the fact that it put Dilton in the hospital, makes Archie realise how stupid this whole approach was, and he throws his gun into Sweetwater River with Veronica. Actually, maybe not the best thing to do with the illegal firearm that has ties to you and your fingerprints all over it. Like, maybe you should put it somewhere safer that can't end up getting found by someone who wants to frame you in the future. Like Hiram, I don't know. I'm sure that won't end up coming back to punish Archie. The next few arcs, thankfully, are not Archie-driven ones, so we can speed through them, which is great, because Archie has already taken 2,500 words this season already, and we still have like 4 more main characters to go. This video is gonna be way too long. But yeah, so Archie kind of futzes around a bunch, he helps out Betty with some Black Hood stuff, he does Jingle Jangle with Veronica and Nick St. Clair, a character who is a bigger part of other people's stories this season, he breaks up with Jughead for Betty because of a whole bunch of shit going down between her and the Black Hood, who has taken a super fascination with Betty, and because Archie decides that he can't tell Jughead that Betty's breaking up with him because of the Black Hood, he has to instead say that it's because Jughead has gone to the dark side, and that nobody wants to be around him anymore. The dark side in this case being the serpents that Jughead has joined.
She's been agonizing over it. Since you crossed the dark side, she couldn't bring herself to do it.
Probably could have found a less aggressive way of saying it, but at least Archie does feel bad about it. The next arc that Archie is a side member of is the Ghoulie stuff, where the Serpents and the Ghoulies, another gang in the South Side who are just kinda shittier and creepier and led by a guy named Malachi, if that gives you an indication of the style they are trying to pull and actually successfully pulling off. And they are also the people who brought Jingle Jangle to the streets of Riverdale. It wasn't Reggie, he just buys the drugs from them. Fee you! I was worried for one of my future favourite characters. Trust me, Reggie gets a huge glow up any second now. This is all mostly a Jughead story. Archie is kinda just here for the moral support, so that Jug can use it for a street race that the Serpents have with the Ghoulies to decide who gets to win the South Side without resorting to violence. A plan that backfires when Archie calls the cops and tries to use them to arrest all the Ghoulies, thereby snitching on the streets, something you generally don't want to do. All of which leads to Archie having to help Jughead traffic drugs into Riverdale for a character named Penny Peabody, as part of Archie's penance for effectively cheating during the street race / that much larger Jughead story that we will totally get to, and which serves as a part of a much larger horror episode titled Tales from the Dark Side, a series of 3 minisodes around certain characters that serves to emphasize the more supernatural bent that the show has been taking, and also to epitomize that nobody in Riverdale is clean from sin anymore, and the Black Hood feels justified in killing all of them as sinners.
That was him on the phone, Black Hood. He says that we failed his test, that we're all sinners.
What's Archie's response to this whole feeling like a sinner, you might be wondering? Does he start another terrorist organization to get his feelings out? And the answer is no. He just has a bunch of sex with Veronica in one of the worst monologues I've ever heard in my goddamn life.
In the case of Archie and Veronica, it was through carnal defiance.
Oh shit, these writers are impressively bad. His next whole bit is a bunch of mystery solving, which we'll get to in the mystery portion of this chapter, though it is nice to see that Archie and Veronica are solving mysteries for a little bit, rather than Betty and Jughead, and also having conflicted feelings around the fact that he told Veronica that he loved her, and she didn't say it back. It's a nice mix of more traditional teenage drama framed within the nightmarish trappings of a wannabe puritanical serial killer and the messed up history of Riverdale that led to this killer existing. All of which coalesces into Archie and Veronica performing a very strange cover of Mad World at F.P. Jones' retirement party in The White Worm, specifically because Veronica loves Donnie Darko. Of course she fucking loves Donnie Darko.
All around me are familiar faces.
Oddly enough, all that performance does is make Veronica realise that she can't love Archie the way that he wants her to, and that this might be it for them and their relationship. Something which tails into Archie topless staring at Betty across the street, which is done to add romantic tension, I guess, to the mood of this season, and to also give the shippers enough material to spin any of these people into being with each other. I mean, obviously Jughead and Veronica doesn't have any steam right now, but what lunatic would ship those two? They've got nothing in common. The writing would have to have gone completely off the cliff for that to end up happening in this show. Okay, what is happening with these floating words? Are these meant to be foreshadowings? Is this gonna happen? Is Jughead and Veronica gonna fuck? What's going on? Tell me, editing, tell me! Anyway, the next season 2 thing for Archie is poverty, specifically medical insurance poverty, where he finds out that the cost of his dad's medical bills for getting shot are $86,000, something which the Andrews family is not currently able to pay. I mean, him and his dad are growing and selling Christmas trees to try and make ends meet, and it just ain't enough. But that gets all put on the back burner so he can help Betty do some more investigation into the Black Hood murder mystery, a mystery that is currently at the stage of trying to figure out what happened with the Conaway family and their own murder situation decades ago. A whole bunch of stuff which, of course, leads them to the Sisters of Quiet Mercy. Remember those creepy ass nuns at the creepy ass convent and the very strict asshole top nun? Yeah, they get a feature again.
Survivor's guilt.
This is more of just Archie being kind of a supporting character in other people's investigations, though it does lead to him and Betty kissing each other. Ooh, Barchie people rejoice! You get a little something something for your time this season. That then leads them to going to Pickens Park and digging up a shallow grave to reveal an empty coffin, which then the Black Hood appears and forces Archie to get into the coffin on threat of Betty getting killed if he didn't, and then Betty gets forced to bury Archie alive, only being saved by the fact that some police sirens go off and distract the Black Hood for long enough that Betty can smack him in the face with a shovel and dig Archie back out. Together they chase the Black Hood down and corner him at the bridge, where he begins to attempt to jump over, only to then get shot by Sheriff Keller, who I guess just turned up out of nowhere thanks to magical police powers. Who is this Black Hood, you might ask? Surely they take the mask off and we get a big reveal, and the answer is that I'm not telling you right now. That's the mystery portion. Just know that Archie believes this isn't the real Black Hood because his eyes are different to the ones that Archie saw. Then Archie and Veronica make out, just to really complicate everything. My guy's getting kisses from all the ladies who are interested in him.
Mistletoe alert. Hung by moi. Now we have no choice but to kiss.
So, what's next for Archie? I mean, the Black Hood was kind of his character arc this season. With that revenge plot resolved, where do we go next? And the answer is that it's Hiram, the second villain who will become the major antagonist to almost the entirety of Archie's life, seemingly mostly because he slept with Hiram's daughter those few times. See, an FBI guy has come into town and is investigating Hiram for a bunch of organised crime stuff, but specifically for dodgy things going on with the Sodale project that Hiram is involved in buying land up for. See Season 1. The FBI agent blackmails Archie into getting close to Hiram and getting information for him, saying how because Fred worked with the Lodgers in Season 1, that he could be considered an accomplice if Archie doesn't comply. In the course of this investigating Hiram Lodge, Archie discovers all the stuff about Nick St. Clair that we will get to during Veronica and Cheryl's storylines, specifically a lot of drugging and sexual assault, and also that Nick St. Clair was mysteriously super wounded in a ski accident afterwards. Archie confronts Nick in his dorm room under the auspices of getting Cheryl a check from Nick. It goes badly, and then Archie beats him bloody after getting angered.
She'll turn on you too.
All of this is sort of going nowhere, honestly, and Archie decides that the best thing he can do is to use his position as being Veronica's boyfriend to get close to Hiram, offering to take up Spanish lessons or get into wrestling because those are things Hiram might approve of. He's sort of just spitballing at this point, frankly, doing about as well as you would expect from a teenager who's been forced to be undercover for the FBI, but not really given any good direction on how to actually do that. I mean, not every child has gone through Cherub, most of them are just not capable of doing spy shit. Remember Cherub? What a series. Anyway, the wrestling thing leads to a fun little scene where Hiram gets to be all toxic masculinity, first insinuating that Archie is better suited to singing than wrestling, and then proceeding to also dunk on him in wrestling while whispering threatening statements through a fireman's carry, according to Hiram. I don't really know wrestling moves, so I will take his word for it that this is a fireman's carry. All of this ends up with Archie confronting Hiram on why Hiram doesn't like him, with Hiram explaining that he knows about how Fred and Hermione hooked up in season 1, and that he believes Archie has the same weak character as his father, that he isn't worthy to be with Veronica, and that he just doesn't respect him. This back and forth continues for a bunch of scenes, with one very funny and worthwhile moment, specifically this one.
Boyfriends, they come and they go, but fathers are forever.
Creepy stuff. Very Blossom-coded shit right there, but finally Archie kinda earns enough respect with Hiram to lie to him about how he wants to be a businessman now, so that Hiram offers him a kind of internship that will let Hiram teach him some stuff about the world of business, because Hiram's a businessman.
Businessman, why does he have a gun?
Yeah, remember how good Hiram is at business? That's why he ended up in jail, and also why all of his projects in Riverdale seem utterly bananas. Trust me, season 5 is going to make you question every single motivation of Hiram Lodge. Archie basically turns into a delivery boy slash spare capo for the Lodge family at this point, all of it still being under the direction of that FBI agent to get him closer to Hiram and to revealing the criminal dealings of the guy, such as being present as a muscle during a poker game featuring a bunch of New York kingpins, Lenny Kowalski, Carl Martin, and Papa Poutine, to be precise, and none of those names matter because they're all just part of the Hiram stuff that allows Archie to prove he is useful to Hiram by informing him that these kingpins are planning to kill Hiram and take over his business. A choice from Archie that leads to the FBI agent telling both him and us that Papa Poutine got murdered with a shot to the back of the head, like a gangland shooting, with the FBI wondering if Archie might know anything about that. Like, I don't know, maybe some mob dude could have done it on the information of a certain redhead, you know, shit like that.
It's Papa Poutine. I overheard him at the poker game and I think he's planning something bad.
As a sudden twist though, Archie lies to the FBI guy and says that he knows nothing, leading us out of the Archie investigating Hiram arc and into the Archie working for the Mafia arc. That's right, this season alone, Archie has started a terrorist organization and joined the mob. Remember season 1 when all he did was sleep with a music teacher? Things are getting rapidly out of hand. Anyways, there's a lot of fluff in the Mafia stuff that we can move through. It's mostly just background noise for the Jughead and Veronica storylines as Hiram is taking over Southside and closing the school there to create his Sodell project. I mean, most of what Archie gets up to is just being an intermediary for various characters to give information to Hiram. And also Archie finally tells Hiram all about the FBI agent and the investigation into Hiram, when the FBI guy tries to get him to plant a bug in Hiram's office, really choosing to side with the supposed criminal over the law enforcement guy, all because he likes Veronica. Though that choice does get him a lovely little drive out to a secluded cliff spot and a meeting with Hermione Lodge. Holy shit, I forgot she was still in this show, what with Hiram basically taking over everything that she did. Sure, she'll turn up more in Veronica's story. Hermione being here to tell Archie that he followed the code of silence that is expected from Mafia people, and the FBI guy isn't a real FBI dude. He's just someone working for them to test Archie to see if he was okay to allow into the family.
See if you would crack.
Wait, this whole thing, this was all some kind of test.
Getting into the Lodge family also gets us into a big old episode featuring the whole main gang, where they head up to the Lodge summer house to do a couple's getaway. A getaway which goes swiftly downhill when the kiss between Betty and Archie gets revealed to Jughead, him being the only one who didn't know about it so far at this point. How do they ultimately resolve this, you might ask? Well, they resolve it by, on Veronica's suggestion, having Veronica and Jughead kiss, which Jughead has this to say about.
A Bughead kiss? Right now, what it takes to save a future Bughead from imploding.
Yeah, that makes me want to vomit. Then the summer house gets raided by 4 guys in black ski masks who are robbing them. Archie chases them down to get Veronica's necklace back, because this boy has a serious vigilante problem, and then Archie gets sent back by Andre, the capo and driver for the lodges, only for him to hear a mysterious shot ring out while returning to the house. Ooh, spooky! What could it be? Well, actually, it seems as if the show sort of forgets about it for a while and leaves it be, instead moving on to Archie betraying the whole code of not snitching to tell Jughead about how Hiram bought Pop Tates, all of which feeds Jughead's theories about Hiram buying up the whole of Riverdale. Archie then confronts Hiram over the fact that he is angry that this criminal mafia dude is bringing crime into Riverdale, and that he has taken a detailed record of everything that Hiram has asked him to do over the last bunch of episodes, using it as a threat to try and protect his dad, who is running for mayor, from Hiram's machinations. Wow. Openly telling the mob guy that you are going to release evidence of his crimes? That's certainly a bold tactic, one that I think does really illustrate how fucking stupid Archie is. Regardless, Hiram then decides to just be upfront and tell Archie / his dad exactly what the Sodale buy-up plan is. Specifically that he wants to build a big old for-profit prison smack dab right in the middle of town, with the Sodale stuff being specifically to house the employees of that prison. Upon hearing this, Archie thinks, well great, the recent spree of murders has made me reconsider my stance on the broken prison system, and I now support this idea of a prison run by an ex-mafia boss. Let me just sign a blood pact with you and throw that journal I was using as blackmail into the fire. This is another step in my 10-stage master plan for letting Hiram Lodge screw me over in Season 2. Archie supporting the Lodges drives a bit of a wedge between him and his own family, seeing as his dad doesn't really like Hiram or what Hiram plans to do, and he also gets into it with Jughead over the hunger strike they are doing to protest Hiram closing Southside. And it also upsets Betty when she finds out they knew about Hiram's prison plans already. Like, this is really an isolating choice to go with, but is it a sign of Archie being corrupted by Hiram? Or mayhaps there is some secret ulterior motive? Well, he reforms the Red Circle group as the Dark Circle, specifically to blow up the car of the 2 remaining Mafia guys who are challenging Hiram to send them a message, which doesn't seem like a good guy thing to do. He gets gifted a car from the Lodges, which seems like more dodgy dressing on this dodgy salad he has made for himself, and then he gets to be part of the musical, which we'll get to in the musical chapter in, like 2 more videos time, probably, I want to say August next year?
The way that you look to me, you'd see a heart that's fearless and true.
Regardless, the musical episode does help to inspire Archie to be a little better, as Kevin chose the role for him based on how he viewed Archie as being a hero. So he returns the car to Hiram and buys a beat-up old junkyard scrap car that he plans to turn into the iconic Archie Comics car by working on it with his dad. Then, during the big reveal for the role Midge is playing in the musical, we find out she's fucking dead. Pinned to a board with knives and scissors along with a message spelling it out that the Black Hood is back, baby! There's another Black Hood in town! Oh, Midge, I would say you deserved better than being the second victim this season, but frankly, none of us knew you well enough to say that. Maybe it's just good to clean the show up a little bit. I kind of wanted, with every death in Riverdale, to give a note about what happened with the person up to this point, a sort of Hunger Games-esque send-off, cannons blaring, picture in the sky to commemorate the fallen, but so far it's been Jason, Miss Grundy, and Midge. Not much to talk about with any of those, but let's do it anyway. Midge, you were Moose's girlfriend. Loved drugs and... yeah, no, that's it. I just checked my spreadsheet for the character and I could find nothing else of note on there. Good night, sweet prince, and flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. I will remember you. So, yeah, Midge is dead, and everyone is angry at Sheriff Keller because they blame him for not doing his job, and Archie believes that it's actually the Black Hood who is back, despite the fact that the sheriff is convinced they already got him, and this is just some random other person being a copycat. Archie starts maybe having hallucinations of people all in black, probably thanks to the whole Black Hood trauma thing around his dad, though as we discover, it's actually just people hired by Nick St. Clair to capture him and hold him for ransom, asking for $1 million from the lodges for Archie's life. Archie breaks out of his restraints, beats up the accomplices holding him, and rushes over to the hotel where Veronica is meeting Nick, only to find out that Veronica has already roofied Nick with the intention of setting up her own kidnapping on Nick for Nick's parents. Yeah, that's probably how justice works, right? If you do to the guy what he does to other people, that functions. Certain there is no saying like nose for a nose or something, it's all about how that kind of revenge just does not work. The point of this whole Nick thing though was to put into Archie's mind the idea of making your bones, wherein you kill someone to prove yourself to the Mafia. And Archie has it that if he kills the Black Hood, that will make his bones with Hiram Lodge. Something he wants to do for, at this point, pretty unclear fucking reasons. Hiram is very on board with this plan and tells Archie that to do it, he should reform the Dark Circle. Oh, holy shit. And use them to go after the Black Hood. Something that he can do with the support of the new sheriff in town, Michek Mineta, who is in the pocket of Hiram Lodge. The Dark Circle do the one thing that they are good at, immediately jumping on people with zero hesitancy, this time going after the Serpents again because Moose has found out that one of the Serpents was sleeping with Midge. This almost turns into a fight in the middle of the school, which is only stopped by Archie and Jughead telling them to break it up. Oh, and Archie is back to waiting downstairs through the night with a baseball bat. Remember when he did that at the start of the season? Yeah, it's sort of his way of trying to regain some sense of control over the situation in his life, which has gotten way worse. A situation that he has no control over, as we discover that the Dark Circle has attacked the South Side in response to Fang getting arrested for killing Midge way back when. Archie tells them they need to stop, that he is disbanding the Dark Circle, but unfortunately, they're not his anymore, as Hiram has granted power over it to Reggie, and him, Moose and Kevin are very willing to go out and do minor crime stuff at the behest of Hiram, who is in fact actually paying them to do it. All of this is used against Archie and Fred during the mayoral debates that are going on, as Hermione points to the stuff the Dark Circle is doing as being the fault of Archie, right before the Black Hood appears with a rifle and begins shooting at the stage. Archie goes back with his dad to try and keep him safe. Veronica turns up at their house with the intention of ditching her dad and supporting Fred for mayor, and of course there's a sex scene. What did you expect? These writers love to shove them in every now and then as a little thing for the fans in the audience. Then that Dark Circle get really out of control. They go to the station where Fangs is getting moved, the Serpents and the Dark Circle are fighting, and Reggie pulls out a gun. He gets tackled, the gun hits the ground, and Fang gets shot anyways because hitting the ground activates the trigger, I guess. Or does it? Because it turns out that it wasn't the gun that did it. Well, sorry, not that gun, it just happened to be really well timed. The real gun that shot the shot was Mrs. Clump's gun, the mother of Midge, who believes all the aggravating news about the Southside vs. Riverdale war that the Coopers are publishing. Hiram ditches Reggie since he used the Dark Circle and Reggie to get what he wanted, using them to destroy the balance of Riverdale for his advantage, and so Archie and the remnant of the Dark Circle have to defend Reggie from the ghoulies at Pop Tate's diner, specifically using Molotov cocktails on Pop Tate's orders, which is pretty wild and fucking cool from the old man.
I learned a trick in the riots in '79.
I like how you're thinking, Bob.
When he gets back home from protecting Reggie though, he runs into the Black Hood inside of his house, fighting him until he pulls a gun on Archie, which only stops when Fred comes in with the baseball combo finisher, surviving getting shot this time as he's wearing a Kevlar vest that he got given by ex-Sheriff Tom Keller. Yeah, this is frankly a quick and insane series of events that sort of just rapid fires non-stop after the shooting at the mayoral race. And to add on top of the honest to God too big pile at this point, it then leads straight to the discovery that Jughead supposedly sacrificed himself to end the war between the Ghoulies and the Serpents, as FP walks out of the woods carrying the apparently lifeless body of Jughead.
Eyes tell me everything's nice.
wait a minute, this isn't the season where Jughead dies according to my notes. Did I remember this wrong? Oh, no, sorry. This was all a big fake out by the show for almost no reason, because it's not a seasonal cliffhanger. Jughead is just, like, really bloodied and beat up, but totally fine, no matter how much they do a dream grave sequence to try and bait you into thinking it's real that they can shove into the trailers. At this point, Archie's story just sort of turns into supporting Jughead and Betty in their stories, as well as the greater mystery of who the Black Hood could be. Spoilers, there are two of them at this point, one used by Hiram and one who is the real Black Hood. And that's how it goes until Archie heads to Hiram's office at the Pembroke to threaten him, challenging Hiram on everything that he knows and how, despite the fact that Hiram feels like he has won because Hermione got the mayorship, he got his Sodale and Southside land, he managed to get the Ghoulies to take over the White Worm. Well, despite all of those actually quite clear successes, Archie is not going to stop till he has got Hiram, till he has made his bones with him specifically. And that's it for the Archie story this season. Well, everything except for the big moment that leads into the next season, which of course we will get to after all the character storylines so I can do them all together. I covered a lot of bases that other stories also do, so hopefully the rest of the characters will be a little bit shorter than this one, otherwise this video is going to be twice as long as I expected. With that noted, let's now move on to our next character of interest this season, Betty Cooper. Betty didn't really have much of a cliffhanger from season 1. I mean, the end of it for her was the big speech about how Riverdale is corrupt and sick, which doesn't really go into anything specific immediately. I mean, literally her whole opening bit is just kind of about how she is dating Jughead, and Jughead is getting into the Serpents, which causes drama with her mother Alice, and also with Kevin. So it's not really a Betty storyline off the bat as the center point. I mean, she does do a bit of investigating on the Black Hood from the start here, talking to Pop Tate about him while retrieving Fred Andrews' wallet from the shooting scene. It's all still mostly Archie and Jughead storylines, but it does sort of tie into her own arc later on, which does sort of make it worth mentioning. For now though, she is just helping Veronica do some work to try and save Pop Tate's, the restaurant having some financial difficulties after the entire staff quit thanks to that shooting. She tries to talk to Mayor McCoy to see if they can get governmental help in keeping this historic building, this location that is consistently referred to as the heart of Riverdale by so many fucking characters that it basically becomes literally true by season 6. And well, the obvious thing happens when talking to the mayor, which is that she doesn't do fucking anything because it could jeopardize her position in politics. Ooh, that's the kind of politician that I recognize as far too common in the real world, and certainly keeps up the theme in the show of how little the kids can rely upon the powers that be.
The chocolate shop is on the verge of closing. If we have to close Pops, I'm all for it.
I mean, that's why they have to keep solving all these murders and mysteries themselves after all. The government doesn't do shit. Betty then explains to Veronica and to us, the audience, why she is so committed to trying to keep Pop Tate's chocolate shop alive. It's because of all the good memories that she has there from her childhood, and the fact that it has such meaning to other people like Archie and Jughead, who are not having a great time right now, what with the whole dad getting shot and the other dad being in jail for covering up a murder. She tries to ask Cheryl for help from the Vixens in doing an event at the diner, which Cheryl refuses to do because the coin flip landed on Be a Bitch this episode, and that's how she's going to act until another writer comes along and decides that she is going to be nice and helpful this time. Only for Betty to then find out from her mother while trying to investigate the murder of Miss Grundy that the diner was being bought by an anonymous person. Her mum is also a complete ass to Betty here, really grilling her on the fact that she keeps trying to help those who seem to be lost, literally calling her a patron saint of lost causes, because Alice really does often get put into the antagonistic role as far as the parents go.
Oh, you can cross saving Pops off your list.
Betty then takes this to heart, I guess, and decides to blackmail Cheryl into testifying positively for FP in the upcoming trial, hoping that kind words would make a jury more simply nice instead of mean for this time, basically for zero reason. Unfortunately for Betty, Alice turns up to drop more bad news, because that's her job this season, revealing that Hiram was the guy who bought the diner, that tons of drug deals had gone down during the retro night she organised at Pop Tate's, and that she had basically helped put Riverdale on the path to crime. If you just ignore all the crime that happened before this moment, of course, that makes more sense. Anyways, all of this being over means we finally move to Betty's real big thing of the season, which is her connection to the Black Hood. A connection which starts with the Black Hood delivering a letter full of murder keepsakes to Alice while taking responsibility for the attempted killings of Fred, Midge, Moose, and the successful killing of Miss Grundy, something which you might note is a 25% success killing ratio, something that is probably kind of embarrassing for a wannabe serial killer. Like, you haven't even killed 2 people yet. That's literally the FBI requirement for the term.
And I got a letter from the Black Hood killer. He says he's doing it for me.
Following this, Betty then gets her own personal letter from the Black Hood. The first one just been sent to Alice because she runs the town's newspaper, so nothing specifically special. In it, the Black Hood makes it clear that the reason they are going after sinners is because of Betty's speech that she did at the end of season 1. And yeah, you see, it's coming full circle, there it is. And he also included a fun little puzzle with the letter, a cipher that would reveal who the next victim was going to be. I mean, it's quite nice, a little bit of mystery to get Betty back in the game and interested. Betty also gets way too invested in the vibe of this letter, a letter which makes this cipher out to be a test for her to prove herself to the Black Hood, a case of Riverdale doing its best to paint an allegory for Silence of the Lambs, though because it's Riverdale, it mostly comes off as janky parody, which you gotta love it for. Betty lies to her mother about the cipher, just revealing the code and not the letter so that she can keep it and also work on the cipher. Because if Alice knew how personally close the Black Hood felt to Betty, then she would probably freak out about it, for honestly, kind of appropriate reasons. But hey, whatever. And the gang even has a little code-breaking party with Betty and Kevin and Jughead and Tony, and don't worry about Tony. We'll get round to Tony and Jughead and Cheryl's storylines, alright? She doesn't really have much to do with Betty now and actually basically ever. I mean, they have a fight at the party over the fact that Tony thinks Betty has similar opinions about Southside to her mother Alice, that they're all drug dealers and criminals, and that Betty thinks the Black Hood is a Southside serpent or some shit, but it doesn't actually matter, and that whole thing goes nowhere. So we can put it right into the bin labelled drama, which filled a scene because something had to fucking happen during that scene and for no other purpose.
Anyone with ties to the North Side. Here we go with the fake news again.
However, this does lead us to one of the most obnoxious Jughead lines of the season, when he tells Betty that Archie wouldn't think less of her because she inspired the Black Hood due to the fact that she is one of the good guys. She's like if Nancy Drew met the girl with the dragon tattoo. Ooh. Oh god, the cringe! The cringe is eating through my heart like a cancer! That's actually a relevant plot point though, because for some reason it inspires Betty to think that the cipher is based on something personal to her childhood. A Nancy Drew book called The Nancy Drew Secret Code, which she used to read a ton when she was a kid. Using that, Betty discovers that the Black Hood would next strike at the town hall, where it all began. Betty pulls a fire alarm to interrupt a meeting there, successfully evacuating the building to hopefully save them from the Black Hood, only for her to then receive a mysterious phone call from a number that she hasn't got saved. A phone call that went like this.
Hello, Betty. This is the Black Hood speaking.
Ooh, dun dun dun. Where is this going to go, I wonder? Well, I'll tell you right now, because we haven't got the time to wait. It's already been like 2 hours with quite a few more to go. It goes the direction of Betty spending a bunch of time talking to an actual literal murderer for reasons. Yeah, I guess it could be considered partly information gathering, like she's trying to get him to spill details that will allow her to capture the person doing it, but also, like, it does seem to be partly a mystique thing. Like, it's cool, right? The serial killer is super interested in you and having you figure it all out. Like, you're special somehow. It's somewhat of a shittier Hogwarts, and trust me, Hogwarts was already pretty shitty. So, yeah, the Black Hood and Betty talk a bunch about what he wants, which is to purge Riverdale of sinners, something which we've already mentioned because the dude ain't that complex, and he also threatens to kill Polly if Betty says anything. So, that ties that up all neatly, I guess. To which Betty immediately proceeds to tell Archie, because I guess she doesn't give a fuck about Polly that much at all. However, the Black Hood isn't all-seeing and all-powerful, so he doesn't actually know that Betty told Archie, and the two set up a deal wherein the Black Hood will give Betty something if she publishes an article about how Alice used to be a criminal who did criminal stuff for the Serpents back in the day. An article which she does publish because her mum pisses her off one too many times. In return, the Black Hood tells her that the face under the mask is one that she would recognise. Ooh, a piece of information that narrows it down to everybody that we've seen on the fucking show so far, because Betty knows all of them. It's a small town. The Black Hood then also tells Betty to cut Jughead and Veronica out of her life, or he will do it for her, because he's a serial killer, or she's a serial killer, and the more you entertain them, the worse it gets, I'm pretty sure. So Betty does this, pissing Veronica off and getting Archie to break up with Jughead for her, like I've already mentioned, all of which the Black Hood manipulates into being a case of her saving people, because the only thing stopping him from killing people is her listening to him. Her extra reward for doing all of this, though, is going to a creepy home by the forest, where she gets to put on a present the Black Hood left for her. A black hood that is all part of him proving to her that she is just like him, that they are the exact same deep down. Remember that Dark Betty stuff that came up in season 1? Yeah, it's back again in full force this season, and trust me, it will not be going away anytime soon.
Why are you doing this to me?
To show you that we're the same.
Also, remember that whole thing I said earlier about the Black Hood not knowing about the Archie thing? Well, I lied. He totally does. And he forces Betty to give him the name of another sinner for him to kill, or he will have to unfortunately go and hunt down Polly. So Betty gives him the name of Nick St. Clair, the guy who likes drugs and sexually assaults people, which as far as targets go, is certainly one of the least ethically problematic. However, it doesn't work because the Black Hood is only going to kill people from Riverdale for some fucking cop-out reason, but it didn't matter anyway because he got what he really wanted, which was Betty showing him that she is like him. Which is kind of silly because the only reason she gave up a name at all was because he forced her to do it. It's not like she did it out of any real desire for Nick St. Clair to be killed. I mean, she raced over to make sure that he didn't get killed after telling the Black Hood his name. It feels sort of like the serial killer wants to see something so badly that he is forcing it into reality. Following this, Betty decides to ditch the whole talking to the Black Hood thing and stop playing his game, despite the consequences of it. A decision which she immediately backtracks on the instance that the Black Hood calls her again later, so I guess maybe they are actually similar after all. They do actually seem to be quite the same. During this call, the Black Hood basically conscripts Betty into hunting for the Sugar Man, the guy behind the jingle-jangle drug-dealing operation that is flooding the streets of Riverdale with one of the stupidest-sounding drugs I've ever heard. A stupid-sounding drug that is actually named after something from the comics, if you can believe it. It's one of the songs of the Archies, the fictional band which formed as part of the Archie show back in the 1960s, and released real music onto the charts that actually topped the Billboard Hot 100 and came to define a genre of music known as bubblegum pop. You might recognise this song in particular. Back to the show, Betty visits Cheryl as part of the Sugarman investigation, because her late father was the Sugarman's main supplier of drugs. Remember how Clifford Blossom was the maple barrel drug dealer guy, the big reveal last season? Yeah, you remember. Well, anyway, Cheryl reveals that the Sugarman was often used as a threat by her parents to keep her well behaved, like some kind of children's horror fairy tale. The next person that Betty asks is the sheriff, who believes that the Sugarman was always just Clifford himself, that he was both the supplier and the dealer in the chain of Riverdale, which doesn't make a huge amount of sense because the drugs are still getting dealt out, so they must be coming from somebody else, right? Clifford is dead. I mean, look, we all know the cops are fucking useless. We've been over this before in Riverdale. They don't do anything. All of this leads Betty to the Ghoulies, though. The not actually new gang on the block, but new for this season, so just pretend they existed before in the last season. The Ghoulies are like if the Serpents all took a lot of meth and had no values at all, and they operate out of a place called the House of the Dead, led by a guy named Malachi that you might remember from Archie's storyline. Branding is very important for your gangs after all. The Serpents have the White Worm and the Serpent King. It lets people remember you because it's certainly not normal stuff. There is a bunch of street race things that happen to interrupt the Black Hood investigation here, stuff that is mostly just used to remind us that Betty is handy with mechanics and knows the inside of a car because she learnt it from her dad way back when.
Remember, don't ride the clutch and don't let it slip between gear shifts, okay?
Betty learns the identity of the Sugarman from no further investigation of her own, instead just literally getting it handed to her by Cheryl doing some investigations for her, the name being that of Robert Phillips. Who the fuck is Robert Phillips, you might be asking? Well, he's the cool teacher at Southside High, who is a big part of Jughead's season up to this point. Betty decides to take this information and reveal it to the police instead, not telling the Black Hood at all because she is done with him, and now the Black Hood is playing her game, a game that is going to end with her catching him, because that's what she does. Remember, she caught the person who killed Jason Blossom. Okay, actually, not really. She caught the Sugarman. Also, not really. And she's going to catch the Black Hood too. Also, possibly not really. Oh, she also makes up with both Veronica and Jughead by telling them everything, so the last arc basically just ends up not mattering a whole bunch. I mean, there is useful information that we gained along the way, but at the end of the day, it was just to keep the ball rolling. So after all of that, what else could Betty be getting up to this season? Well, the answer is that it's time for more investigating shit with Jughead, a common place to go to. In this case, it's figuring out what the deal with Sheriff Keller was, because the questions about his incompetency were catching up with him, and he was also acting all kinda shady. Betty believes that this is because Keller could be the Black Hood, aided by the fact that he was apparently sneaking out of the house around the same time that a Jingle Jangle addict ended up dead next to the railroad tracks, presumably a body found by a bunch of kids who go on a hike together in some kind of coming-of-age story mixed with a commentary on the troubled lives of children. Veronica believes that Keller is actually having an affair with someone, with it ultimately being a case of Betty being completely wrong and reading way too much into this dude, because he is sleeping with the mayor, and that whole thing comes out later on and kind of blows up both of their careers, leading to Keller getting replaced down the line and the new mayoral race happening after McCoy resigns. Neither Veronica nor Betty leak this information now, though, instead keeping it secret out of respect for Kevin and his opinion of his dad. However, this leads Betty into her next investigation, because that's most of what she does. She sort of just ping-pongs from investigation to investigation when she goes digging into the story of the Riverdale Reaper, a character that we haven't heard about until this moment, but basically, he's a guy who murdered a family of 4, the Conaways, 40 years ago. Betty thinks that the Reaper could maybe be the Black Hood, but just a whole lot older. Unfortunately, due to needing to take a break to help Jughead out with his arc this season, she passes the reins of this investigation over to Archie and Veronica, mostly so she can help plan FP's retirement from the Serpent's Party, a party that she hosts at the White Worm for obvious reasons. It's the main Serpent's hangout after all, and this then leads her into a conversation with Tony that lets her find out about the Serpent Dance that all women who want to join the gang have to do to get in, which Betty is thinking about because Jughead is in the gang and she wants to keep an eye on him by also joining the gang. Very, very sound logic.
Birthday, happy birthday, the way that every child should.
We discover a bunch of mystery information on the Conways, which we will get into during the mystery portion of this season, as well as Betty then taking over that insane Mad World cover that Archie and Veronica did in the Archie thing we talked about, to which she does the striptease serpent dance in what I think could be considered the most uncomfortable and weirdest scene this season. Like, I know people actually get murdered, but this sort of takes the cake. Unfortunately, this attempt to get into the Serpents and look after Jughead ends up upsetting him instead, and he tells her to go home because he feels like he is ruining her life too. And with that, we're back onto Black Hood shenanigans, baby, as well as the Barchi plotline that ends up in them kissing for all the shippers out there. The whole thing triggers with Mr. Svensson going missing, Mr. Svensson being the janitor of the school, who were kinda indicated to be creepy before it got revealed to be a fake out in a storyline that will absolutely be getting brought up during Cheryl's season 2 bit. From some conversation, we find out that Mr. Svensson always calls in sick with an illness around the holiday times, thanks to him not having any family. Also, Betty gets Mr. Svensson's finger in a box sent to her because she went digging around his house to find out where he had gone, the finger coming with a letter from the Black Hood to get Betty to come and rescue the guy, though the whole thing is actually a setup for that Archie scene we discussed, where Betty is forced to bury Archie before hitting the Black Hood in the face, and revealing that he is actually, secretly, person whose name I'll mention later. Oh, you won't get me to divulge that easily. I gotta keep that unlocked to keep you involved in the story, alright? Before all of that, though, we get a whole thing with Betty going to the Sisters of Quiet Mercy. That creepy nunnery/asylum that got mentioned in relation to Polly being stuck in there by Hal Cooper last season. See, this season we find out that they took in Joseph Svensson, who went by Joseph Conway originally, him being one of the surviving members of the Conway family. It seems to be heavily implied that they abused the children they looked after.
She told me all about the corporal punishment, so please.
We also discover that Joseph told people who the Riverdale Reaper was, but fingered the wrong man, leading to a group of people lynching the guy. A group of people which included Nana Rose Blossom, because of course it fucking did. We've mentioned how she's always at the heart of every single damn thing that went on in Riverdale's history, so of course she's here. This all goes to that burial scene and Black Hood reveal, leading Betty to think that the Black Hood is dealt with once and for all. So she takes the evidence box she has been building under her bed downstairs and burns it in the fireplace. However, she doesn't burn the Black Hood, instead having a weird little scene with it that speaks to that whole Dark Betty thing that the show really wants to push. We now get to the fun bridge of the season, the middle bit where Betty basically fudges around, arguing with Polly and doing some investigating into her mother's backstory, specifically trying to find that long-lost brother that was brought up in season 1, and hoping that returning this child to Alice might make Alice happier, especially because Polly seems to be cutting ties with Alice thanks to the help of the totally not a cult farm that she has been staying at this season. She even gave birth off camera without informing anyone. We get a name for this lost sibling, that of Charles Smith, and we find out that he never left the foster system, which means that he was never adopted. I'm going to tell you this now, there is some wild stuff that happens with this storyline in just this season alone, but nothing can prepare you for the totality of what the fuck goes on with the Charles Smith stuff later on. Trust me, you're gonna want to watch the next video I put out about Riverdale, because that'll be in it.
We came here to celebrate with our family.
Chick and I would like to be married.
Betty and Alice then go to meet this Charles Smith, after Betty finds an address for him, though they do it in secret because Hal is mad about it and would not allow them to go and meet him otherwise, Hal being kind of a continual piece of shit this season. And they find out that Charles is basically a sex worker of some kind who deliberately did not find them even though he had the chance to for years because he didn't feel wanted. They leave the hostel, Alice crying. Betty then goes back to the hostel, finds Charles, or Cheek, or Chic as he goes by. Cheek, Chic, Cheek, Cheek, Chic. However the fuck you pronounce it, getting attacked by the manager with a box cutter. Pepper sprays the guy and brings Chic back to the Cooper home. Now, from this point onwards, we will be referring to Charles as Chic, because it's going to make everything later on a whole lot simpler if you make that the name you think of this character by. Trust me. Immediately after getting rescued, we get a whole bunch of stuff that just paints Chic out to be a super creepy and weird dude, especially towards Betty, who he ends up introducing to being a webcam person, which is another term I guess for like webcam sex work of a kind. The whole webcam thing is used by the show as a way of illustrating Betty's inner darkness, her desire to, I guess, do roleplay for people online being an outlet for her sinner ways. This show is kinda oddly evangelical in that regards, something that we can actually take as being based on the roots of Archie comics, see the comic chapter. The whole Chic thing is used as a way of pissing Hal off, and reminding him that Alice could and will kick him out of the house again. So yeah, Betty becomes a cam girl, and uses her Dark Betty persona to talk to clients and shit.
I love talking to you.
I like talking to you too.
Can we meet sometime?
God, this is a weird show. However, it gets slightly more normal as she helps Jughead to do another investigation. And hey, look! My rewards card is filled out. This means I get one free investigation from Betty into something in my life. I wonder what I could use it on. The investigation this time is into who could possibly have decapitated the statue of General Pickens, a super racist US Army guy who murdered a bunch of indigenous people native to the Riverdale area before it was called Riverdale. It's more of a Jughead storyline, so I'll give you all the juicy details there, but for now it's just showing us how Betty and Jughead are back to working together, and possibly reforming Bughead for the fans of that relationship. Power to ya. At the same time, Hal leaves the Cooper household because he refuses to stay while Chic is there, in a move that I guess lets him learn that Alice prioritizes him being around lower than her long-lost son. Wow. Who could have seen that coming? Alice doesn't really like Hal that much?
Fine, Hal. Do what you want.
We do, however, get confirmation during this investigation that Betty doing that whole snake dance thing earlier did actually lead to her getting to be one of the Serpents. Though that is on the word of Jughead, who is her partner, so I don't know, it seems like if you're dating the person with the most power in a gang, you could probably just join the gang. And Betty and Jughead have sex, so if you had that on your bingo card, then you can tick it off now. Whole season later than Archie and Veronica, but still, nice for them. However, when she gets back from this sexual experience, Betty runs into the slightly less fun experience of a dead body on the floor of her house. A dead body caused by Chic killing this dude who had apparently been harassing him. So they clean up the house with bleach, something which makes Hal a little suspicious when he turns up at the house to grab his toiletries before leaving. Then they take the body out into the woods and dump it in the sewer pipes, where apparently Alice used to play as a kid, which is a very weird factoid to bring up and makes me think of Pennywise at a time when I wish I wasn't thinking about that. So yeah, things took a pretty sudden and dire turn in the Chic, I actually think it's pronounced Chick, in the Chic sounds better, no, Chick storyline. Betty then breaks the one rule that you should follow in regards to ditching a body, which is returning to where you left the body, so you can check it for any effects that would tell her about this guy, only finding a phone which shows the man has a ton of missed calls. From this phone though, Betty also discovers the big important info that this guy was a drug dealer, who Chick had called because Chick wanted to buy drugs from him, something which he had not told the family of when they found the body originally. Alice seems to just want to brush this whole thing under the rug though, and gets mad at Betty for bringing this up at all, and digging into something that could cause real problems for them if it gets found out. Also, randomly, Betty finds out from Cheryl that Hal is hooked up with Penelope Blossom, and is shacked up at the Blossoms' house. Some detail that frankly, she just does not have the time to process or deal with right now, being far too busy with the whole murder in a house everything, which has taken a dark turn because Hal has come back even more insistent about the bleach smell from the cleaning, and also seems to want to maybe beat some answers out of Chick.
Fine, think I care.
And I will tell her about you and Penelope Blossom.
Betty blackmails Hal into leaving with the information that she got about him and Penelope. And that's why Cheryl told her it was immediately going to get paid off right now for this scene. And then they go to FP and the Serpents to help them cover up this murder fully, because those guys were so successful at covering up the last murder they dealt with. Then that whole Hiram Cabin Lodge thing that we already talked about with Archie happens, so we can skip over that one. The only extra bit of detail that is slightly relevant being that Betty gets a call from her mother about the fact that Hiram bought out the newspaper. Part of that whole Hiram is purchasing the town of Riverdale for some big plan at some point that doesn't actually really get a payoff this season. You'd think it's the prison thing, but you'd be wrong. Hiram's every plan leads to another bigger plan the next season. Then the Chick investigation, which is a new investigation that Betty is getting into, because this Chick has a thing with always needing to be investigating something. Well, that investigation takes a sudden turn, as Chick refuses to get a blood test to prove that he's related to the Blossoms, saying that he doesn't care about getting any of Clifford Blossom's inheritance, and that he is scared of needles. But it sparks a little bit of uncertainty about his identity. Betty tries to use Kevin to catfish Chick in the hopes of getting some DNA samples to use or some info. It goes poorly because Kevin feels bad for catfishing the guy. Also, yes, tick your bingo card again, it is another Kevin storyline which centers around him being gay. What? Did you think that that would change with a new season? Because trust me, that shit never changes. Kevin being gay is the only thing he has.
Catfishing him? If it's the only way I can get Chick to open up.
What are they talking about in there, do you reckon?
And finally, Betty just goes into Chick's bathroom and swipes a bloody bit of floss, gross, from his bin. The results come back, and it turns out that Chick isn't actually who he says he is. He doesn't have any Blossom blood at all, though that sort of gets diffused by Alice revealing that Chick wouldn't have Blossom blood. After all, Chick's father isn't Hal. Ooh, that's right, some more mystery to add to the pile of mystery at this point. Alice didn't just have a secret mystery kid, she had a secret mystery kid with a secret mystery father. We then get an edgy scene with Chick and Betty facing off about each other's darkness, and over the struggle they are having the past, half a season. Betty decides to escalate this by waking Chick up to her waving a lighter in front of his face, telling him that she had gone after bad men before, and all of them were dead. Though she didn't actually kill any of them, and there was actually barely her investigations that did anything, so I don't really understand the threat here, but it sounded good initially, so I'll give Betty a 6 out of 10 for that much. Trust me, we're going to have a huge talk about Betty's darkness in Season 6, don't you worry. Betty ends up also leaving the Cooper home, moving in with Jughead instead, and telling Alice that she will come back when Chick is gone. Like father, like daughter, huh?
Don't worry about Chick. Normally, I would disagree. Definitely worry about Chick. You know the deal. I come home when Chick leaves.
See that? That's foreshadowing. I'm doing foreshadowing. I am really fucking smart. Then the Chick thing gets even more complicated, if you can believe such a thing, as the police discover the guy who got murdered's car that had been hidden in the swamp. The car got claimed by someone due to it being stolen, a lady named Darla who turned up, and was apparently the partner of the guy named Dwayne who Chick had killed. And it also then turns out that she was the one whose car had been stolen. She then proceeds to blackmail the Cooper family for the 10 grand that Dwayne owed her, otherwise she will go to Sheriff Keller and turn them all in. Also, this dollar person lasts so much longer than I thought she would in Riverdale. Jughead and the young serpents then show up at the Cooper household while the deal is going down and threaten Darla with knives to leave or have things go badly for her. All of which leads to Alice realizing that Chick is totally bad news, and she proceeds to kick him out and apologize to everybody. Trust me, I wish this was the end of the Chick thing, but it's merely an interlude while we have that musical episode that I'm not going to bother discussing because nothing especially noteworthy happens during it except for the fact that Midge gets killed, and also that it will be part of our larger musical sub-intermission thing in like 3 videos or 2 videos time.
My pride and my shame, my Betty.
But Midge's death does mean that the hunt for the Black Hood is back on. And you know what that means for Betty? It's another fucking investigation. What did you think? It's like the 10th one this season. Now, I can't actually talk too much about what happens in this Black Hood investigation, mostly because the end of it kinda collides with the Black Hood mystery that I've tried not to spoil so far. And also because it's mostly just people talking a bunch about who the Black Hood could be. I mean, for a bit of it, we're meant to be suspecting Chick, because he was at the musical and Hal ends up telling Sheriff Keller about him being there, which sort of directs everything that way, up until Betty and Jughead go to the Sister Quiet Mercy and find a photo of Charles Smith, and he looks nothing like Chick. Yeah, this whole time it's been a lie. Chick isn't actually her brother at all. All that suspicion was 100% real, and when they confront Chick about this, he attempts to stab Jughead before getting knocked out with a rolling pin. Basically, we find out that both he and the real Charles spent time on the street, they moved into a hostel together, Charles told him everything about his family before going to meet his family, getting turned away by Alice, who didn't know who he was, and then overdosing on fucking Jingle Jangle. God, what a terrible name for a drug. You can't put anything serious down and then combine it with Jingle Jangle. You say this poor kid who had a horrible life basically committed suicide with Jingle Jangle, and you're like, Jingle Jangle? What a ridiculous name.
Charles went on a bender that night. He OD'd on Jingle Jangle.
The Black Hood calls Betty again, yeah, we're doing this shit, and he admits that, yeah, he killed Midge and also set up the previous Black Hood to get caught. The Black Hood pushes Betty to go digging into Chick's story that he spun, telling her that he is a sinner and that he has murdered before, which leads Bughead to go and check out the hostel that Charles and Chick supposedly stayed at, discovering that Charles never had a drug addiction and that he and Chick were always fighting until one day only one of them was left, the bad one. Alice and Betty don't know what to do with Chick at this point. If they turn him in, then he will reveal their role in covering up his earlier murder. If they let him loose beyond the town, he might just come back. And the Black Hood calls Betty with an offer. The offer being that he will remove Chick from their lives if she just delivers Chick to him. Some shenanigans that have no real purpose story-wise occur, and Betty decides to give Chick to the Black Hood, pulling out a fucking gun on him which she apparently took from Miss Grundy's car and kept this whole time. And it is at this point that we need to holster the rest of Betty's story, which you can find down to the next exciting installment of me trying to explain whatever bullshit mystery Riverdale's doing this time this season. For now, we need to move on to our third character, and I promise, I really seriously promise this time, we're going to try and get Veronica's story wrapped up as quickly as possible. No filler, only killer, I swear. This just can't be another Archie or Betty taking 40 minutes each to explain what they were doing. So Veronica starts the season in 2 places. The first being fretting over her inability to be a good girlfriend to Archie in this time of trouble, a theme that will not stop happening with Veronica because she kinda sucks as a friend frankly, and the second being dealing with her father coming back to town and the rather strained and twisted relationship that they have, another theme that will not stop coming as the seasons go on. Now, thankfully, we can skip much of other people's storylines, which means that we can move pretty quickly through the first few episodes, only stopping briefly on this very odd scene between Veronica and Hermione where Veronica kinda has a go at her mother over the fact that her mother sorta sold out Fred to Hiram in the last season. We also finally get our first Hiram scene when he boogeyman scares her waiting in the dining room to surprise her when she gets back home from Pop Tate's. Take this man in, audience, cause this is gonna be the face behind much villainy in the show.
And she drank your crystal.
So disrespectful. Not like you at all, Mija.
Veronica kinda hates her dad because he ruined her life by getting arrested for being a criminal man, and Hiram is doing his best to try and get his daughter's favour again, going so far as to offer to help her in her crusade to keep Pop Tate's open if that would improve her opinion of him. Of course, he ultimately buys Pop Tate's with ulterior motives regardless, and Veronica feels betrayed by that, but that's honestly just what you expect with Hiram. Seriously, whenever I mention this dude doing a good thing, just assume it's secretly for a bad reason, and you won't be shocked like the characters in the show keep getting shocked by it. Then she fights some more with her mother, then she fights some with her dad. Then she fights some more with her mother. It's all kinda lodge family politics, which is, legitimately, the most boring thing on the show. I know, Veronica's sections might seem biased because I don't like the character, but I can't help it if she gets some of the weakest arcs with the most bland twists in them. Seriously, one of her biggest things in the first half of this season is finally getting her dad to recognize her as a member of the Lodge family business and giving her an adult chair at the table, something which he says he will, but doesn't actually do. At the same time as this is going on, Archie is forming a paramilitary organization and Betty is talking to a serial killer. Sure, Veronica works with Cheryl to give the Red Circle some t-shirts and try to turn them into a fashion movement, an idea that goes nowhere as a concept, but that's more Archie's thing that she is supporting. She also breaks up the fight between the Red Circle and the Serpent's gang with Archie's gun, but yet again, that's more Archie stuff that she just happens to be around for. The first real Veronica arc that we even get slightly removed from just family back and forth is when a new character comes to town, an old friend of Veronica's named Nick St. Clair. Don't worry, this guy who looks like the world's biggest douchebag does in fact earn that very punchable face and name as we discover that he is a pretty shitty party dude. How shitty, you might ask? Oh, well, he keeps hitting on Veronica despite the fact that she is openly in a committed relationship with Archie. He gets all the kids high on Jingle Jangle at a party, and he also tries to blackmail Veronica into sleeping with him because he could destroy Hiram's deal with his parents. Then, after Veronica accepts his apology the next day during a public business open house event thing, I don't know what rich people do or what they call it, Nick then attempts to rape Cheryl while she is unconscious at that event. Yeah, he is that kind of dude. Thankfully, he gets stopped by Veronica and the Pussycats before he can do anything, and they proceed to beat the shit out of him before consoling Cheryl about what happened. Cheryl's stuff from this we will get into when we get to her chapter. Trust me, it's not fun, and it's more of the fact that Cheryl's family is truly the worst on the show, which is saying something. Regardless, the group finds out that it's going to be hard to press charges against Nick for what happened, because they were all high on Jingle Jangle, and the courts wouldn't look kindly on their testimonies. Probably also not helped by the fact that Nick St. Clair is a rich white preppy boy. Remember, those guys can get away with anything legally, apparently. Following this, Veronica goes back to being support for other people's storylines, this time helping Betty during that period when she is investigating the Sugar Man. Then she's in the background for Archie and Jughead while they race the ghoulies. The only other thing that Veronica does at this point is get informed by her parents that the St. Clairs had got ridden off the road and that Nick is not dead but badly hurt enough that it will take months for him to recover. Almost like some kind of mob warning hit that they tell everyone else is a ski thing. What else? what else? Oh, Veronica gets this very weird scene when she is helping Betty investigate Sheriff Keller, where she finds him half naked doing a workout and makes all of it very uncomfortable.
I didn't know you worked out so much, Mr. Keller. I mean, Archie Andrews, watch your back.
And she sleeps with Archie a bunch before not being able to tell him back that she loves him too. They get to take over investigation duties as well for a bit, digging into the whole Conway murders, Devil House stuff that we talked about in Archie's arcs, and that we will get into further when it comes time for the murder mystery of the season to be revealed. I suppose it's a bit of an injustice here not to mention that the whole inability to say she loves Archie does have some longer term ramifications, as she talks with her mother about the fact that she never saw her parents say they love each other, and that might have impacted her own ability to discuss romantic ideas. All of which leads to her breaking up with Archie because she feels like she can't give him the same thing that he is offering to her, and that all it's going to do is hurt him. I mean, she does sort of try to make up for the whole thing in the only real way that Veronica Lodge knows how, which is with money, like when she offers to help pay for Fred Andrews' medical bills, something which the show does lean into by then contrasting the poor people's struggle with her own family discussing expensive Christmas gifts without a care in the world about it, something which upsets this rich girl, especially because her parents express some real rich people attitudes towards the whole American situation of a vast divide between those in the upper class and the lower class, a gulf of wealth and identity that only grows every year and keeps seeming to have no real political solution no matter who you vote for.
Throwing money away on bejeweled eggs when there are people in this town who can't even pay their own medical bills.
Fred Andrews will have to tighten his belt.
In response to all of this, and as a way of both helping Fred out and pissing off her parents, Veronica breaks into her father's office and uses her mother's card to put in an anonymous donation to pay the medical debt, doing it in a way that of course her parents were gonna notice the $86,000 expense and get mad about it. Veronica further justifies her choice though by reaming her parents over the fact that they bought Pop Tates and didn't bother telling her about it, despite Hiram saying that he would bring her into the family business. Wow! Remember that thing we mentioned earlier about how every time you hear Hiram promise something, just assume it's a lie and move on. In response to this time Hermione and Hiram promise that they will actually bring Veronica into the whole family business and not keep things from her. You know what I'm gonna say. Anyway, some stuff happens that isn't relevant to Veronica, and then she goes and makes up with Archie, kissing him and finally telling him that she also loves him too. Meanwhile, working with her parents to ensure that their new plan goes over smoothly. That new plan getting revealed at school when Principal Weatherbees announces that Southside High was getting shut down, and that the students would be getting moved to other places, including Riverdale High. Veronica spends her time talking to the other students and trying to get them on board with the move, acting as if she has no knowledge about it when she totally knows it's all part of Hiram's plan. Though the funny thing is that nobody knows Hiram's real plan. Not even Hiram, I'm pretty sure, at least until season 5. This attempt to get people on board with the Southside students doesn't go super well when they turn up, as Cheryl and Reggie come to challenge the Serpents in the hallway with their bulldogs and vixens, leading to this very Veronica statement.
I'm so over the toxic masculinity in this hallway right now.
Alright.
Now moving into the inner circle though, we see Veronica being part of a meeting between her parents, the mayor, the sheriff, and Fred, all discussing how to best simmer tempers down after the Southside closing and keep the big construction plan chugging along. Something which Archie walks in on, and they all kind of suspiciously stop at him getting into the room. Before that though, the meeting had settled on making a big thing out of Pickens Day, that day celebrating the super racist American general who had genocided the indigenous Americans off the land to turn it into a Riverdale. Yeah, that's sure to be a day to get everybody on board. No way that the Southside Serpents could have any historical ties that maybe make Pickens Day the worst day, I'm sure. no way that's gonna end up being a problem. Aside from being the new member of the Hiram screw-over Riverdale criminal plan, Veronica spends most of her time being an intermediary force between Hiram and Archie, trying to get them to like each other and to stop messing with one another because they both presumably like her. All of this comes crashing to a head when the Southside Serpents protest the Pickens Day event and interrupt her singing with the Pussycats, holding signs that reference the fact that their gang was created by the surviving members of the Uktena tribe and that they would not stand for this celebration while the dead were forgotten. Hiram, in a very political move, seizes this opportunity to congratulate the Serpents on their social justice movement and try to tie it into his new Sodale construction project by saying that all of this is part of Riverdale's rich history, which he hopes to contribute to. I don't know if I would call genocide a rich tapestry, but I guess it's Hiram, so dude is gonna schmoove his way into being a bad guy no matter what the circumstances are. But all of this finally finagles its way into being an actual Veronica story at some point, specifically the stuff around her confirmation ceremony, a fancy religious Christian thing where she will effectively reiterate her commitment to the presumably Catholic Church based off of the everything going on here.
Different people from one day to the next.
However, because this is a Lodge arc after all, the whole confirmation ceremony is wrapped up in a ton of mob/corporate shenanigans that all come together to reinforce the position the show wants Veronica to be in eventually, i.e. a hashtag girl boss. Don't see what I mean? You soon will. So Veronica gets a bunch of gifts from the other families, including the St. Clairs who are trying to make amends, and she also does some volunteering at a soup kitchen to engage with being charitable as expected of her for the confirmation. All of which is going on while Veronica is still fighting with Hiram over the fact that he is getting Archie more and more involved in the criminal world to her displeasure. Veronica also has this interesting conversation with her extended family about the fact that when she goes and confesses to the Monsignor who is going to do her ceremony, she doesn't really get much in the way of anything. Him just telling her to do 10 Hail Marys and 5 Our Fathers, and then she would be forgiven. To which her family inform her of the things that they do to get through the day and keep their mind away from, feeling bad about the everything the Lodges do and engage with. Finally, everything going on between her and Archie and Hiram comes to a head when she tells Hiram that she doesn't want Archie to be part of the family business. Hiram ignores her, and she tells Archie what Hiram really is. Say it! Vampire. Mobster. To which, as we mentioned in the Archie storyline, he doesn't seem to really care.
The truth is, Archie, my dad, he's
a mobster.
So this all sort of resolves itself by nothing much happening at all. Veronica then gets informed of some of the new developments going on in the Hiram plan, specifically that war has begun between Southside and Hiram, that Jughead is writing exposés revealing Hiram's plans, and that the mayor has threatened to reveal everything about the Lodge's backroom deals if they don't wait for her to be re-elected first so she can secure her position. To which Hiram and Hermione have decided to leak the information about Mayor McCoy sleeping with Sheriff Keller, and get her removed via scandal so that Hermione can then run for the office. That's right, it's all political intrigue on this end of the table, while the serial killer and the, terrorism happens on the other end. Veronica decides to take this information and warn Mayor McCoy about it, so that she can step down before it all gets leaked. Meaning that there is no reason for the Lodges to reveal that personal information about her, which does, frankly, still seem like a win for Hiram, but like a kinda win for the McCoys.
Mayor McCoy's resigning.
We haven't even made our play yet.
Now you don't have to. If you did, it would be cruel.
The next thing up is the Lake House, which we've already discussed, and there is nothing super unique from that for Veronica. I mean, Veronica and Jughead and Betty do get into a fight over the fact that Varchi have basically been working with Hiram this whole time, while Bughead have been doing their best to fight Hiram, a divide between the group that sort of sputters out as Hiram eventually makes enemies out of all of them. More mob shit, more mob shit. Veronica takes the blame for Jughead finding out about the fact that Hiram bought Pop Tates, even though it was actually Archie. She has a fight with Archie, where he wants to know what the big master plan from Hiram is, and Veronica seems unwilling to tell him now, because he will probably snitch and get into serious trouble. And finally, we get a hint of what all of this has been about, during an interview between Hal and Hermione right after she announces her mayoral candidacy, where she tells the audience IRL and in the show that her plan is to reduce crime in Riverdale, and they're gonna do that by converting much of Southside that Hiram has bought up into a giant maximum security prison whose employees will live in Riverdale and Sodale. Following this announcement, Veronica gets in massive shit with Jughead, cause I mean, obviously, this is a terrible plan, and one of them would see somewhere he views as home transformed into a giant fucking prison.
It was all her parents doing, right, V?
She didn't know.
Veronica then commits to running for school president for reasons? Honestly, I don't really know why. Like, her parents don't want her to do it, and not many of her friends are super invested in it, so maybe it's just a personal thing? One of Veronica's strategies for this election is to give people out cupcakes and kisses. The cupcakes coming from New York, but the kisses being locally sourced. Sorry, I think my throat just tried to jump out of my mouth there.
The cupcakes have been flown in from Magnolia Bakery in New York, but the kisses, however, are locally sourced.
But in response to this tactic, we see Ethel swoop in again and dog on Veronica for what she is doing here, accusing her of not really having any policies and just using sex to get what she wanted. We then find out the personal reasons for why Veronica is running at all, those being because she is sick of her friends looking at her like she is a criminal, and she thinks that if she gets to be student body president, that will give her some kind of protection against all the people who hate the lodges and want to kill them. Not exactly a very solid idea, but certainly a Veronica idea. Here's the thing, the presidency stuff doesn't actually mean shit all, so we can just ignore it from this point onwards. It doesn't do anything, it doesn't go anywhere, and basically Veronica just putzes about doing other people's storylines and that musical until Archie gets kidnapped by Nick St. Clair. See, Veronica is the main person that Nick tries to antagonize with the kidnapping of Archie, hoping to obtain $1 million from her in return for her boyfriend back in one piece, despite the fact that he literally got forcibly disabled last time he messed with the lodges. I don't know, I feel like $1 million is a bit too low, but in reality it's because this isn't about the money, it's about sending a message. The message being that after the whole attempted rape thing, Nick became something of an ostracized figure from his parents and the wider criminal family community, and he hopes that by doing this kidnapping and succeeding, he can sort of re-establish his place. Unfortunately for him, Nick is a fucking idiot, and during the money handover, he gets finagled by Veronica into making her go on a date with him, and presumably sleep with him as an alternative to the $1 million. A plan that was in reality Veronica headgaming him to get him alone and roofie him.
Ronnie.
So now Veronica ties Nick up and calls his parents to demand ransom money from them in return for their son, in some kind of version of turnabout. And so Veronica gets to hop skip away from this with both $1 million in cash and a new reputation now. The reputation as the Mafia Princess.
Come court the rare Mafia Princess who can belly up to the bar with the big boys.
God, Veronica is so fucking cringe. And that's in a show that's full of non-stop cringe. See, her pulling this scheme off on Nick St. Clair, a character who deserves everything he gets, has given her quite the standing amongst the demi-monde of the mob families, which is what she uses to describe it because she is a rich girl boss with a lexicon to boot. And so all of the princes of the 5 families are coming to try and court her in attempts to get in with the lodges. Basically, they each have like a business proposal for her. One wants to open a cannery, one wants an arena, another desires a horse track in Riverdale, but the one that the Mafia Princess settles on is a casino. Yeah, because that's certain to improve her standing in the Riverdale community. Like, the casino is maybe the worst possible option with regards to job creation in the economy. I'd go with the cannery, frankly. Hiram shoots the idea down though, using some excuse about the family that runs the casino business being criminals as a way to effectively shut down Veronica's attempts to go independent, a big part of their ongoing relationship in the show. Veronica has an idea, Hiram hates the idea. Veronica does it anyway, Hiram tries to shut it down. Veronica gets mad, and then generally just moves on to a new idea. We are in stage 3 of this, which we see expressed by Veronica going to Mayor McCoy to figure out how she could open a casino without her father's approval, using that big stack of $1 million that she got from ransoming Nick. Then the Black Hood shooting at the mayoral debate happens, an event that somehow has no real interaction with Veronica's story, but does feed into her next thing, which is getting mad at her parents, because Hiram put that $1 million into a trust fund that she can't access till she is 21. And then her mum posts a bounty for the Black Hood, which is set at, mysteriously, $1 million, which makes her suspicious as fuck. And then she finds out that her dad and mum plan to leak a bunch of pictures showing Fred and Hermione making out, hoping that it will hurt Fred's mayoral campaign much more than Hermione's.
I'll be fine. He is willing to put your life in jeopardy. And for what?
And this whole time, Veronica is so shocked to find out that her parents suck. Despite all evidence pointing towards that being true, basically every episode, this is still somehow a shock. Then Hermione shoots a guy.
It's your mess, Daddy. You clean it up.
Who the fuck is this? Small Fry? The son of the dude that Hiram killed what feels like 15 years ago at this point? Alright. It barely seems to matter to Veronica, who just tells Hiram to clean up the body because it's his mess. I mean, all of this is the final straw that pushes Veronica to abandon her parents and go and help Fred out with his attempt to beat Hermione, and help Jughead out with his attempt to beat Hiram. So I guess it is a big character moment for really cutting ties with her parents, though Veronica never really overcomes the shadow of Hiram Lodge. And with the help of Lawyer McCoy, as she is called now I guess because she's no longer the mayor, Veronica manages to get a rare win over Hiram by threatening him with a bunch of legal actions and information leaks about all the dodgy shit he's done this season if he doesn't give her the $1 million that he took. But that is just part of the bigger Veronica plan. That's right, it's girl boss time, as she uses this $1 million to buy the last piece of Southside that Hiram doesn't own, the White Worm. That place that the Serpents gang used as a base, and that a teenager got murdered in. You know, prime real estate. Then she offers to trade this final piece of the puzzle for Hiram's prison thing, in return for the deed to Pop Tates. Hiram agrees to the deal in return for the cutting of all ties between them, including the business ties that Veronica has to Lodge Industries, and Veronica accepts, hoping to get out of that shadow that we mentioned earlier. What is Veronica's plan with Pop Tates and the rest of that money and the casino deal thing? Well, all of that will be answered in the segment where I wrap up lead-ins to Season 3, so buckle your shuckles as we instead move to talking about the final member of the gang, Jughead. Jughead has quite a bit going on this season, but thankfully a lot of it has already been covered during the Archie and Betty chapters, so he can really just do his stuff and skip the fluff, like we did with Veronica, a plan that might allow me to finish these character wrap-ups in the next 5,000 words. I hope so anyway. Which means we can mostly rush past the whole Fred getting shot stuff, though it is worth noting how Jughead sees a lot of the bigotry that Riverdale people hold against Southsiders, with the main suspects from the sheriff and from Alice being either a Southsider high on drugs looking for money, or a serpent looking for revenge due to the fact that Fred and Hermione fired all the serpents that they hired onto the construction crew last season. And one of them could have done it, to which Jughead decides to use his serpent connections to go digging for the truth. Jughead also has a talk with Betty where he effectively tries to assuage her that his wearing a serpent's jacket, riding a bike like the serpents do, and living in his dad's trailer at the trailer park that the serpents use is also just part of keeping close to his dad who is in jail, and not because he is joining the serpents, something which becomes not true very quickly.
Welcome to the Serpents.
Officially.
Like the other serpents who are doing his dirty work for him in investigating Fred's shooting seem to think that Jughead is a serpent, so I don't know. Jughead's time is mostly focused here on the upcoming trial for FP. The fact that FP is facing a lot of charges for all the crap that he did actually do last season, and that the deal he is getting offered means he would be facing 20 years in prison if he pleads guilty. Facing all of this as a teenager is taking quite the toll on the young lad, and especially exacerbates Jughead's lack of confidence in the system when Maya McCoy basically just tells him that she ain't gonna do shit for Pop Tates, and sure as shit ain't gonna do shit for FP Jones. Out of desperation, he goes to Tallboy, a character who we briefly saw at the end of Season 1, and who is effectively running the Serpents while FP is in jail. Tallboy recommends that Jughead shelve his prison break plan, cause that's crazy, and instead said that maybe Jug should get a better lawyer, and also go visit this snake handler person, this person whose whole job is doing some unsavory shit to help out Serpents. All of which puts Jughead on track to meet Penny Peabody, a character who ends up becoming a much bigger deal in the show than you or I might expect. Penny Peabody is basically a Serpent's lawyer who knows all about dodgy dealings and finagling to get them out of crimes, and in this case she offers to Jughead that the solution to all these problems is having a Blossom forgive FP on the stand. That such a thing would transform those 20 years into time served with parole, all of which I can't explicitly say I don't believe because I don't have a law degree, so I guess it could be true.
Instead of 20 years, he can get time served with parole.
That's great.
The major point here is that Penny Peabody doesn't accept money from Jughead. She instead tells him that she has done him a favour and that one day he could do her a favour in turn, which should be sending your alarm bells ringing about how shady this person is. A problem with the advice that Peabody gave Jughead is the fact that it relies upon getting one of the Blossom women to speak kindly of FP, something that might be quite difficult seeing as Penelope Blossom is a goddamn fucking monster who doesn't care about anybody but her dead child, and Cheryl flipped her coin for the episode and landed on antagonists, so she isn't helping either. However, remember that Betty thing where she blackmailed Cheryl into helping? Yeah, well, Cheryl does, lying under oath that she overheard her father telling FP that he would kill Jughead if FP didn't do all the crimes that he did, and so it creates extenuating circumstances that means he might just be getting off somewhat scot-free here. There is a bit of a gap before we get to the next Jughead moment, which coincidentally is entirely about Serpent stuff, which, trust me, is gonna be a recurring theme for Jughead at this point going forward till about Season 4. In this case, it's meeting Tony Topaz for the first time, and everyone give a big round of applause for this new main side character. Well done, Tony, for getting onto the show and then pretty quickly becoming more relevant to everything than Kevin. Fuck you, Kevin.
Why can't you just use Grindr like every other gay guy in the world?
Because nobody's who they say they are online.
Tony is a member of the Serpents, having been born into it, and is also Jughead's mentor/guide during his time at Southside High, giving him the school tour that really illustrates how Southside deals with institutional poverty, causing many of the problems there. An indication of how Riverdale hoards wealth while forcing those who are poor to turn to crime and drugs to subsidize their living. Don't worry, any serious real-world concepts hit a break wall of the pure stupidity that Riverdale engages in, so this commentary on poverty doesn't go much further than being used as a character motivation here and in the future. Effectively, Tony warns Jughead that while he might view himself as a lone wolf rather than a pack animal, sweet Jesus, he should stick with the Serpents because the other rival gang in the region, the Ghoulies, will jump him if they sense an opportunity. Jughead also bonds with the English teacher, Mr. Phillips, who encourages him to reopen the Southside School newspaper as long as Jughead doesn't deal in gangs or drugs. Opening the newspaper leads into a verbal fight with some of the serpents, including a dude with the stupidest fucking name of all time, Sweet Pea, who is going to be a surprisingly long-time relevant character and representative of the younger serpents, all of whom think Jughead views himself as too good for them. The Jughead Tony stuff feels like it was kinda gonna turn into a possible relationship drama for the Bughead people, but it really doesn't end up bothering going there, despite the fact that they have more romantic tension than Veronica with anybody.
You want to help me crack it?
Sure.
Jughead then gets beaten the fuck up by a bunch of ghoulies in what could only be described as a very predictable outcome of what we have seen so far, leading him to get closer to the serpents in the interest of maintaining this familial relationship. There is some serpent drama around Archie's Red Circle terrorist organization, and some classic Jughead investigating into the motivations of the Black Hood by just reading a bunch of books about serial killers. And then Jughead learns that his gang friends are a little bit extreme, as Sweet Pea and Fangs Fogarty plan to put a pipe bomb in the office of the Cooper's newspaper because of all the bad press it's giving Southside. Jughead tries to alleviate them by offering to talk to Archie and simmer the tensions down, taking on a similar role to his father in the Serpents according to Tony, a hint perhaps towards the long-term development of this arc for Jughead. All of which begins with him walking into the White Worm, wearing the jacket and telling the serpents that he has done being only half a serpent, and wants to be one of them. Though to do that, he has to pass the initiation. Ooh, spooky. What's involved in that process? Well, the first part is that you get woken up in the night by a bunch of LARPers wearing snake masks who give you a dog. Okay, seeming a bit tame for a gang fin so far. But up next is having to recite the 6 laws of the Serpent Gang, which include stuff like no serpent is left for dead, or if a serpent is killed or imprisoned, then their family will be taken care of. Which is, yeah, sure, slightly more hardcore, but still pretty reasonable for any close-knit organisation. These are basically the same rules that my local gaming store uses for Magic the Gathering players. The third trial, though, is when things finally get to something that feels more gang-like, as you have to get a knife from a cage containing a rattlesnake, and there you go. Danger, ridiculously pointless, and ties into the overall brand of the group? That's the kind of hazing I was expecting. Right before Jughead can get into the final trial, though, the Gauntlet, as it's ominously named, Archie decides to drop by the trailer and tell Jughead that Betty is breaking up with him, just in time for the serpents that he'd got into a fight with to also turn up. What an awkward set of circumstances, and it all really does quite a bit to solidify that these group of friends are maybe straying in different directions, much like Tony predicted could happen when Jughead joined the Serpents, and his Northside friends found out.
What the hell do we have here?
Just leaving, alright?
Wait, you're friends with these thugs?
Archie decides to be a bit more of a dick about it than needed, as we have covered during his own Season 2 chapter, and then Jughead angrily goes off to get beaten up by a bunch of serpents. Yeah, that's all the Gauntlet is. You walk in a straight line and get pummeled. In return, though, you get a pretty sick leather jacket, and you also get a free tattoo of a double-headed serpent. So that's pretty sweet. For Jughead specifically, it also leads to him having kissing time with Tony. Don't worry, I said this wouldn't really go anywhere, and I did truly mean it. People have sex like crazy with each other in Riverdale. It doesn't mean shit. Oh shit, I completely forgot that Jughead was working on a book. Like, I know that all the Jughead intros from the series are meant to be like pieces from the novel about Riverdale and its dark underbelly, which frankly makes me very concerned for the quality of the piece due to how fucking edgy each thing he writes seems to be. Also, remember how I said sex just there? Well, I and Riverdale lied to you because Jughead and Tony don't actually have sex. It was just an end of episode fake out for us to learn that Jughead is still into Betty for all those bughead people out there, and for the audience to find out that Tony is more into women, to give those queer fans what they want too. And oh, how the sapphic fans are gonna have it all for a few seasons before it goes to shit. don't you worry. Jughead has to deal with a bunch of Serpent Gang shit, as Southside gets raided by the police, who take Sweet Pea and Tony into custody for the crime of dealing Jingle Jangle, a setup when the real people who are doing that is the Ghoulies. Jughead then goes with Tallboy to the House of the Dead, the Ghoulies' main base, and discovers that Tallboy is kinda trying to sell out the Serpent's ideals by forming an alliance with the Ghoulies so they can both profit from drugs and shit.
Take it easy, Jughead. Malachi speaks for the Ghoulies. Tribes need to unite.
Jughead tries to figure out how he can save the Serpents from Tallboy's ambitions to take over as Serpent King and ruin them, reasoning that with his sway in the younger circles, he might be able to convince the Serpents to instead go to war with the Ghoulies. And yep, that's right, the good outcome for Jughead this season is a full-scale gang war in Southside. The bad outcome being, I guess, tons more Jingle Jangle, so I agree. However, FP provides them a better idea from jail, wherein he suggests that they instead challenge the Ghoulies to a street race, because they are obsessed with the Fast and the Furious series and are all about family. Sorry, that's a joke. They're actually a lot more aligned conceptually with the gangs from Grease.
Still a couple of years from real crime, but with destruction and violence their only outlet, they're on their way to it.
Now, unfortunately, you know how this story ends from the Archie arc, but I didn't mention the fact that Jughead was willing to crash his car into the Ghoulies to win the race as they were approaching a single-lane bridge, revealing how committed as a character he is to what he now views as his family. So maybe it is kinda closer to Fast and the Furious. However, as we mentioned, Archie called the cops on the Ghoulies and got them in trouble, which unfortunately kinda tanks a lot of Jughead's reputation, and really throws the whole challenge into dispute. On top of this bad news, Jughead also finds out that the teacher that he liked a lot, the cool guy from Southside, Mr. Phillips, is the evil, sadistic sugar man shipping Jingle Jangle onto the streets, something which Jughead discovers when he sees him getting arrested. Frankly, I don't believe in the prison system, but anybody involved with creating and proliferating a drug called Jingle Jangle deserves the full weight of the law thrown at them. Chuck them in that ice prison from Avatar. I want them out of here. At the very least though, Bughead ends up reforming, so win for that squad. However, what's not a win is that Jughead still needs to deal with Penny Peabody, a character that I don't think anybody in or out of the show likes. I mean, I get that she is a villain, and villains are not necessarily meant to be liked, but she's also just really shitty and boring. Riverdale needs almost super villain comic style antagonists to keep the engagement going, and Penny Peabody certainly isn't that. Regardless, this Silver Age villain with the Snake Charmer nickname to boot is contacting Jughead because she wants him to repay that favour he owes for her helping him with FP's criminal case. The favour at this point coming with not just the stick, but also the carrot of her telling Jughead that they need money to get FP out of jail, that no rich person spends time in jail because they can just pay their way out, which is actually kinda horrifyingly accurate. All of which leads to her getting Jughead to deliver drugs. Jughead concedes to the carrot and the stick that is offered and agrees to do it, roping in Archie as well because Archie has a truck they can use for it, and also Archie kind of screwed him over with the Ghoulies earlier, so I guess this would make them even.
We need to borrow your dad's truck. Archie, no questions asked. Okay?
Let me just check my logic on that one, and your friend reports your street racing with an undead-themed gang to the police, which makes you look like a snitch because you didn't get caught as well, so you then decide to get that friend to help you deliver drugs for a woman who is using the fact she is helping get your dad out of jail to force you to be a drug runner. Yeah, I think that all comes out to be about ethically neutral. Some silly shit happens while delivering drugs. They find out about the Riverdale Reaper from some random-ass farmer. The farmer tries to take their drugs away after accusing both of them of being sinners, and Jughead learns that Penny told her drug people that the Serpents were now the new drug dealers for Riverdale. and that the new delivery boy was going to be Jughead, which Jug hadn't agreed to, but who could have foreseen that the woman named the Snake Charmer was a conniving, backstabbing arsehole? To keep Jughead stuck in doing what she wants, Penny filmed them supplying drugs to the warehouse, and is now blackmailing them by threatening to release it. Also mentioning how she got screwed over by FP at some point, which is why she is doing all this. Aha! That's a villain origin story. When are we going to find out more about it? No, seriously, when are we going to know? I can't remember anything about Penny Peabody except for the fact that by like season 4 she's just gone. Well, whatever, because FP is finally out of jail and is back to take his rightful place and maybe help the Serpents out of the massive amount of predicaments that Jughead sort of got them into a little bit. I mean, he certainly didn't help, even if he was just getting bad advice. Jughead has a plan though, a plan to compromise with the mayor and find a peaceful solution to the budding war between the two geographic locations of Riverdale and Southside. A plan that Tallboy is not super on board with, because we need an antagonistic serpent person to be an obstacle for Jughead, and I guess there just weren't that many options.
Tallboy, I am sick of you acting like a little bitch, whispering behind my back.
As Jughead goes to tell FP this plan though, we find out that FP isn't coming back to the Serpents, that he was gonna go and work at Pop Tate's diner instead, go to A&A to deal with his drinking problem, all of which means that Jughead has to be the face of fixing the Serpents, and can only rely on his father for hopefully better advice than he's previously gotten. Part of this advice is learning that he doesn't need to be afraid of Penny, that if she releases that videotape, it will also burn her just as bad as it burns Jughead, because the Serpents will come down on her, and so Penny goes to her next option for threatening Jughead, which is to talk about how she can go after Betty, basically.
Your girlfriend, Betty Cooper, I believe?
We get some murder mystery, a bit of FP retirement party stuff, the retirement party itself where Betty does that weird dance thing to get into the Serpents, and then FP just announces that he isn't gonna retire after all actually, after learning that Jughead had gotten in deep with the Snake Charmer and that he couldn't be trusted to run the gang like he thought. So that basically just resets everything from the past few episodes, as you might be noticing. However, Jughead does break up with Betty this time as well, worrying that he is leading her down a dark path because of that dance she did, and also feeling bad because he dragged his dad back into the Serpent Gang, just when his dad was gonna go clean. So, oof. Pretty rough rollercoaster time for the Bughead fans in this season, a real up and down of can they make it work between Jughead's darkness of being a gang dude with drugs and Betty's darkness of dressing up in sexy clothes, hurting people and talking to serial killers. What a weird but oddly well matched pair. Jughead at this point in the Serpent story is basically getting shut out by his dad and Tallboy, thanks to his failures, and kinda doesn't really have much to do thanks to that. He's mostly just hanging around and watching all his friends do their arcs for Christmas, and also his dad deliver things for Penny, all of which pisses Jughead off enough that he finally gathers up all the Serpents who listen to him, the core gang of Serpents from Southside School, and then takes them over to Penny's warehouse while wearing serpent masks so that they can kidnap Penny, drive her out into the woods, threaten her to leave Riverdale and never come back, and, oh that's right, carve her serpent tattoo off her skin to make it clear to her that she isn't a serpent and that she isn't protected by the gang's laws anymore.
That tattoo doesn't make you a serpent.
Holy fuck, that got pretty extreme, but I'm kind of okay with it because I really hate Penny Peabody. However, FP is not fine with it at all because he believes that Penny will come right back and she will be super mad at the Serpents, ready to do some heinous shit this time. Which will have to wait though, because our next big Jughead arc is when Southside gets closed by the mayor for quarantine purposes, thanks to the meth lab in the basement, and all the students get moved out to other schools, which means that Jughead and his core gang of young Serpents are heading over to Riverdale High. That's right, he's going back, baby, back to Riverdale.
Up in the
out to school.
Instantaneously, the Serpents and the Bulldogs get into a confrontation during the welcoming event for the Southside Serpents, as both sides are still pretty raw since that whole Red Circle vs Serpents thing like 7 episodes ago. And Cheryl is here too, because the coin flip happened and she landed on bad side today. Reggie, also on his villain arc, then frames the Serpents for vandalism by tagging the school seal, which leads to the principal banning all gang-related activity, putting Jughead into confrontation with another authority figure, because that's kinda just how he rolls. Jug complains about all of this in the stupidest way imaginable, dropping a bunch of slippery slopes that this could lead to, and discovers that his personal opposition to any kind of authority is not so shared by the other Serpents, who are sort of just fine with not wearing their jackets if it means they get to go to a school with actual decent funding for once. Because Jughead is a main character though, I mean, I don't see Tony or Sweet Pea's faces on the DVD covers, do you? Jug decides to go to school wearing his jacket in protest, getting into a fight with Reggie that leads into an all-out brawl in the lounge before it gets broken up and Jughead gets suspended. On the advice of his father, Jughead gets told to lay low, that Serpents hibernate in the winter after all, which is just... I mean, I get it. You choose a snake name for the gang and now you have to make everything about snakes. I understand. I did some trans episodes and enjoyed doing them, and now look at my YouTube channel. It's almost entirely that, and I'm trying to get a little bit away from it. But part of this laying low is starting the Swords and Serpents Club, a club that ostensibly pretends to be about TTRPG stuff, but in reality is just a place for all the Serpents to hang out and talk gang stuff.
We are a gaming group, sanctioned by Mr. Weatherby himself.
You know, it's how rich people do the group thing. It's all called fraternities and clubs, and that makes it okay, despite the fact that they also do crime and help each other cover each other's crimes. Jug then discovers his new arc, that arc being a social justice warrior, as Cheryl explains in class one day how Riverdale came to be thanks to a General Pickens and her ancestor Colonel Barnabas B. Blossom settling along the river in search of maple. However, Jughead discovers from Tony's grandpa that the Serpents gang is all based on Uctina traditions, and that the Uctina were here first in Riverdale before getting genocided by Pickens and Barnabas Blossom. That's right, it's time for Riverdale to cover the blood-soaked history of US state infringement on indigenous people's land for the purpose of greed, a history that keeps happening to this day, so I guess people haven't learned from it, otherwise why would it still be getting repeated without you know, burning your government to the ground? Tony and her granddad tell us how people are not aware of this fact because the history that gets told is the history that the Blossom and Pickens family wants to get told, a whitewashed farce that paints the land as unoccupied and ripe for settlement. Jughead takes all of this and decides to write a big article about it for the school newspaper, though the way he does it actually ends up angering Tony in its portrayal of her grandfather, / the way that Jughead is abusing the Uctina's memory to propagate his own vendetta, all of which is actually surprisingly complex for Riverdale.
My grandfather isn't some broken down victim or some prop for your insane vendetta.
I thought they would just straight up biff this one, but it seems at least one person on the staff was able to write a multi-layered story about white people getting involved in and utilizing indigenous strife for their own ends. And so, working with Tony's granddad this time, Jughead and the Serpents organise a protest of Pickens Day to illustrate the fact that they had their land stolen, and that it is still getting stolen, just by different men with different faces and names, but the same agenda. In this case, that being Hiram Lodge. This social justice arc gets Jughead onto his other major character trait aside from being a writer and being a serpent, and that is hating Hiram Lodge, and doing whatever it takes to bring that fucking man down, a trait that by the end of the show, pretty much everyone else also has.
Tick-tock, Daddy. Tick-tock.
And how is Jug messing with Hiram in Season 2? Well, he's doing that investigative reporting shit to track down exactly why Hiram is buying up all the properties and messing with Southside. This is made harder by Jughead and Betty getting fired from the school newspaper by Principal Weatherby due to pressure from Hiram's lawyer, as well as the sheriff putting up eviction notices on all the Serpent's home due to an order from the mayor on the kind of pretty obvious orders of Hiram. Much of this is because the Pickens Park statue had its head removed after the protest, which many people suspect the Serpents did, and so they are like an easy scapegoat to go after for the government. So Betty and Jughead reason that if they can find the head, they can ease the tensions here for a little bit. Unfortunately, that gets a little bit spoiled by Penny Peabody deciding that now is the ideal time to come back to the show. Because it's not like we're already busy with 12 fucking arcs, and her deal is that she wants back into Serpents while also kicking Jughead out of the Serpents, carving his tattoo off like he did to her. Funnily enough, she's doing all of this with the backing of Torboy, who we also learn is probably the one who actually cut off the head of the statue, making it clear that this very antagonistic character is finally stepping up to the role of being a minor side villain who is getting used by Hiram, like most of the side villains. It's an alright category, but it generally means your time on the show is limited, which we see because Jughead challenges Torboy on all of this, and he gets his jacket taken away and exiled from the gang for working to undermine the Joneses' control over the Serpents. Riding quite a high for Jughead here, really re-establishing himself back in the gang, and it's a high that only gets reinforced by him and Betty having sex for the first time. That's right, Bughead fans, rejoice once more, cause your roller coaster nightmare of a ship is getting some payoff before it moves towards its next set of rocky waters. You're on an up, invest now, it's only going up.
But I'm sorry, I am, for feeling like I needed to shield you, my darkness.
I can handle it.
Jughead then futzes about a bit for a few episodes, doing some background stuff for other people's storylines and learning very little of interest about Hiram, mostly just finding out that Hiram is buying people off to keep things silent while he orchestrates his grand master plan. That isn't really his grand master plan, it's just the first one. However, he and we finally get a lead on Hiram's real plans when Jughead gets a mysterious call, and then spy-like meeting with Smithers, a guy I hadn't bothered mentioning before this point, mostly because he was the doorman for the lodge's penthouse, and I frankly just didn't care about him, and probably won't care about him after this. Smithers points Jughead at the fact that Hiram is organising meetings with the prison warden over at Shankshaw Prison. Yes, it's a really bad reference to the Shawshank Redemption. I mean, come on, you know they don't have an ounce of talent or subtlety on the writing staff. And so FP and Jughead head on down to the prison and talk to their inside man, Warbaby. Who the fuck is Warbaby? I'm looking at my notes on this show and they're coming up empty. I don't think this character exists despite the overwhelming physical evidence that they do.
You want me to knock some heads in here for you?
No, Warbaby, we need intel.
So with all this context, Jughead now knows why Hiram is doing what he is doing. The whole building a prison in Southside which will be fueled by Riverdale workers and Southside prisoners. Though, to be absolutely clear once again, nobody here truly knows Hiram's actual deep plan, including Hiram. Only I do, and I'll be holding it close to my chest until season 5, suckers, so watch that video in like a year's time. In an attempt to slow down Hiram's plan of demolishing the school and building the prison, the Serpents chain themselves to the building and begin a protest/hunger strike with the hope that it will go viral and spoil Hiram's secret plots. Hiram first tries to bribe Jughead with the promise of a penthouse, and then he sends the wrestling team with Archie at its head to destroy the chains and pull the Serpents away from the school so the demolishing crew can get to work. Can Hiram just use a high school wrestling team to do his dirty work? I hear you asking and me thinking, and the answer is that it certainly seems like it. There's a bunch of pointless high school politics that means nothing, some Betty storyline that we've already covered, some musical stuff that we will not be mentioning until the musical chapter in that video next year, Midge's funeral, murder mystery stuff, the Dark Circle versus the Serpents, as the Dark Circle suspects that the Serpents killed Midge because one of them was hooking up with her, that Serpent being, as Jughead gets told at the trailer park afterwards, Fangs Fogarty, who hid this fact from the sheriff because he was worried that he would get arrested and that people would assume he did it just because he was a serpent and the last person to see her. In bad news for Fangs, the new sheriff in town is even worse and more corrupt than the previous sheriff and is looking to come down hard on the Southside Serpents. So Fangs gets arrested at school by Sheriff Mineta with aid from his deputies and from the Dark Circle, both sides of the law that work for Hiram. Yeah, the season has gotten pretty fucking bleak.
Jet-fixing killer! Mr. Fogarty, we need you to come with us.
To make matters worse, even though Fangs gets released from jail because he isn't charged, he does still get attacked by a violent mob. A mob that has been whipped up by both Hiram and Alice Cooper. And despite the efforts of the Serpents to protect their own, Fangs gets shot by supposedly Reggie at this time. A bunch of street violence continues from this point onwards until the Ghoulies make a reappearance trying to kill Reggie on the orders of Hiram, and Penny reappears, forcing Jughead to come down to the docks and deal with her. We learn that Penny has sided with the Ghoulies, which makes a lot of sense because she likes dealing drugs and being a villain, and they're all about dealing drugs and being villains, so kind of a match made in heaven for each other, frankly. While perfect for each other, they're not perfect for Jughead though, who only escapes them thanks to aid from Cheryl with her bow and arrow Robin Hood getup.
Get back, you hobgoblin.
I brought backup too.
The Serpents plan to go to war with the Ghoulies, the only dissenting voice being Jughead. Fangs is reported as dead. Jughead works out that Hiram hired the Ghoulies to kill the Serpents because they are the only thing stopping his complete takeover, and all of this builds to the big Jughead moment of the season, where he calls Hiram and offers him a deal. That deal being that Jughead will hand himself over to Malachi, Penny, and the Ghoulies in return for the gang war being avoided. So he gets brutally beaten to hell and carved up. Though despite the episode ending on the cliffhanger that he is dead, he's actually very much alive, and also his sacrifice meant nothing, because the Serpents still went to war with the Ghoulies and lost, having most of the trailer park burnt to the ground by the victorious Ghoulies. The Serpents are gone, and the only thing left for Jughead to do now is find a new fucking character trait to replace that one. Oh, also, Fangs is still alive and fine and will be in the show for a hell of a lot longer. His death was also just a fake out from the deputies for shock value to both the Serpents and us, the audience. From this point onwards, Jughead's story gets mixed up so much with the murder mystery and the cliffhangers leading into season 3 that there ain't much more that I can talk about without spoiling both of those parts, which, as you might guess, means that we are basically done here. The only massively important final takeaways are that A, FP became a drunk again because his whole life falls apart. I mean, he lost the Serpents and he got fired from Pop Tates by Hiram. B, the whole school rallies with the Serpent students to keep them from being kicked out by Principal Weatherbees.
What's the meaning of this?
It's a show of support, sir.
And C, the main squad is all back on the same side by the end, as Veronica, Archie, Betty and Jughead work to keep people together and try to stop Hiram and his dastardly plans. Also, you might have noticed that so much of Jughead's stories go da-da-da-da-da, big thing, and then, oh, actually ignore everything we just said because we're just going to move on from that. And it is true that happens a lot, and it is kind of a bit annoying how they keep doing fake out stuff with him. I'd like to say that that changes in the future. I'd really like to say that. So with all of that said, the next obvious thing to get into is the murder mystery of this season. Who the fuck is the Black Hood? How many Black Hoods are there, and what is their deal? Well, to answer those first two questions, there are 3 Black Hoods, and the who is kinda complex. Let's start at the beginning. So the Black Hood shoots Fred Andrews at Pop Tate's. Then they pop up again to strangle Miss Grundy with a cello after we see confirmation that Miss Grundy is still out here sleeping with underage students. Gross. He then shoots at Midge and Moose when they are in their car out in the woods about to have sex on Jingle Jangle. At this point, you might note that all the targets have been people who did or are doing immoral stuff in accordance with a somewhat Christian view of sinning. That's because the Black Hood has a modus operandi based around that identity. Also, at this point, he isn't a serial killer, because he's only actually succeeded once. He managed to wound 3 other people, but they recovered. So frankly, a pretty appalling success rate for this terror of Riverdale. In almost recognition of this fact, the Black Hood then sends a letter intended to be published in the news which outlines his future plans and why he does what he does, trying to add a bit more intrigue and also fear factor, I guess, to what is his frankly pretty poor track record so far. For a while, people didn't even think he killed Miss Grundy. They thought it was an unrelated murder, so the Black Hood was probably feeling a little unrecognized. Then the Black Hood fucks around with Betty a bunch, as we've already covered, before then killing the Sugar Man in the sheriff's jail as revenge for Betty trying to make sure the Sugar Man was brought to justice rather than murdered. Now, he has 2 deaths under his belt, which means that he is about equal with Clifford Blossom from the last season. The Black Hood then kidnaps Joseph Svensson, the character that we had discovered was actually the surviving member of the Conway family, a family that had been brutally murdered decades ago, and that Joseph had pointed the finger at the wrong people for a lynch mob that Nana Blossom was part of.
Next day, a group of men took me to the motel where he was staying. I pointed him out, and they killed him.
We discover this thanks to the efforts of Archie and Betty in investigating Svensson after being put onto it by the Black Hood, tasked with discovering the primal sin that Joseph Svensson was guilty of. Good lord, Riverdale. I'm trying this video to somewhat defend you here. Could you stop being cringe for 2 seconds? Actually, never mind. The cringe is part of the charm. The whole graveyard debacle happens with the Black Hood failing to kill Archie and then getting hit with a shovel before he runs onto the Sweetwater Bridge and gets shot by Sheriff Keller before he can jump in. The hood is taken off and it's revealed that this Black Hood is in fact Joseph Svensson himself, who chopped his own finger off to convince people that he was a victim and must have been acting out of guilt, trying to balance the scales after he sentenced an innocent man to death as the Riverdale Reaper. However, that is of course just the first Black Hood, as the character goes to ground for a few episodes while we deal with serpent shenanigans and mob mess, before making a triumphant return at the end of the musical episode, with Midge being revealed stabbed multiple times to a wall, surrounded by messages written in what is clearly red paint pretending to be blood. Betty and the Black Hood then reopen communications, with him revealing that he had in fact set up Svensson to take the fall, and that he wasn't the real Black Hood, before then pushing Betty into dealing with Chick, claiming that he has murdered before and is a real sinner too. This resolves with Betty handing Chick over to the Black Hood to try and permanently remove him from this show, and the last we see of Chick is him running into the darkness with the Black Hood chasing after him.
Really, you should start running. Goodbye, Chick.
Then the Black Hood does some political attempted murders, shooting up the mayoral debate but failing to actually hit anyone, before then turning up at Thistle House and chasing Cheryl around with an axe for a bit. Cheryl, though, flips that coin again and turns from damsel in distress to badass warrior queen and pulls out a hunting bow, proceeding to shoot him in the shoulder. At almost the exact same time as this event, Betty gets a call that her dad is in the hospital, only for her to find out that one of the doctors has been killed and put in the bed instead, and that Hal has escaped, as she gets another call from the Black Hood telling her to return home or he will murder her mother. Hal then shows all of us, and all of them, some home videos of him as a young boy, revealing that the real Riverdale Reaper was actually Hal's father, and he had kept that a secret because his parents had convinced him that sinners needed to die, and that he was destined to take on that burden. Hal reveals, alongside this information, that the killing between the Blossoms and the Coopers, that event when a Blossom had murdered his Cooper brother and caused literally all Hal's anger towards them last season.
Your great-grandfather wasn't just murdered by a Blossom. He was a Blossom.
Yeah, well, actually Hal knew the entire time that in reality the Cooper brother had killed the Blossom one before taking on a new identity. At this point, it's pretty clear that Hal's the Black Hood. He then talks a bunch about the darkness inside of him, and how Betty has that same darkness because she is his child. And then also, he didn't do the shooting at the mayoral debate. That was a different Black Hood, the third Black Hood. It's then revealed that Hal is getting all of this recorded because he is planning on killing himself after killing Betty and Alice. A pretty grim end, but one that would triple his serial killer score before Betty knocks him out with a poker. However, at the same time as this, another Black Hood invaded the home of the Andrews and tried to kill Fred Andrews before discovering that Fred was wearing a bulletproof vest thanks to that whole shooting from the diner and shooting from the debate hall, giving him maybe a slight fear of bullets and a desire to not get shot again. This Black Hood is then hunted down and murdered in a firefight with the police, as it turns out that the third Black Hood is none other than Tallboy, the exiled serpent who was working with Penny Peabody. Tallboy had been attempting to kill Fred on what we the audience know to be the orders of Hiram Lodge, acting as the Black Hood to throw suspicion onto that character. A plan that would have worked if the Black Hood hadn't been captured when he was, and also busy somewhere else at that time. And that's the mystery. Hal was the killer, he set up Joseph Svensson to take the fall, and Tallboy utilised the moniker to get work done. But all along, it was Betty's dad who was doing the deeds, and unlike Clifford, he remains alive at the end of this season, which means that Hal is absolutely coming back in season 3. You can bet all your money that's going to happen, okay? So with that out of the way now, I want to get into the side character stories that have not been covered so far. This should be relatively quick according to my cheat sheet, as most of the arcs have been done just by going through the main squad. But I think this is all still essential information that you need to have going forward, or some character development later on won't make any sense. With that said, let's start with Cheryl, the character who is so close to being another main character that she basically gets her own standalone plotlines at this point. On this path, we see Cheryl take a dominant position in the family after her mother ends up getting horribly burned from that fire that Cheryl started in their house. Using the information of what she learned about her father's supposed suicide to blackmail Penelope into letting her do whatever she wants.
If you tell anyone the truth about what happened with the fire, tell everyone what really happened in the barn with Daddy.
Then she bounces around some other people's stories for a bit. The whole FP trial thing, the performance of Milkshake on top of Pop Tates, messing with Kevin and Betty because she can, and nobody gets to tell Cheryl otherwise right now. She is riding a high, okay? Her next moments for herself really come after the whole Nick St. Clair trying to sexually assault her arc, wherein she discovers that the St. Clairs had paid money to her mother in return for the assault getting hushed up, and then taking this money and using it to blackmail Penelope into telling her the truth about her father's dealings with the Sugar Man. Something that doesn't immediately work, but does serve to illustrate how screwed up the Blossom family is. I.e., none of them seem to like each other, and they willingly backstab and betray one another, despite the fact that they crow about family all the time. When Cheryl does get the truth about the Sugar Man, it is used to emphasize the other side of the Blossom family, which is that they suck, but they all suck because of deep, horrifying trauma that makes them all interact in horrible ways. A great example of this is the way that Cheryl works into her new role on the show, that of being a lesbian. by heavily featuring in Josie's horror episode segment and being a supportive part of Josie's life as she deals with various gifts from a secret admirer. It's suspected that this secret admirer could be Chuck Clayton, that creep from the first season, as he wants to date Josie, and he does even manage to get a date thanks to the fact that he appears to be a changed man, before Josie and Cheryl discover a super creepy gift in the music room of a pig's heart, a drawing of Josie, and a note that says, "If I can't have you, no one can." Cheryl pushes Josie into believing that these are all from Chuck, who is still the same possessive monster that abuses women as he used to be, before we discover in secret that Cheryl was the one who did all of that to try and keep Chuck away from Josie, because she's weirdly into her and doesn't know how to express that in healthy ways. An evil disaster lesbian. Nice to see that Riverdale is expanding its repertoire into other gay stereotypes. This whole Cheryl being into Josie thing continues for a few episodes, with Josie very clearly not being into Cheryl no matter how many times she might offer to give her an oil massage. We take a break from the lesbian stuff for some more Blossom shenanigans, the major Cheryl ones being that she is disappointed in her mother for becoming a courtesan to pay for things, and also she is real sad that her family engaged in genocide back in the day to obtain the maple trees that they are also fucking obsessed with. It is at this point in the season that Cheryl does her work to move from antagonist to protagonist, joining in on the Pickens Day protests, trying to help Betty by making Hal Cooper return to his family rather than sleeping with her mother, and then having a bunch of moments / meet cutes with Tony Topaz from Jughead's Serpent Stories. They're hanging out together, getting us to our first juicy piece of Cheryl backstory lore, that of the fact that her mother had once destroyed her relationship to someone important when she was growing up. A girl, no less, that she'd been into, named Heather, who used to come over for sleepovers all the time. Yeah, budding romance alert, one for the sapphic lovers in the audience, I might think, though you have to put it on hold for a little bit, because all of this gets interrupted by the return of Clifford Blossom during the will reading for his death.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
What? Oh. No, wait, it's just the same actor playing a new role, that of Claudius Blossom, Clifford's twin brother who was forced to run away and join the Merchant Navy after Clifford pulled a gun on him and talked some shit about a Blossom twin curse. Claudius turns out to be a real fucking weird guy, telling Tony and Cheryl how he spent a bunch of time at a place called Lesbos, and that it was beautiful and natural, much like their relationship, which seems like a good thing, before then getting it on with Penelope and trying to force Nana Blossom out of the family business so that they can take over, as well as maybe trying to break into Cheryl's room at night. All of this makes Cheryl super terrified of her uncle, leading to her having a sleepover with the gals that has a bunch of strange synchronized hair brushing and dancing and shit that feels more designed for someone in the audience to enjoy than anything else, before almost kissing Tony as she admitted that Tony was the only one she really wanted to have over. Another moment for the lesbians, which is ruined by Nana Blossom getting pushed down the stairs by a mysterious someone. Cheryl begins to try and piece together who could have done this, discovering that Nana Blossom was poisoned with a tannis root that was also present in the teas that her mother was feeding Nana Blossom, before it all got wrote off, covered up, and Cheryl gets dragged away to the Sisters of Quiet Mercy and locked up as an insane patient. The main response to this insanity being conversion therapy. That's right, Riverdale dipped its toes into the sapphic stuff and now it's going to dive full force into the brutal reality of how parents can have their children locked up in asylums as crazy and then tortured into not being queer anymore. Pretty fucking dark arc to go with for Cheryl as we watch her whole life falling apart and this vibrant, being one word for it, young woman turning into a depressed shell of herself. Thankfully, however, the squad of gay people plus girl boss ally, i.e. Kevin, Tony and Veronica, swoop in with a rescue plan to break her out of the Sisters of Quiet Mercy. A rescue plan that involves Tony and Cheryl having a hot, steamy kiss in front of one of the anti-gay films.
There are a bunch of nuns coming. We have to go. Come on.
Yeah, Riverdale doesn't do subtle. It does fuck you and fuck you even more. Subtext is for cowards. Then it's on to musical stuff that we won't be covering here. The fallout from Midge getting murdered, which Cheryl plays a part in by writing an op-ed calling for the sheriff to step down. Something that irritates Kevin because it's his father getting reamed out by someone who he just helped rescue, which is just proof that Cheryl is back to her old coin flip ways of being a good or bad person depending on the day. And that's basically it for Cheryl until we get to the big finale stuff that leads into season 3. Stuff that we'll be covering right after we wrap up what the characters have been doing in season 2. So we're almost there. And you can see here what I mean when I say that Cheryl is so close to becoming a main character. She has a ton of stuff going on, and not all of it is dependent on one of the gang being around, which means that a lot of the time we just get to see Cheryl doing her own thing independent of Archie, Jughead, Betty or Veronica. Our next character, unfortunately, seems to be doomed to forever live in the shadows of others, and that's Kevin. Oh, Kevin. You can probably guess what he's been up to this season, because it's pretty much been entirely dependent on that one personality trait that he has, i.e. being gay. Even him directing the musical feels like a self-insert from the writers of the show, who are a bunch of gay people who wrote Glee. So aside from that, Kevin has 2 whole storylines, and ooh, I know, exciting stuff. The first one of these is in the first half of season 2, where Kevin gets in trouble with his friends over the fact that he's cruising for gay guys in Fox Forest. Is that really the best we've got? I mean, don't get me wrong. Kevin wanting to get his freak on with somebody while jogging around a dark forest does ultimately lead to him discovering that Midge and Moose got shot at by the Black Hood, and it also allows all of his friends to check in with him and see if he's doing good, because maybe the middle of a serial killer crisis, a serial killer who targets sinners specifically, is a bit of a rough time to be doing gay sex in the woods.
This is what I've got, Betty. Me. These would. If you can't accept what I do...
Anyway, we find out that the reason Kevin is so committed to lying to people and continuing to go hunting for gay sex is because he's tired of hearing all the straight people talk about their straight people's sexy feelings. Even having a big old argument with Betty when she tries to confront him about it in the middle of Fox Forest. Kevin has a freak out over what could happen to him with all this cruising. He comes home to find out Betty snitched on him to his dad, and that's basically it for the cruising story. I mean, the Kevin being gay arc continues with him trying to hook up with Moose again, and Cheryl commenting on how Kevin is just so excited to finally be attractive and not some short, fat, pimply kid, all of which is just regular old Kevin being the bottom of a hierarchy of teenagers, before we get to our second Kevin plotline, this one taking place in the second half of the season as Kevin becomes a major part of the Dark Circle before then hooking up with Moose. Yeah, there really are not many good reasons for why Kevin does this, except for the fact that he is just super gullible and easily misled by people into doing things. Like, he's part of the wrestling team and hangs out with all the other guys, so I guess he just goes along with the vigilantism for Hiram. There isn't really much to say here about it, frankly. Kevin is permanently stuck with a lot of screen time, but no substance.
No offense, Kev.
None taken. Here to catch the guy who cost my dad his job.
Now, looking at my sheet here, I have 2 final plot points of note to talk about before we move on to the big cliffhangers that lead us into season 3. And that is the fact that Alice Cooper gets revealed during the season to have secretly been a serpent when she was younger. That she came from the South Side before escaping to Riverdale and covering up her past. A past which includes some misdemeanors, and also that she had some kind of thing with FP back during her more rebellious, Grease-esque days. The other one is that during one of the major Veronica being a villain and working alongside Hiram arcs, Ethel Muggs, remember Ethel? The perpetually getting dogged character who is even more shat on by the show than Kevin? Yeah, well, Ethel comes over and pours a milkshake on Veronica as revenge for all that she and her family have done to people, especially Ethel's family. It's frankly one of the coolest things that Ethel gets to do before season 6, I think, and so I needed to mention it, if only to give my gal a bit of a spotlight.
Find you guilty. Your sentence is this.
This is her moment in the sun. This is her...
Up to the throne room now, all of you.
Ruined it. Thanks.
But yeah, anyways, enough of that. We now get to discuss the more important facet. That of what goes on here that invites us in the audience to stick around with the show for another 20-ish hours. What's the hooks that make us look forward or dread to next season? Well, quite a few characters get some here. So let's take this step by step and start with our first main character, that of Archie Andrews. Archie ends this season on a high, casting off the shackles of working for Hiram, discovering who the Black Hood is, and even getting voted school president. All before, during a wrestling match, Sheriff Mineta and some other police goons come on in and arrest him, taking him away for the murder that happened up with that lodge cabin episode when some people busted in and held them up by gunpoint, and then those guys probably got killed by Hiram's gunman. That's right. The foolish fool that Archie is thought he had got one over Hiram, when in reality, Hiram always wins, always has a little something prepared to ruin the victorious feelings that our characters might get. So yeah, we have to look forward to the fact that Archie is spending the next season, or at least some of the next season, in jail or prison. Pretty crazy stuff, but no less crazy is what is going on with Jughead. As following the whole Ghoulies war and the nightmare of the Serpents almost disbanding and FP getting back into drinking because his whole life is falling apart, Jughead is chosen by FP to become the new Serpent King, considering everything that he has done to try and help the Serpents during this season and to keep them going. Though, I would also argue that some of the stuff Jughead did hurt the Serpents, so more of a 50-50 success rate on that one, to be honest. Also, he's still a high school student? How is he going to manage being a gang leader and that? Alongside this new role as gang leader with a fancy name, Jughead decides to make Betty his Serpent Queen. Because remember how she did the whole dance ritual thing to get into the Serpents? And this is the sort of natural ending to their relationship for the season. Both of them overcoming their worries about how they might ruin each other's lives and deciding to instead fully integrate. Look, I'm a Bughead stan, something we will get into in a far, far future different video shipping chapter, so that probably definitely affects my opinion a bit here, but they always felt like one of the pairings that had the most right to be together and worked well. On the mention of the Betty side of things though, aside from getting the offer to become Serpent Queen, Betty is dealing with the fact that her dad isn't dead. So she goes and visits him in the prison as part of her big worry over inheriting the evil of her family, seeing as her dad is a murderer, and her granddad was a murderer, and her great-granddad was a murderer. Betty tells Hal that she is done with him and that she won't be coming back to visit or thinking about this whole Dark Betty stuff. Hal knows better, and frankly, so should we all, because this is a Betty trait that will not stop getting brought up until about season 7.
You'll be back, Betty.
On top of this hint towards a future arc revolving around her serial killer dad in jail and her own darkness, Betty also has to contend with the fact that Polly seems to be getting her mum into the farm, the weird-ass cult that Polly joined when she left Riverdale, and which seems to be very happy preying upon vulnerable people who are going through hard times. So yeah, you can be pretty certain that there will be some silly shit going down with the farm and finding out what their deal is all of next season. So what's our final main character doing to set themselves up for season 3 then? What's Veronica going through? Well, remember how Veronica ended up wheeling and dealing with her father to get ownership of Pop Tate's, as well as setting herself up as the Mafia princess thanks to her dealing with Nick St. Clair / courting the various eligible bachelors of the mob families? So yeah, Veronica is looking at reopening a secret speakeasy under Pop Tate's. A swingin' 1920s vibed joint, which will feature singing and dancing, drinks, and some gambling probably as well, all of which will be a big part of establishing Veronica's girl boss corporate dream goal, as well as giving her something to fight with Hiram over later on. It also provides us another location for the show to take place in for season 3, so, you know, it makes sense.
The basement of this very diner used to be a secret speakeasy. Back in the days.
Now, there are actually 2 more hooks going to season 3 for us to note and keep track of. The first one is to do with Cheryl, who, after extricating herself from her homophobic murderous family, has been settled in with her new girlfriend Tony. All of which leads to Jughead inducting Cheryl into the Serpents to give her a new family / protection. She even gets a fancy, unique red serpent jacket, unlike all those losers with a black jacket, because this is Cheryl and she invented the colour red after all. Also, it's like her branding, so you gotta respect that. The other finale is Hiram, who before the whole event with Archie getting arrested, which he clearly set up as revenge, we see in his new secret lair, the White Worm, announcing the new Southside to his group of evil, villainous accomplices.
That's exactly what her father was doing.
Ladies, gentlemen.
That's right, Hiram has an Injustice League, featuring himself as the leader, Penelope Blossom as, I guess, the head of the Blossom family. It's not actually very clear what her job here is, except that she really wants Hiram to give her a brothel, so I guess Slay Queen. Claudius Blossom is the new Clifford, running drugs through the planned Southside prison. Malachi is the muscle of the gang, with his ghoulies to deal the drugs and shut people up. Penny Peabody is the manager for the ghoulies' operations and to ensure that all goes smoothly. Sheriff Minetta is the corrupt police officer who will make sure this stays off the law's radar. And finally, Hermione Lodge, who can't actually be here because as the mayor she isn't allowed to know about the specifics, but who will use the powers she has from City Hall to let Hiram get away with it all. That's right, all of what Hiram has been doing has been building to this, when he gathers up the various enemies of the main squad into a single room, and you have to hope this has some relevance in season 3, right? Like, surely season 3 isn't going to get way too busy with 12 different plot lines that effectively trample this cliffhanger into the dirt, right? It's not as if they wrote this season ending, looked at it 2 months later when they'd begun writing season 3, and just decided to fucking ditch the Injustice League because it seemed less interesting than what else they had planned, right? Well, you're just gonna have to watch the next video when I talk about season 3 to find out, I guess.
All in good time.
Regardless, I want to talk briefly here about all these endings, because they do actually all represent closure to what has happened to the characters over the last season. This is one of the things that I do think Riverdale does rather well. We see how people end up as a reflection of the journey that they have been on. It's natural progression stuff, admittedly bundled alongside a massive dose of cringe and elements which demand you suspend your disbelief a little bit more than might be possible, but for these very seasonal shows, it's a pretty essential piece of the puzzle for making watchable TV. Archie goes through a process in this season of getting desperate in his attempts to try and safeguard Riverdale, and his father specifically from what is viewed as a growing darkness represented by the Black Hood. This path takes him from vigilante terrorist to complicit lackey for Hiram before finally seeing him regain a little bit of his more classic interpretation as a good, honest American boy who wouldn't be a mob hireling and is rewarded for that by getting school president, only for that rug of victory to then be pulled away by Hiram as he is dragged away for one of the crimes that he didn't commit. Archie did still commit quite a few crimes, but he didn't kill a guy in the woods. Yet it was still Archie who involved himself in this world in the first place, who became a tool for Hiram to be discarded.
He made a promise to me, an oath to his family, in this very room.
Veronica is in a somewhat similar boat for part of the season. She also tries to work with Hiram as part of her attempt to get some kind of power, some kind of control. And that desire to have her own life and to succeed over her father is one that will drive much of the future Veronica arcs. So lock that one away in the old brain bits, because we see Veronica also turn on Hiram as well. Only for her to actually succeed to some degree, because she comes at Hiram on the same level that he is playing at, and also because she has protection being his only child. This season spends a lot of time illustrating how Veronica is very much like her father, that no matter how much she hates him and tries to go against him, she always ends up coming back. Sometimes the coming back is expressed in anger and aggression. So much of Hiram and Veronica's relationship is a constant attempt to one-up each other. But I mean, that only works because neither of them will fully walk away. Neither one of them backs down from needing to show the other how much better they are. Sure, it's a toxic relationship, but it's also the thing that gives Veronica a lot of her steam, so I would not be taking that away. Jughead is also trying to do a lot of what he does for his father, getting involved with the Serpents because that's what his dad did, doing all that shit with Penny Peabody to try and get his dad out of jail, fighting and almost dying for the Serpents because they became his surrogate family in a way due to the connection through his father. All of which leads to him literally getting the crown passed from his father to him, inheriting the family life of being a gang leader. Betty's whole deal is trying to solve the mystery while also dealing with family bullshit too, hoping to fix her broken family by bringing Chick in, only for that to hilariously backfire, and then finding out that the Black Hood is actually her father, and that this whole time we've watched the Black Hood try to take on a mentor role for Betty for her darkness, seen her slip into that somewhat when she sacrifices Chick to the Black Hood as the only solution to get rid of him, all of which is some form of fucked up bonding. And so her ending, one with her attempting to cut that connection to her dad despite knowing that she'll be coming back and watching as the rest of her family gets sucked into some cult bullshit over the darkness in the Coopers, kinda symbolizes how that return to normalcy that was pushed for by her parents at the end of season 1 was a false image, like Betty believed, but she had no real measure for how false it was going to be.
My dad's back home, my mom's back at the register, they all just keep smiling.
Finally, Cheryl is shown to be fighting with her family too, fighting against a corrupt and monstrous lineage that has shoved her into a box and forced her to comply with their wishes, that even though it seems like she succeeded in breaking out of it at the beginning of the season, we rapidly see her getting overpowered once again until she cuts those ties, until she breaks away and discovers a found family that supports her and will watch her back better than the Blossoms ever would. I mean, there is definitely some element of a queer story there in Cheryl escaping from her conversion therapy happy mother to find a group of people who are not blood relatives but support her for who she is. You might have also noticed here that a key part of all these endings, and something that ties into my discussion of the greater themes of this season, is that idea of fathers. It was definitely still there during the first season, but we see much more strongly in this one how all the dads come to represent something of massive importance to each of the main or semi-main characters. I mean, straight up, a lot of the mums are just flat out missing or dead. Archie's mum's barely around, Jughead's mum isn't here at all, and Kevin's mum is dead, I think? Let me check that, because I don't remember them clearly saying what her deal was.
He even told my mom about it.
Out, Mrs. Keller. Where is she stationed again?
Bahrain.
Oh, it turns out that she was a sort of shitty person, made comments about Kevin's sexuality, and is stationed overseas with the US Navy, and that she's also getting divorced from Kevin's dad. Through these father connections, we see the kids looking up to them, fighting against them, trying to emulate them, trying to go against what they represent. In almost all of the arcs, all the character plots, we see a father at the core, pushing it forwards. I mean, the episode begins with a dad being shot by another one of the dads who is arrested by the end. Even Cheryl, who no longer has a father because he came down with the being unalive, deals with a bunch of surrogate fathers, whose appearance signals the end of her reign of power in the Blossom household. As soon as Claudius turns up, that's the moment that Cheryl loses control, and it signals the beginning of her fall and ultimate self-removal. But even before that, Cheryl and Penelope talked a lot about the way that Clifford had truly screwed them over, how his reactions to them, his attempts to get Jason into the drug business, had pushed things in a certain direction.
The video of Daddy and Jason might bring you peace.
I wanted to bring all of this up because this is the last real season where dads have such a power over it. From this point onwards, there are father figures that have influence, but they are not so present in every single story for every single character, except for in this season. Another thing that I really wanted to go into here was how we see Riverdale begin the process of continuing beyond Jason's death. The way that the show finds its footing and ultimately figures out what kind of series it wants to be. And what that seems to be is a teenage drama centered around a mystery, following in the footsteps of the rather successful histories of shows that did that sort of thing. But Riverdale also seems to be a show that is constantly escalating. Every character must be doing something that is more crazy than the previous season. They must be doing something more engaging for the audience, and they have to be doing it constantly in such a way that the audience won't get bored.
Our story.
Your serpent.
Daddy?
Daddy?
My dad is facing 20 years.
It's like the angel of death had come to Riverdale.
Line up.
Last season, the worst thing Archie did was sleeping with a teacher, leading to him lying about hearing a gunshot. This season, Archie created a vigilante terror organization in the first 5 episodes, and then became part of the mob. I mean, it's sort of fascinating in the way that these really are somewhat self-contained seasons, and you can see that through the fact that the massive Archie drama of season 1, the desire to play music going against the expectation to play American football, the eternal High School Musical essence, well, that barely features in this season at all. It instead becoming a question of the morality of Archie, of what he is willing to do to protect the town and his father, and how far he will fall thanks to the machinations of Hiram Lodge. It's like the stuff in season 1 led us here, and Archie still performs music and still does do jock stuff. That's all incorporated into the arcs that happen, such as with the formation of the Red Circle from the people who play in his football team, and doing music with Veronica to illustrate their complicated relationship. It's just that it's not quite as interesting as everything that got introduced this season, so it sort of takes a back seat. Jughead goes from being a kid struggling with the failures of his father and feeling like his background makes him so different to those around him to, well, joining a gang for his father's sake, cutting a deal with a terrible woman for his dad, almost getting killed to save the gang, and I'll be honest, out of all the characters, Jughead is one of the most connected to his first season arc. Like, initially he's very anti the Serpents because he blames them for what happened with his father, but this season allows him to see the Serpents as more than just problems in the background, but his family. The people he can come to care about, and who will have his back when things get rough. Betty is in a somewhat similar boat. Her season arc here is sort of working from the first season too, where she was doing most of the investigation work as part of the school newspaper, something which has carried over into her being the one who talks on the phone with the Black Hood, like the show is copying a whole bunch of different crime mystery stories where the villain talks to the protagonist. This one isn't new, but it's not so often that the villain ends up being your own dad, who hints towards the fact that the dark Betty we saw in the first season might have more staying power than just something you did one time to torture a serial sexual harasser. As we see Betty wrangle with the fact that she does like seeing people get punished. Also, that whole thing where she becomes a cam girl for fan service?
It's a way of getting away from the darkness I feel inside me too.
Can you show me how to do that?
Look, I don't want to derail us here, but the whole learning to be a cam girl from Chick as a way of showing how Chick is dangerous and evil, and is teaching Betty to be dangerous and evil, is ridiculous, because there's nothing that dangerous or evil about being a cam girl. Riverdale is, much like its roots that we discussed during the chapter on the comics, quite a Christian show in regards to its morality. That might seem like a crazy thing to say considering all the teenage sex and drugs that have been done, but the drugs are shown to be a very, very, very bad thing that when people do it turns out horrible. All of the families in the show are effectively ruined by divorce and infighting, which leads to impacting the kids negatively, and sex work is very much cast in a dark light. I mean, not just the cam girl, but also the fact that Penelope Blossom, one of our definitively evil-coded characters, is super desperate to open up a brothel, and also sleeps with a bunch of Riverdale men for money halfway through this season, which irritates Cheryl because she sees it as gross.
God, you almost sound proud.
You wanted me to get a job, Cheryl, and I did.
Yet, even with all of that said, I would also argue that part of Riverdale's darkness, a darkness that we see getting more explored during this season, is dependent upon that idea of the American Christian dream twisted and ruined by the people in it. Like, yeah, all the families are destroyed, but they are destroyed by the lies and sins and monstrous actions of these people who pretend to be good on the surface but are deeply fucked up. Looking at you, Blossoms and Coopers. At the end of the day, I don't really think there are super deep, subtle themes going on here. I think that Riverdale wears what it is doing on the surface, and it's just that the surface has a lot going on. It's no deep ocean of content, but it is a very wide and large pond, which is fully stocked with a variety of fish to keep you entertained. I'll finish off listing the character changes between seasons so that some consistency is kept here. But for Veronica, there ain't much to say other than that we go from seeing her as a rich kid learning to be a little poorer and figuring out the evil that her dad is doing, to a rich kid participating in the evil her father is doing because she wants to prove herself, and is also sort of drinking the Kool-Aid that Hiram is selling her on the fact that he is totally going legit this time. He swears it's all 100% above board, and it's definitely not another criminal scheme to add to his criminal empire, even if he is doing dodgy deeds and ordering gangland murders to get it done. I mean, Hiram is the least believable guy, so you have to accept that the three people he tricked, Archie, Veronica and Reggie, are stupid, desperate to see good in their father, and stupid. Let's talk about Reggie briefly here, since I brought him up, because we're finally on to my Reggie now. This being the form that Reggie will present in until season 6, where it gets all kind of weird around that. But while we have found the physical Reggie I know, we haven't quite yet hit the character Reggie I know. He is still here and present, but as more of a side piece to other people's storylines, while in our next few videos, you're gonna get to see more of Reggie stepping into a semi-main character role, sort of filling the gap left by Cheryl when she moves up to being a main character.
Oh, your nurse is hot, because, like, what if you pop a boner during, like, a sponge bath?
As far as Cheryl goes for this season, it's basically just the same person. The same who knows what her alignment is today person. She might help you, or she might bite your head off and call you a piece of shit. However, it's not fully the same person, as Cheryl is now gay, and had a bunch of plotline stuff around being gay, and is in a pretty performative sapphic relationship with Tony. Though, for Riverdale, any of its queerness is performative. So it's just nice to see them branching out from having Kevin plus Betty and Veronica doing a Katy Perry in season 1. On the note of Kevin, there's nothing to say about Kevin that I've not already said, actually.
Just I haven't been making great decisions lately. Sneaking around and going into the woods, and I know it's dangerous.
But yeah, so that's basically what is happening in this season. Things are escalating rapidly down a path of madness. Riverdale is doing in its second season the kind of arcs that most other shows would have waited at least 5 seasons to do, and dragged out the basic bitch high school drama / romance instead. Riverdale doesn't give a shit about that stuff. I mean, the school is basically just background noise at this point. It's merely a setting for things to happen in, and the romance is getting shoved in there because it's a teen drama. It's expected that we see people macking on each other. All of that is just window dressing to the real thing that the Riverdale writers wanted to do, which is shove every single idea that any of them have ever had into each episode and see if they can get away with it. While that might work for one more season, I mean, you know, most shows get away with doing a wacky extreme season at the end of their run. How do you progress from doing that as your second entry into the show? Where do you go from hitting an immediate high of having your teenage characters engage in completely impossibly hard to believe circumstances? The answer to that can only truly be found in season 3 and the next video, so you know, come back and watch that in, I don't know, 4 months, 5 months time or some shit. However, we do have one final thing for me to do in this season 2 wrap up, and I know this has been a long one. I really thought I was going to get away with making the season commentaries and analysis around about an hour long each, so I can make one video, and then detailing what happens with Archie alone in season 2 took as long as season 1 did, so any hope of getting it done in like one video died. But we must do our Jughead opening monologue crowning. We really have to decide what are the 3 best or worst or craziest or cringiest excerpts from his incredibly bad book based on the fact that all of these are apparently sentences and paragraphs from it. Well, this season had quite a few pretty powerful entries, making it rather difficult for me to zone in on only 3 for first, second and third place. However, after much deliberation, I can confirm that our bronze place pick goes to chapter 27, The Hills of Eyes, with picture a girl living in the house next door. Give her a ponytail and a secret. Day after day, she checks the headlines and watches the local news, waiting to be exposed. And bit by bit, the walls close in, until what was once just a house becomes her own private purgatory. What a way to remind the audience that Betty is dealing with the fact that her supposed brother just murdered a dude in her house, and that she helped to cover it up. It's got everything that we look for in a Jughead monologue. The over-dramatization, the flowery wordplay, and the random inserts that don't really make any sense. Why did you need to specify, give her a ponytail? You could have gone, picture the girl next door, give her a secret. But nope, there had to be some comment that ties all this back to the classical image of Betty from the comics and show. In Season 1, this could have actually been a contender for first place, but we're Season 2 bound now, and trust me, this monologue doesn't have the level of cringe high enough to get anything more than bronze. Which of course brings us to our second place, our silver, with chapter 19, Death Proofs.
In Riverdale, everyone wears a mask, not just the Black Hood. But every so often the mask slips and our true selves are laid bare for all the world to see. So we scramble to put it back on, like a kid in a cheap Halloween costume. But it's too late. People have already seen what's underneath, and it's terrifying.
Right there, that's gold. That's pure, unadulterated gold garbage. It really gets across the idea that Jughead is truly just an edgy teenager who'd recently finished Batman the Dark Knight and sees what he is writing in the same light as some Joker dialogue shit. All of which is hilarious when you consider that the show wants us to believe that Jughead is some amazing writer who is going places with the stuff that he does. Yet, I found that the only thing which can beat Jughead's Jelka fandom for cringe levels was our gold place winner from chapter 21, House of the Devil, which goes, like the Red Death showing up in an Edgar Allan Poe story, the Black Hood had come to Riverdale. With that grimmest of reapers looming over us, how did we cope? In the case of Archie and Veronica, it was through carnal defiance. With every kiss and embrace, they seem to be saying, "You have no power over me, Death." In fact, Archie became the opposite of Death. In Archie's bedroom, in his garage, even in the Pembroke. After all, if our young lovers dared to defy the Black Hood, why not risk Hiram Lodge's wrath as well? And I think you can see why this one takes the cake. Not only does it make us think about the really weird sex scenes involving Archie and Veronica just doing it all over the place, not only does it feature Jughead dropping a completely unnecessary and nonsensical reference to Edgar Allan Poe for cool literary kid points, it literally has them use the ship name for the characters in-universe, which is one of the ultimate forms of cringe to see. This was certainly not the last time we saw Jughead use a ship name this season. I mean, he literally talks about Vughead and Bughead later on during the Vacation House episode, all of which really confirms exactly what we know to be true of Jughead.
I'm weird. I'm a weirdo. I don't fit in, and I don't want to fit in.
This dude is a loser. He's the kind of guy who would watch Riverdale. Oh shit, I'm the kind of guy who'd watch Riverdale. Am I Jughead? That's worrying stuff to think about. One more thing before we go. And I know saying one more thing when we're like 4 hours deep at season 2 already might feel like madness, but hey, you know what? In for a penny, in for a pound is how I feel with these videos. If you're the kind of person who's along for the ride of me just hyper-fixating about something I love, then surely you can endure all the tangential bullshit that I tack onto it. But the one more thing I want to talk about is the 2 major social justice plotlines of this season that got brought up. The Uktena dealing with a cultural and physical genocide from colonial forces pushed by capitalism, who sought to use their land and maple trees to earn big bucks, and the gay conversion therapy that Cheryl is forced into in the nunnery/asylum, I guess, where she is declared as insane and held against her will by a bunch of people who, if she had not been rescued, would have probably pushed her to some really dark places. Now, here's the thing. Both of these storylines are based on very, very real things. Very, very, very real events that have had impacts to this day, and do in some form continue at this point. There are still queer people being pushed into conversion therapy by parents and systems that control their bodies more than they do. And Indigenous people are still dealing with the complete trampling of their rights and what remaining land they have left. So Riverdale incorporating these 100% actually impactful things into their arcs is something that should be done with care and caution about what they say or what they put across, right? And yet the only long-term real feeling about either of these storylines is that they are basically just not that important. Sure, they get an episode or 2 to illustrate the problems, and the show and its good characters are very opposed to both colonial genocide and institutional homophobia, yet beyond those episodes, these big social justice events are kind of forgotten. They might get brought up in passing again at some point, and they might influence some future events, but at its core, this all gives off real special episode vibes. That whole thing where TV shows would do a single episode on an important human rights or human rights violation topic, before then returning to regular broadcasting like nothing happened. It's the purvey of what I'd like to call cis straight white programming, because it represents so perfectly the view of a lot of people that don't have to deal with this kind of thing on a regular basis, which is to see it happen, make some comment about it, and then move on to the next thing or back to the status quo again. Unless it actually disrupts their lives, they won't care about it beyond the merely superficial and symbolical. This can be a problem when a show keeps doing it though, when it keeps doing social justice episodes and then immediately forgetting them, and that is something that does affect Riverdale. And I know what some people might be thinking. You know, I mean, this isn't a show about the Uktena struggles, it's a show about the gang from Archie dealing with a host of ever-heightening bullshit in the sinister town of Riverdale. But also to that point, everything that exists in Riverdale exists on top of stolen land, and on the bones of those murdered by the ancestors of the very people who now run things. That's not me being hyperbolic either, that's literally the point that gets brought up during the Riverdale episode featuring the Uktena and Pickens Day. Yet the only real purpose to this is to give Jughead further reasons to hate Hiram, and for Cheryl to feel even worse about being a Blossom, and connect more with Tony, which would lead to that gay shit down the line. It just feels like the Uktena deserved more than that, you know. The Uktena tribe and the real group of people they link to deserve more than just being a stepping stone in some other people's stories. And I think it does really reflect badly on Riverdale how they do this. I know I'm out here trying to convince you that Riverdale is peak TV and you should watch it, but I guess it's important to remember that it's peak white TV. A fact that does sort of come in when we discuss our later chapter on the writers and the handling of some scandals around the show. With season 2 over, it's time to give another non-season mini break. Though this one will make a lot more sense down the line after I combine all these separate Riverdale videos into one. I still want to do it, but I recognise that we're going straight from this mini chapter into the epilogue for our first Riverdale part. However, I do want to talk pretty badly about one of the most important things for the show, even more important than the scripts and the setting and the directing, which is the actors. In Riverdale, the actors have one of the most important jobs, and it's a job that relates in my mind to a very common comedy trope. I am of course referring to the straight man, not to be confused with like real straight men, but meaning a character who serves to be a regular / non-funny pillar around which ridiculous circumstances occur. These characters exist to be a foundation for comedy to build upon. They are a metric by which we can see the wackiness of the world around them for the wackiness that it is. How does this relate to Riverdale though? Like, all of the characters are kind of comedic in their own ways. Every single one is funny as shit to listen to and watch go through the most hilarious possible scenarios with reactions that stimulate the cringe centers of the brain so much that it converts that energy over into giggles.
The police found another dead body.
Could the Black Hood have risen from the grave?
However, while that is true from the surface, none of the characters are actually meant to be jokes. We're supposed to be viewing everything that they engage with as these very serious, dramatic scenarios. It's a teen drama, not a teen comedy. It features stuff like murder, sexual assault, genocide of indigenous peoples, conversion therapy, divorce, organized crime. These are all inherently severe concepts that are just written into the show in such a way that the never-ending stream of them combined with the lines that the characters deliver, mixed with the tonal whiplash that occurs between wildly different ideas, well, I mean, all of that comes together to form the basis of a strange kind of comedy. It's a comedy that wouldn't work, that wouldn't be as entertaining to the audience if the actors did not present their characters with a complete deadpan solemnness.
To run drugs, to support my nana. That means you haven't known the triumphs and defeats, the epic highs and lows of high school football.
I mean, we have a whole part of each season dedicated towards just talking about the ridiculous monologues that they give Jughead. These crazy, dour, and earnestly grim presentations that are so funny because they are the edgiest moral points and references. All of the actors in the show are the straight man. They are forced to be these stoic figures that receive their dialogues and then must keep a straight face while saying them. Without that, the charm is gone. The honest sense that the scenes are written by people who really believe that what they're doing is cool and makes sense and isn't completely batshit fucking unbelievable trash vanishes without actors who are selling that idea to us by refusing to treat it as comedic. It's this success, a success that really does need to be handed to people like KJ Apa, a person of quite some interest for me as he's another Kiwi. He was born and raised in Auckland and starred in the only goddamn show that every fucking Kiwi actor appears in for sure, Shortland Street, a soap opera about a private hospital that started in 1992.
Hi, what do you think you're doing? That's my guitar.
And that background actually does make a lot of sense considering the whole connection between the hyper-dramatization within inane plot lines of soap operas and the same thing from Riverdale. Lily Reinhart, Camila Mendes, Cole Sprouse, who we've talked about before on this channel during the discussion about Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, so, you know, nice to see him come back in as adults. Madeleine Pesch and Ashley Murray, who went through an absolute racist hell with the people who made the show, and her role as Josie that saw her bounced around like nobody's business. These are all people who lend a huge amount of credibility to the enjoyment of the show. They are what keeps anyone coming back. I also want to mention here in this chapter briefly, because I have no idea where else I can possibly shove this information about them, the actors that were chosen for the various parents in the show. Because there is some interesting stuff going on there too. Almost all of the parents are established classic actors. They've all been in massive things from the past that have undeniably inspired Riverdale in some way. For example, you've got Marisol Nichols playing Hermione Lodge, who had previously been in Scream 2 and 24. Machen Amick playing Alice Cooper, who had been in Twin Peaks, which is huge because so fucking much of Riverdale is ripped straight out of Twin Peaks and then slammed full force into a show that otherwise would be like Gossip Girl or Dawson's Creek, both of which she was also in. Luke Perry as the ever-harried Fred Andrews was a major star in Beverly Hills 90210 as sexy, dangerous teenager who is a big old rebel. I mean, kind of the prototype for a bunch of the characters on Riverdale, who are almost entirely sexy, dangerous teenagers who do stuff that is illegal and rebellious as shit.
What I would do to go out with Dylan McKay. I don't know, everyone says he's trouble.
Mark Consuelos has a very similar coming into Riverdale story to KJ Apa, as before he played Mateo Santos on the soap opera All My Children. Kind of intriguing how the two characters with similar backgrounds actor-wise play the perennial opposites of Archie and Hiram, whose similarities, i.e. their supposed love for their family, is used to bring them into conflict with one another. But also, this just furthers my belief that Riverdale has a soap opera identity kinda tied into its core, alongside that thriller and mystery and teen drama stuff that infests all of its arcs. Skeet Ulrich plays F.P. Jones, and is another alumni from the Scream franchise, a franchise that undeniably has some influences on the Riverdale show through the way that it's a major horror landmark that you kind of just emulate by virtue of doing horror in a similar vein. I mean, Riverdale is not a subtle show, and everything that I mention here will actually be getting a literal reference at some point. For Scream, that comes with a very specific scene from season 3, where his character reenacts a scene from Scream.
Door's locked, I heard screaming.
I was looking for Jughead, but someone slammed the door in my face.
It's not really spoilers to show this, so there you go. Archie's mum is of course played by the legendary Molly Ringwald, an actor who should need no introduction for her massive roles as part of the Brat Pack back in the 80s. We're talking 16 Candles, Breakfast Club, Pretty in Pink. These are all things that have inspired the gay writers of Riverdale in themes and teen drama ideas. Villainous serial killer himself, Hal Cooper, played by Lachlan Monroe, has a bit of a weird comedy background. A comedy with slight supernatural or horror to it, but still undeniably comedy specifically, with roles in Scary Movie, Freddy vs. Jason, and Charmed. Now, I have just thrown a bunch of actors at you with a bunch of roles that, while yes, they have ties to Riverdale by virtue of being the things that the writers, directors, and producers clearly watched when they were younger and have taken things from to ham-handedly shove into their own show, that doesn't necessarily build to any larger point, right? Well, I disagree, because I brought it all up, and I certainly thought that I had something here. I think so many of these adults being established actors in fields that directly connect to Riverdale, and that all of them are playing the parents of the kids who are dealing with the kind of stuff that they also dealt with when they were younger in the industry, buys into that whole passing over of the torch atmosphere that exists here. This does get further illustrated in season 3 when we get to see some flashbacks of the parents when they were kids and what they dealt with. But if you know the actors and know where they come from, so much of the show feels like we're watching the last generation of horror and drama and teenage comedy and soap opera actors guiding, influencing, and interacting with those that have been selected to star in this new generation amalgamation of all of those genres.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
And so the dragon that had been terrorizing the halls of Riverdale High.
It lends an air of credibility to the show that Riverdale desperately needs, as well as giving it a sense of gravitas with the sheer scale of acting talent brought to bear in delivering these completely insane plot lines and character moments. It's that straight man thing again, but this time in a meta sense. We're seeing actors' previous roles and previous existence give the show its grounding, alongside the talent of the other fresher actors in representing their characters as serious people. This is all the bedrock around which the rest of the show can just go to hell. They can flood us with maddening stories and dialogue written by people that have never once been told no, because we have these actors, new and old, to cling onto as beacons of normalcy. Without them, we and the show would be lost in the pitch black sea of insanity, and Riverdale would not have been able to last as long as it did. But before we move on, remember how I hinted at the whiteness of Riverdale having some relevance towards this chapter? Well, we are at the point where I'm going to explain that, and that means we need to talk about Ashley Murray, i.e. Josie McCoy. Now obviously, this was, if you remember, a character who was originally white but was changed to being black. A change that doesn't matter no matter how much people get mad at originally white characters being cast as a different race. Like, come on guys, I'm white, some of you are white, you don't need to talk shit about pandering or cultural erasure or any of that crap. We've got so many fucking characters that are white in TV and movies and games, we can afford to have a few where, you know, Ariel's black now or something. It really doesn't matter to our overwhelming presence in everything, like mayonnaise in a potato salad. But the point I want to make about Ashley Murray is a little bit sadder than all of that, as it relates to the fact that she dealt with a lot of racism from fans for her role on the show. Racism that extended to judging her for a bunch of stuff about the character she played that she had no real control over. Like what scenes Josie was in. On another equally shitty side of this issue, we have to look to Vanessa Morgan, the actor for Tony Topaz, who played her all the way through till the very end in, oh god, 5 more seasons time. She took shots at the way that media often relegates black people to being either angry thugs that are threatening or sidekicks to prop up arcs for the white people to learn in. Both of which are kind of true for Riverdale, which she didn't name or specifically say, because of course she didn't. There's a lot of very nasty legalese around what you can and can't say about something you're currently starring in. I mean, look at all those Twilight actors who only came out afterwards and talked about how fucking shite the experience was.
Did your Twilight experience turn out to be what you expected?
And I mean, yeah, while it wasn't named, she has definitely expressed her anger towards Riverdale before, saying how it's wild that by this point, i.e. season 4, she was the only regular black cast member, and yet got paid the least, as well as making it clear that her issues were with the creators of the show and those who called the shots, not the other cast members. How does this resolve, you might think? Surely the Riverdale creators responded, you might wonder, and the answer is that yeah, Roberto Aguirre-Sacasa did respond and say they were going to do better going into the future, but as anyone who watched season 5, 6 and 7 of Riverdale can tell you, fuck no they didn't. Despite any diversity in the cast with regards to Hispanic, Black or Polynesian heritage, it's very hard to dispute the fact that Riverdale was inherently a very white show. And if you're gonna enjoy it, and if I'm gonna recommend it to you, then we really need to be prescient of that fact. Okay, for editing me, we're now moving to the epilogue, so, you know, epilogue.
I would like to break the hands and mouth of the person who came up with it.
So it's been quite a few hours at this point, and you might be wondering, what the fuck's going on? Like, we've just hit the end of season 2, and yet the timer on the video suggests that this is the end. And that is true, for this part is at its finale. To be real with you for a second, I'd originally planned to make this a single big 10-12 hour video like my Harry Potter one, and then the second season happened. I got lost in writing it, and then I looked and saw we were at 40,000 words already, so I had to make a quick executive decision to break these things up. Otherwise, I would just get overwhelmed, and this massive script would sit in my folders for the next 4 years unfinished. While the madness of Riverdale might be over, the initial seasons which gave us a reason to care about and to stick with this show that tantalizes with promises of what is to come, do not fear, for the story continues in the next video, The Obsessive Nightmare of Riverdale, as we explore the deepening lore of Riverdale and its characters, hopefully releasing in 4-5-ish months after this one. And yes, being absolutely longer than it, don't worry about that. The next video is going to be like 2 hours longer than this one. And for all of you who want this as a big single video, at the end, when I have finished all of them, I will be shoving them together, editing out the epilogues and prologues, and creating the 20 to 25 hour long brief look at Riverdale that some of you clearly need, and honestly a few of you definitely deserve. But for now, enjoy the break. Maybe take this as a chance to go and watch the show, see the elements I have discussed for yourself, try and figure out if this truly is the most watchable show of all time. Or you could go and watch my other videos that I've released and will be releasing while I work on the other Riverdale video in the background. Oh shit, this is actually an ending. I should quickly say a brief word about my sponsors, my patrons over at Patreon, who allow me to make videos like this one by giving me a somewhat sustainable income. If you want to help support me in doing these larger videos, I've currently got my eye on one about the entire Pokemon franchise after I finish up Riverdale in 2025, then the best way to do that is by going over to Patreon, links below the video, and subscribing. The names of those in the $5 and up category should be on the screen right now, and I really appreciate everyone on there for giving me that support, for giving me the money to keep going for as long as I have been doing YouTube. Ad revenue is unreliable and comes and goes, so having a more definitive income does really let those of us who make content like this do so with the confidence of not having to worry about how rent is getting paid this month, or bills, or food. So yeah, go to my Patreon or my Ko-Fi if you want to be a part of that and want to see further stuff from me. It really does allow that sort of thing to happen. Otherwise, thanks to everyone who has watched this video on Riverdale. I hope you enjoyed the story so far, and hopefully you're interested to see where we might be going next. What's the farm, that creepy cult that Polly joined? How's Archie gonna get out of jail, and what's gonna happen in there? What's next for the Serpents now that Betty, Cheryl, and Jughead are all in the gang and running the show? What is the long-term plans of Hiram's Injustice League, and will they actually matter? And what bullshit fucking thing is Season 3 and 4 going to pull out to keep us excited in them? I'll give you 2 clues right now to keep you tantalized. D&D satanic murders and Jughead's own mysterious death. See you in the stars. No, wait, hang on, fuck, that's another show's outro. Get out of here.